Madam Clerk, are we ready?
We are ready, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. Welcome to the Wednesday, January 22nd Reno City Council meeting. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Golden, will you please lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. May we go into roll call?
We are calling roll for Wednesday, January 22nd Reno City Council meeting. Councilmember Taylor?
Here.
Dorr?
Here.
Martinez?
Here.
Ebert?
Here.
Reese?
Here.
Anderson? Here. Sheevy? Absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you. We will move into A3, public comment.
Our first item today is public comment. Members of the public may hear, observe, and provide public comment virtually by registering through the following link, which can be found on reno.gov/meetings. https://reno.gov/COUNCIL01-22. It should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers, in accordance with Council Rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting, may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If this behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Our first public commenter is George Campione, followed by Nicole Anagapasis, followed by Chuck Riley.
My name is George Campione. I live at 301 Gentry Way, Unit 302. When I moved into public housing, I signed the smoke-free addendum. All right? It states, definition of smoking. Smoking means inhaling, exhaling, breathing, or carrying any lighted cigar, cigarette, vapor smoking product, or other tobacco product or similar lighted product, including marijuana in any manner or any form. The use of medical marijuana by residents who possesses a valid medical marijuana card and for whom use of medical marijuana is not a crime under Nevada law, it will not constitute unauthorized smoking when it occurs in it expressly Nevada state law. Okay? The point is, I moved in with a medical marijuana card. All right? On the 17th of this month, I had an emergency call to my apartment. They came in, I had just medicated myself. They then reported me to the office for smoking my marijuana. All right? I presented the office with a copy of my medical marijuana card explaining I was in full accordance of their lease agreement. No, they say, that's not true, all right? They're federally, they say, there is absolutely no smoking on the property as stated in our lease. We are federally funded property. If a problem persists, you will be served a lease violation and can result in legal proceedings to have evicted from the property if necessary. I wrote them back after receiving them that I did not get my apology as I requested, and all I get was a letter of harassment, because that's what this is, okay? If this is not a legal document that I signed and they countersigned on the referendum, in fact, every one of us signed that, okay? So I would like, and I am writing to Mr. Treadaway, who is the FBI CEO, concerning this situation, but this is a culture problem with FBI management within Reno, Nevada. I guarantee you, the vintage over here that is new on, what's the street? Washington and 3rd, okay? I guarantee you, they're doing the same thing, all right? It's not up to me, okay, I'm legal, all right? HUD approves medical marijuana use in their accommodations, okay? I just want to show you what they're all about. Thank you.
Anna Gapasis, followed by Chuck Riley, followed by Gary Melicon.
Good morning, friends. My name is Nicole Anagapasis, and I'm here in opposition of F1 through 6, agenda items F1 through 6. And yeah, it's kind of a bummer we don't have the mayor here today. I guess she didn't want to listen to all of our public comments, but that's okay. I'm sure she'll hear them eventually. Once again, I am reminded of this council's inability to ever actualize any creative or solutions-based practices to keep its constituents safe. There is never money for housing or wraparound services that prevent our most marginalized communities from having to sleep outside, but there seems to always be money and time for more policing. This disturbing trend of criminalizing poverty and jailing people for taking part in life-sustaining activities such as sitting down or sleeping is sweeping this country, and this council seems to have welcomed it with open arms. Instead of protecting the people, that you have damned them, and under threat of imprisonment, you have tied nooses around the necks of those that you have been tasked to serve. What is the purpose of government if not to protect the defenseless? Is your sole mission just to protect the businesses that no one wants to patronize downtown? As a lover of liberty and autonomy, I challenge anyone listening to this overly vague and draconian ordinance to ask what the logical next steps that this council would take to rid the community of people that it deems undesirable. Mark my words that police enforcing this ordinance will end up murdering people. In 2024, police murdered 615 people who had either not been suspected of a crime or had not taken part in any violent offenses. 117 of those murders were because they were responding to someone having a mental health crisis. And also, the state of Nevada does spend about 88% more than other states per capita on policing. If arbitrary laws and prisons made communities safer, this would be the safest country in the world. But as we know, it definitely is not. You are all aware of the information that my friends are going to mention up here, and I applaud everyone that took the time to gather data and statistics to try and change your minds, but I know that this council does not listen to reason. So I am asking that everybody become a little more unreasonable. There comes a time where the hand that feeds no longer feeds, and it definitely tastes better than the food. And I'm very tired of going to bed hungry.
Chuck Riley, followed by Gary Melicon, followed by Terry Brooks.
Hi, I'm also speaking to F1, F6. Thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective. My name is Chuck Riley. Our family has businesses on 4th Street, and we currently are investing in refurbishing the Morris Berner Hotel. Our goal is to help create the Brewery District as a vibrant section of the city that draws patrons from all over Reno. Since our businesses are across from Catholic Charities, I have the opportunity to meet many of the individuals seeking services on a daily basis. I have seen the good and the bad of what life can dish out. There are many that just want to be fed, and many that are in desperate need of guidance. When an ambassador or officer has the opportunity to connect with people in need, it is a path to healing that they will not get otherwise. People that don't acknowledge or realize they need help need to be guided to services that are available to them. The situation we face on 4th Street corridor is far more than stolen grocery carts. I have seen Valley, Record, and Evans Streets become encampments, and permanent furnishings like chairs, mattresses, and sofas are showing up. These communities are then become the daily targets of drug dealers, cell phone raiders, and much more. As they grow in numbers, we have had destruction to our property and threats to our employees and customers. We can't allow 4th Street or any street to be better they are there than in my neighborhood streets. To ignore them now and allow them to set up encampments in areas we are trying to improve seems to be an inhumane turn your head away moment. There is no perfect solution, but doing nothing is the worst decision we can make for these individuals. Thank you.
Gary Melicon, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Cesar Manera.
Hello, everybody. My name's Gary Melanson, and I'm here to talk about things at the Vintage of the Crossing apartment. We have a lot of items that need to be repaired and safety issues at the apartment. On September 23rd, 2024, we gave the office 25 14-day notices. That's these things that the city says we have to do if they don't repair it. To the landlord, 40-plus issues on 25 of these forms. On September 25th, 2 days later, we came here and talked to you guys about issues we're having. You guys really didn't believe it, so you came down and did your own inspection. On October 7th, after the inspection, Fisher said city staff conducted a physical inspection and the property as well to ensure it's in compliance. Well, my question is, we turned in 25 of these with 40-plus items. They found 8 items wrong. None of those 8 items were these 25 14-day notices. I don't understand. And something that I'm going to talk about is we have furnaces, heat pumps in our apartments. They don't work. I've had parts on order for mine for over a year. January, 1 year ago, I reported my furnace not working right. They said, okay, we'll look at it. On the 25th of February, they sent a repairman out to look at my furnace. He said it needed a motor, a compressor, and the coils cleaned. The coil cleaning is what caused my compressor to fail. Here we are, 1 year later. They did put a motor in, they did clean the fins, but they tell me they'll look into it. They've been looking into my furnace for a year. Last week, I walked the premises at night when it was 18 degrees. 27 people have the same problem I have. The furnaces are noisy. Some of them sound like a jet engine, but if you walk in Union, it sounds like a machine shop. We've got a machine shop. We have a gentleman back here that's had a stroke. He went to the office because he can't sleep. The office don't care. So he knocks on the people's doors that have the furnaces making the noise. He got a violation for it. And also, I want to know how the employees get a bonus for saving money. I don't understand that. We've got so many problems, but FPI gives them a bonus. October, they didn't get their bonus. They made it hell on us, the tenants. When they got it all straightened out, they got their bonuses, plus they got a pay raise. How does that work when a facility has problems? They run it like they're landlords. If you look up the definition of landlord, it almost 100% fits our place. Thank you for listening. I hope we can get some things done and things fixed. I would like to have heat in my apartment. So would 27 other people.
Terry Brooks, followed by Cesar Manera, followed by Elliot Malin.
Good morning. It's me, Terry Brooks, again. And I came here today because when it comes to being a senior, I have a lot to say. Recently, I aged into my 70s and learned what it's like to be a senior. So I'd like to share with you my thoughts on being a senior. I've already spent most of my life in different ways of being employed. Some of those jobs were not the best, but some of them I really enjoyed. And while working in all those jobs at the time, what I most desired was knowing that the day would eventually come that I could finally be retired. For most of my life, I owned my own house, but the time eventually came when I could not take care of my house. And for most of my life, I gardened and fished and grew or caught most of my food. But lately, I haven't gardened or fished, and I rely on store-bought food. I used to work and buy and sell antiques to make all my money for a living. But now I rely on Social Security and retirement benefits for a living. And when it comes to health, I don't feel quite as strong as I used to be. And I don't feel quite as energetic as I used to be. And as far as mental health, I can't remember things like I used to. Sometimes I forget to do things or forget doing what I did do. All these years that I had jobs, I spent a lot of time with a lot of people, but when I retired, I didn't spend as much time with other people. Other problems of getting older include scams and means of transportation, as well as more modern technology and the fast rise of economic inflation. And time keeps flying by faster and faster because each year of our lives keeps becoming a smaller fraction of the rest of our lives. I keep thinking more and more about so many of my recollections, and as I do so, I write about them so I can share with you my reflections. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back because I've still got a lot more to say. And one thing I'm a little confused about, I was recently appointed to the Reno Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, so but when I speak here, I'm not representing that committee or speaking for them or any other organization. I'm just speaking on my own. So do I need to say that again? Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Cesar Manera, followed by Elliot Malin, followed by Ben Innes.
Good morning, Vice Mayor and City Council members. It's a pleasure to be here. I have been absent for quite some time, but I always look forward to the City Council meetings, coming and doing prayer. We understand how complex your job is, so that is why we like to keep you in prayer. So during this year, you will see a little more of me. And if you allow me to pray and anybody would like to join, that is the reason why I always come here. Heavenly Father, in the precious name of Jesus, Lord, we have a brand new year ahead of us, full of opportunities and at the same time, sometimes challenges. But I pray, Lord, for our mayor, vice mayor, every member of the council. I pray for you to give them wisdom to lead our community, to keep them healthy, just as you keep healthy their whole families. And Lord, I pray for our community. I pray for our first responders, for our schools, our kids, businesses in the community. As a whole, Lord, we need you. And the scripture says in Jeremiah 29, to pray for the peace and prosperity of the city in which we live, to pray to you, Lord, so that as the city prospers, we would be able to prosper and live in peace. So, Lord, I ask your blessings, your peace among this region, in the precious name of Jesus. Amen. Thank you.
Elliot Malin, followed by Ben Innes, followed by Chet Dukla.
Oh, these are new. Hi, friends. Not here in a normal capacity that I would normally be. More to talk about crosswalks, actually. The other night at Bighorn Tavern on 7th Street, I was there watching the national championship game. Still very upset that Nevada's never qualified for it. Not sure we ever will. We were leaving the bar, pulling out, and I noticed an elderly man crossing the street unbalanced. He fell in the street, in the middle of the street at night, was unable to get up. I immediately jumped out of my vehicle to go and help get this man out of the street. A truck coming towards Keystone stopped at the crosswalk because there's people in it, and that's the law. Really thankful for him. But there was another truck coming up Keystone who didn't stop and didn't see us until the last minute. If I hadn't been there, that man would have been run over and killed. I was lucky to have not been hit myself. So what I would like to do and ask, and this is something I talked about with our vice mayor about 2 years ago when we both went for the position, and I'm really happy and thankful to have her representing me here, was the 7th Street from Keystone up to McCarran and how dangerous it actually is. I almost lost my life 2 nights ago trying to help a man who couldn't help himself. So if we could get lights at that crosswalk right in front of Purple Bean, that would be amazing. And it's not just there. This is the entire 7th Street corridor. This happens a lot. People have been killed over there and on Kings Row. It is dangerous. So I am happy to meet with all of you. You are all friends of mine. But I wanted to put this on the record because it could have been horrific. So thank you and good luck today.
Ben Innes, followed by Chet Dukla, followed by Blake Melancon.
Okay. Good morning, Council. Is the mic okay? Cool. My name is Ben Innes. I'm resident of Ward 2. I'm the coalition coordinator for the Nevada Housing Justice Alliance. We are a statewide coalition of organizers and advocates that work with the community to fight for solutions that address the root causes of our state's housing crisis. We actually founded in 2019 in response to City of Las Vegas's ordinance at the time. So it's been nothing but demoralizing, of course, since last year's Supreme Court decision and the wave that we've seen since, whether between Vegas and Clark, Reno and Washoe, or City of Sparks, and so on. And so really came here today, in response to agenda items, or the suite of criminalization ordinances F1 through 6, urging the council to reconsider because in terms of data and evidence that other folks have talked about, we know that homelessness is a housing problem. It's not a personal or moral failing. So it is devastating and difficult when we punish folks in response. And we know that with every $100 increase in rent, there's a 9% increase in the chance of becoming unhoused. If we consider our state's housing crisis and cost of living crisis, that started well before COVID and was only exacerbated by it. And the last thing I'll speak to in terms of data is a report by UNLV addressing our state's kind of cost burden levels. We have the second highest in the nation next to California, meaning the majority of renters, almost 50%, if you're a renter, you are struggling financially and spending over half of your rent, half of your income on your rent. And we know in those situations, you're any crisis away from disastrous consequences, struggling between food, shelter, transportation, medicine, school supplies, clothing, and so on. And so that's where kind of the contradiction comes, is that these measures are punitive, they're ineffective, they're expensive, they're reactive, and urging folks to really consider those root causes. We'll be fighting this legislative session for tenant protections that we hope the governor doesn't veto this time around. So changing our state's summary eviction process, which is also rapid and punitive, tenant protections around habitability and fees, and we're hearing about habitability complaints that go unnoticed or untended to, and also things like rent stabilization. We also have seen waves throughout our state of the corporate buyouts of our housing. The conspiracy that's unraveled on the back half of the year of companies like RealPage. So that they're companies that are helping price fix our rents out in the public. So again, there's a long list of factors. Just invite folks to look at those root causes, take this crisis seriously, and hope we can work together. Thank you.
Chet Dukla, followed by Blake Melancon, followed by Ian Bigley.
Good morning. My name is Chet Duda. I'm here to address the concerns of air quality from illegal drug use that goes on in the Vinces of the Crossing apartment complex. There are several known drug dealers, methamphetamine operations throughout the building. Over the past couple of years, several people have been taken out in handcuffs for drug activity. Now, we've all signed this smoke-free addendum, but yet you can walk down the halls in the vintage of the crossing and smell marijuana, methamphetamine, cigarette smoke, chemical smells. We've had the fire department in here several times on the smells. I was forced to move to another apartment due to the fact that I flunked a drug test because of the fumes that were coming from the apartment below. There were several occasions my apartment was full of marijuana. My doctor wrote me a notice to immediately move out of the apartments in questions. He also suggested that I get an air purifier, and I have to thank Naomi Durer because she successfully helped me move. This here, I know it's up on the screen. I don't know if you can see it. This is a pre-filtered out of my air purifier. And it's only been in there for a couple of months. Now, if I took that to a lab, I will guarantee you they will find traces of methamphetamines, coke, and marijuana in there. Now, let me ask you something. How many of you people would like to breathe that in? So why should my residents breathe this stuff on a daily basis? Many people have complained about the odors in the apartment complex, but yet our apartment complex makes a fix by putting what I call puffers, which every once in a while puffs out a little bit of an odor into the air. It doesn't do anything at all. We all hear from the community director that she wants pictures, 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 pictures. So I hung off a fourth floor balcony to record my neighbor downstairs smoking cigarettes. 3 hours later, I'm reprimanded, stating that I disturbed daily management operations. Now, my last statement here, which I got 29 seconds, there is a real estate broker who's supposed to be there to supervise the operations. His name is Dennis Treadaway. I went and called the Nevada Real Estate Division, talked with a woman, Sharon Goddard. Come to find out, this guy has not been licensed in the state of Nevada since March of 2022, and this is still under investigation. I will confess that the FBI builds an impressive apartment complex, but I will guarantee you within 2 years they turn them into slums. Thank you for your time.
Blake Melancon, followed by Ian Bigley, followed by Mike B.
Hello, City Council member. My name is Blake Melanson, and I'm here to talk about the safety of the chairs in the community room at the Vintage at the Crossing, managed by FPI. In November 23, I informed Haley, at that time was the community director, that the casters on the chairs needed to be replaced. The chairs don't slide and are hard to move, basically heavy chairs to slide. January 8th, I was hurt bad from the chairs. I fell over and hurt my shoulder, rotator cuff, my right wrist, or my left wrist and hand. January 9th, I told Haley that I fell over on the chairs last night, and she told me and my brother it won't happen again. The casters now are on order. Casters on the chairs were replaced a couple at a time over the next 3 to 4 months. On March 24th, at a community meeting, Chris, our maintenance manager, said that he had ordered all of the 128 pieces that they needed to be ordered. Well, that was only 32 chairs. We have 64 chairs, which means that he should have ordered 256 casters. I turned in a second 14-day notice on 9/23/24 on the same 64 chairs after I fell down the stairs. I fell down and was hurt. Chairs that they replaced the casters on were linoleum casters, not carpet casters. So the casters that they replaced are being wore out right away. The 14-day notice I was given, was given a case number, and Michael Yarmy did that enforcement by telephone. spoke to Tony at the Vintage at the Crossing. She's a leasing agent, and he was told that they have ordered new chairs. The case was closed on 12/19 for being told that the chairs are on order. Don't understand why a case was closed when the chairs are still there. I got a copy of the case that was closed, and Michael Yemi did the case investigation. I called him and left a message with him why the case was closed, and he told me that it was closed because they have the chairs on order, and that he had spoke to Joy, on the 20th, who is the director of the complex, and she said that they were on order. Michael called me back on the 14th after he spoke to Michelle on the 14th, and she told him that the chairs are on order as of the 14th, and that she ordered special design chairs for us here at the complex. We don't need special design chairs. We just need chairs that are safe. We have several chairs that the arms have broken off since then, and the Reno Direct has a $500 a day penalty. I don't know why he closed the case when the chairs are still the same chairs that I got hurt on. Thank you.
Ian Bigley, followed by Mike B., followed by Jax Hart.
Hello, Council. I'd like to thank you for taking public comment. My name is Carrie Sparkle. My legal name, likely for the next 4 years, is Ian Bigley. I'm a lifelong resident of Reno in Ward 2 and a graduate of UNR. I'd also like to express deep gratitude to members of our community with substantive comments with research elements, as mine will be coming from the heart and maybe a little bit less clinical than you prefer. I'm here in opposition to agenda items F1, 2, 6, specifically bills 7285 and 7284. In our community, we have the resources to support each other. Sadly, those are mostly privatized, and we can't naturalize the lack of additional needed services because that comes from choices made by our leaders. Our problems are a failure of local government to choose our community. Real solutions come through investing in our community through things like wraparound services. As I said, City Council has made choices to invest in the further enrichment of wealthy people from outside our community. This is a Faustian bargain where we've sold our heart for empty promises from folks like Elon Musk and Jacobs Entertainment. I view our council and our leadership as a lifelong resident as like a spoiled child trying to hide a mess, but that's a metaphor. And these are human beings and lives we're talking about, not messes. So I have something I'd like to offer as a gift. As a trans woman, I carry a lot of shame that I don't deserve. I have a surplus of it. City Council has given security and wealth to those who already have it and taken security from those who lack it. Maybe no one ever taught you respect. Maybe you never felt the shame required to correct that action, and you were never taught how to share. I would like to lead by example and offer you a gift. I have a surplus of shame that you apparently lack, and I would like to offer this to you. Thank you.
Mike B., followed by Jax Hart, followed by Ilya Arbitman.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right? My name's Mike. I'm a lifelong resident of Reno, and I work in the affordable housing sector. First of all, I'd like to say that as part of my work in the affordable housing sector, I'm a firm proponent of the housing first model to solve the issue of homelessness. And I believe that if you ask most people in the affordable housing sector, they would agree with that. So I'd like to first register my opposition to item F1 in addition to the rest of the items in F. And thank you to the over 180 people who registered comments online opposing it compared to, I think it was 4 in favor, so ratio. But we are here to speak on item B8, which is the new draft of the agreement with Ulysses, setting the terms of the sale and development of the CAC. We know not all of you voted in favor of selling to Ulysses, but during the discussion last August, you all agreed that some amount of affordable housing should be a central and non-negotiable component of the CAC's future. You raised other concerns about the sale of the property, including wanting assurances that in 2 years we wouldn't be looking at yet another vacant lot. Here are some quotes pulled from the minutes of the meetings on August 14th and September 25th, just to jog your memories in case you don't remember. Councilmember Reese stated that he'd like to see the 100% affordable units include some 30% AMI units as well, not just 60% AMI units. Then Vice Mayor Dewar discussed the need for residential housing here and expressed a preference for the Ulysses proposal because of the shortage of affordable housing. And Councilmember Taylor, now Vice Mayor Taylor, discussed the need for a project that will actually get built. What are our concerns? First, this item is on the consent agenda, meaning that council may not even discuss it. I certainly hope one of you pulls it, as there's plenty here that really needs to be discussed. There have been significant changes to the agreement, and voting it through, along with consent, would be an egregious misuse of the consent component of the agenda. Thank you. Shall I continue standing here?
Jax Hart, followed by Ilya Arbitman, followed by C. McCombs.
Hi, my name is Jax Hart. Our second and primary concern is that the ENA and the development agreement described therein do not contain any specific item that defines what affordable housing is. Article 3 of the new agreement refers to an affordable housing project and stipulates a number of units, but does not define what affordable means. 80% AMI, 60% AMI, what's the breakdown? These are very important details that need to be discussed and outlined in writing as part of the deal. In conversation with Brian McArdle yesterday, he clarified that these specifics are set on the state level through the federal funding program that finance loans for projects like these. In other words, the units built have to be a certain affordability criteria for Ulysses to qualify for the loan. Does the city have to be limited to these? Does the city have to be limited to these criteria? Absolutely not. They can be a starting point. I see no reason why the city does not set its own terms using the state and federal guidelines as a baseline and write those terms into the agreement. For example, Councilmember Reese's desire to see some 30% AMI units, while not necessarily required for Ulysses to receive the loan, can certainly be part of the agreement. A 60% AMI goal can often be spread out over the property, so to speak, with some units at a higher and some units at a lower price point. Mixed developments like these have their own advantages. Please talk about these options. Advocate for the best deal that makes the most sense for our community, not just the fastest, most expedient option. In addition, Article 3 also says that with the city manager's position, that he, without going back to the council, the buyer may change its use of the property provided that the new use is a commercial enterprise that contributes to the economic development of the city. This means that the developer could actually alter and even remove the affordable housing component altogether, and he doesn't even have to come and talk to you about it. That is so troubling, as it would completely violate the original intent of the sale. Brian McArdle yesterday confirmed this suspicion. While he did say that Ulysses is unlikely to proceed with the purchase if the federal funding falls through, he admitted that this provision allows for a scenario in which Ulysses can change the nature of the project completely without even having to come back and speak to you. Why, instead of doing everything we can to guarantee that the CAC property addresses the urgent local need for low-income housing, are we proposing this spineless agreement that basically says, we'd like for it to be affordable housing, but maybe not?
Ilya Arbitman, followed by C. McCombs, followed by Tara Tran.
Ilya Arbitman for the record, also speaking about B8, which I hope you pull. Finally, the demolition, which is the main point here. I'm concerned that the staff report makes it appear as if it was always the plan to have the city demolish the property. It was not. In the original draft, which I have here, it says purchasers shall apply for a permit to demolish the existing buildings. In the new draft, which is what you're supposed to vote through today with consent, which I have here on the next page, it says seller. The seller in this case being the city. That is a big change. Council never agreed that the city would be responsible for demolition. In fact, seeing as demolition is or should be the first phase of construction, demolishing the buildings before the deal is even closed is a terrible idea and greatly increases the likelihood that we will spend the next few years staring at an empty lot where vital public service once stood. Why is staff recommending that the city take over responsibility for demolition? And why does the report make it sound like this was always the plan? I'm deeply concerned the staff might be intentionally misleading council and the public into thinking that the city had agreed to take responsibility for demolition when the deal was originally proposed last year. You did not agree to that. Brian McCardle did address this concern as well, and this answer is perhaps the most worrisome of all. Did you all know that the window for Ulysses closing on the deal has expanded to potentially be as long as 2 years? And remember, their project is contingent on a federal funding stream that may or may not dry up with some of the changes happening on the federal level. McCardle claims that the safety and maintenance costs outweigh the costs of demolition. Let's see the facts here. Can we see this breakdown? Demolition is very expensive. I'm not comfortable just taking staff's word for this, knowing that, at the direction of ex-manager Thornley, great effort has been put into ridding the city of the CAC by any means necessary. I don't even waste any time emphasizing what a tragic outcome it would be to have an empty lot and no plans to develop. In the event the demolition goes forward at the city's, at our expense, and Ulysses, at the city's cost, and Ulysses is unable to close on the deal, what kind of contingencies are in place for this scenario? If anything, the agreement actually gives Ulysses every possible opportunity to pull out of this sale, even following demolition, almost as if that eventuality is baked into the deal itself. So here I have a few things I highlighted, right? On this page here. Seller, so this is the city applying for it. Close of escrow will be conditioned upon completion of the demolition. If the parties fail to reach close of escrow, buyer need not reimburse annual actual costs. So we would be on the hook for demolishing it even if the deal doesn't close. And then buyer may terminate this agreement upon written notice to the seller if after completion of the demolition, the condition of the property is no longer satisfactory to buyer. So it's basically every possible opportunity for Ulysses to pull out is provided in there. That does not sound like a good deal for the city. Maybe sounds like a good deal for them, but we're here advocating on the city's behalf. Once again, I'd like to remind Vice Mayor Taylor of Councilmember Taylor at the time, discussed the need for a project that will actually get built. So please, at the very least, all of this warrants serious discussion, not a rubber stamp consent vote. We've gotten really far with this deal. Don't drop the ball now. Thank you.
C. McCombs, followed by Tara Tran, followed by Stephen Markley.
Hello, City Council. My name is C. McCombs. I'm speaking on F1 through F6 agenda items. Last time I spoke with you, I attempted to appeal to your moral sensibilities when I spoke of our place having no available beds, jails being overcrowded, and arresting people for having no other sleeping alternatives being deemed cruel and unusual punishment by Martin v. Boese in the Ninth Circuit Court. I also attempted to appeal to your financial sensibilities when my colleague Bahar and I mentioned in separate appeals how Charlotte, North Carolina saved $2.4 million with its Housing First campaign. This is all to say that you have one final chance to act in a way that illustrates that you are not morally bankrupt or financially incompetent. If you want to rein in a parasitic group and help businesses, how about holding real estate developers and RealPage accountable for arbitrarily tripling rent and closing businesses left and right, like what happened with Imbibe, Cafe Capello, and the Loving Cup, to just name a few? Moreover, to further incentivize you, I want to emphasize that if you vote to criminalize homelessness further, it does not end here today. We can see what businesses are here today. Your Patagonia puffer vest and your gender-affirming high taper, low taper fade is not an invisibility cloak. Your action will negatively impact businesses downtown if we boycott them and urge all other young, cool, cultural creators and consumers in Reno to do the same. We will be a thorn in your side. Moreover, it's not just us anymore. The liberals came back from brunch. Every time Trump passes some new draconian fascist legislation, a new crop of politically motivated people starts looking towards the streets of their hometown. And we are the loudest and hottest thing in Reno right now, other than those stupid proposed data centers. It's time to start being accountable to all of your constituency. All of your constituency, not just the ones that are in charge of capital. Now, to reiterate, if you vote yes, We and thousands of other people in the city of Reno who recognize the inherent humanity of our unhoused neighbors will boycott downtown businesses that support this inhumane ordinance. All right, also on B6, pull the draft of the ENA with Ulysses from the consent agenda for discussion. We don't want another empty lot.
Tara Tran, followed by Stephen Markley, followed by David Nyberg.
All right, my name is Tara Tran. Good to see everybody. I am speaking on opposition to ordinances F1 through F6. As of last night, there were less than 20 available beds, and we know that number goes to zero when the deadly winter conditions arrive. We know that there are far more than 20 people who slept in the streets last night. I hear constant reference to the statistic that 64% of people experiencing homelessness decline services, so I'd like to break that down. What percent of these people have already used these services and were failed? What percent are in the process of working through these systems already? What percent of people know what these services entail? Cots in crowded rooms that are overrun with lice, mites, substance abuse, and sexual abuse. What about couples, people with pets, or with disabilities, or the many, many people who do not feel safe at the CARES campus? This city council destroyed a real resource, the Community Assistance Center, through willful negligence and has replaced it with something far worse. Last week, I talked to a woman who was banned from CARES campus from sleeping in the same cot as her husband because strangers would regularly climb into the cots of women as they slept. She spoke of a woman who woke up to someone urinating on her sleeping body. Would any of you sleep there? How many people trying to get sober are forced to stay alongside the substances that destroyed their lives? I know you have sat here and listened to many horror stories from CARES, and yet you pretend you cannot fathom why anyone would avoid it. When a business is failing because they're slinging a poor quality product, would we blame the customer or change the business model? Even of the people that do stay at CARES, which once again is constantly full, where are they to go when they leave in the morning? Despite what you may wish, you cannot disappear people. You cannot disappear them in the daytime when they have to leave the shelter, and you cannot disappear them after they finish a jail sentence for being displaced by slumlords and greedy real estate developers. Do you imagine that it's going to be easier for people to get steady jobs and housing after they get out of jail? Do you think that this is going to solve any of your problems? If this ordinance passes, the people you have already failed will lose whatever trust in the city they may have left. When people have bad interactions with officials, they are far more likely to avoid interacting with them again. Why would people ask for help from an entity that looks to punish them for having lost everything, that looks to jail them for sitting on a public sidewalk? You want people to accept help. Show them that you care. We're calling first and foremost for housing first initiatives, for permanent supportive housing. We know that 3 months in jail costs the same as 1 year of supportive housing. And we know that there are enough failing empty luxury apartments to house every person you're looking to criminalize. Our downtown is in its current state because of rising housing costs, because local businesses are getting priced out of their storefronts. If you want a thriving downtown, as you keep claiming, it's time to stop prioritizing an imaginary population of gentrifiers and real estate developers with empty lots and unaffordable housing. It's time to serve your actual constituents.
Please hold your applause. Stephen Markley, followed by David Nyberg, followed by Chelsea Chikvara.
Hi there, my name is Stephen Markley. I'd like to thank the council first for seeing me here today. I'm not used to being heard, as for 6 years, I was part of the community we're looking to victimize here today with these laws. I spent 6 years on the streets of Las Vegas as an unhoused IV drug user. On the best days, I was invisible, and on the worst, I was targeted and harassed. I'd like to say it wasn't the shame-inducing and dehumanizing rhetoric that was barked at me by people who needed to feel superior that made me want to change, or the fear induced in me by cops looking to enforce the laws that are very similar to here. I was fortunate enough to have people in my life who believed in me, even when I thought I was hopeless, and who loved me when I was incapable of loving myself due to the stigmatic denomination society duped me into believing I belonged in. Not everyone is fortunate enough to have that in their lives. So it's up to us as a society to treat one of our most vulnerable populations with empathy and compassion, because it's only through kindness and investing in the proper social programs that we'll be able to defeat a condition created by internal and external hate and fear, by restoring people's dignity. If I can, I like to quote Robert F. Kennedy. Each time a man stands up for an ideal or acts to improve the lot of others, or strikes out against injustice, he sends forth a tiny ripple of hope, and crossing each other from a million different centers of energy and daring those ripples to build a current which can sweep down the mightiest walls of oppression and resistance. I use this quote as a call to action, not just to the people behind me, but the people in front of me as well. Let's transform kindness, compassion, and dignified treatment from a revolutionary idea into a practical reality. I understand that this law is an easy solution, but I believe that we can find something better if we work together, if we trust and rely on the people that do the work, like myself and the others behind me, or those with lived experience. All we need is that tiny ripple of hope. So thank you for seeing me today.
David Nyberg, followed by Chelsea Chickvara, followed by Paul White.
Good morning. I'm David Nyberg, Associate Pastor at St. Paul's United Methodist Church here in Reno. As you all well know, we are in a housing crisis here in Reno. This crisis is felt most at the low economic side. We cannot rehouse everyone who is currently in the CARES campus, as we lack sufficient housing inventory to do so. So we will continue to spend roughly $34,000 per person a year at CARES versus less than $10,000 per unit at the lowest level of housing in Reno. The housing inventory crisis has increased with the closure of Lake Mill Lodge and the refusal to re-inspect before the middle of the year is not really helpful for those who need housing. This crisis is going to grow with the impending loss of another 100 units, impacting more than 200 people when Wonder Lodge and the Lucky sell, and they refurbish them and raise those rents. Also, in this political climate, we know that we're not likely to see new grant monies coming to solve the homeless problem caused by the lack of housing inventory. So I call on the City Council to open Camp Stead. One city official I spoke with said the city owns Camp Stead. One of the airport authority's attorneys told me that the airport authority owns Camp Stead. The city did acquire Camp Stead in 1966, and I have not found a deed transfer. If the airport authority still wants $40,000 a year, as it did in January 2019, it is well worth that. The bottom line is that we are in a crisis, and for 6 years, that housing has been mothballed. Let's get it open. It does not greatly matter what group is specified as qualified to live there. We need housing inventory across the board. And let's not allocate hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars to get it ready. Let's make it a community project. Let's ask Habitat for Humanity to get involved. St. Paul's is ready to provide volunteers, and we can find many more volunteers among the churches in Reno. Let's get Camp Stead open before July 1, 2025. Let's talk. Thank you for hearing me. Now act.
Chelsea Chickvara, followed by Paul White, followed by Kathy Fulkerson.
Good morning, Chelsea Chickvara for the record. I'm here to support ordinances F1 through F6. I'm also here on behalf of Josh Tiriot to voice his support as well. This council, Chief Nance and the RPD City Manager Bryant, Washoe County Sheriff's Office, the Downtown Reno Partnership, Reno Karma Box. Everyone has all been working diligently to provide the residents and businesses with a safe and clean environment while providing necessary services to those in need. These ordinances are the necessary tools to continue these efforts. As Josh mentioned on December 11th, providing an opportunity to camp, sleep, and lie in the public right-of-way on a sidewalk, in a doorway, in a park is all counteractive to our efforts and encourage those in need to use, it's counterproductive to our efforts to encourage those in need to use facilities which are provided for the safe and more humane way of living. The more opportunities we provide for those living on the streets to sidestep constructive services, the more we dilute the effectiveness of these services. Supporting ordinances like the ones listed in agenda items F1 through 6 provides an opportunity to check in on people, to educate, encourage them to pursue a better lifestyle while providing a safer environment for the public to live their lives and for businesses to contribute to the economy and the livelihoods of the residents of our community. We have great teams in place, and now we need to provide them with the ability to do the job they have been tasked with doing. Thank you.
Paul White, followed by Kathy Fulkerson, followed by Iris Jaley Papard. Kathy Fulkerson, followed by Iris Jaley Papard, followed by Jake Maynard.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Fulkerson, co-facilitator of Third Act Nevada. Third Act is a national organization that empowers older Americans to protect the planet and strengthen our democracy. Strong democracies empower older Americans. Strong democracies protect the basic human rights of all members of the community, whether they can afford housing or not. I'm here to urge you to repeal all of the city ordinances that criminalize people who are experiencing the temporary situation of homelessness. Research has shown that the best remedy for homelessness is supportive housing. Once people have an address, they can apply for and receive services, open a banking account, and apply for jobs. Housing provides stability, security, protection, and refuge. Currently, a dedicated group of community members are working with 4 downtown churches to provide warming centers on a rotating basis for women and families with children. They open at 9 p.m., offer locked storage containers, places to sleep, and warm beverages, and a meal before closing at 6 a.m. After all of this, the city proposes arresting and/or fining the people emerging from a warming center who then sit or sleep on a park bench until they can get to work or services after 8 a.m. Once arrested or fined, the city proposes they pay these fines before saving any money for meals and/or housing. How does this ever end? All homeless people land in jail with an arrest record. Isn't jail much more expensive than supplying temporary housing? I understand that 3 months of jail is equivalent in cost to 1 year of supportive housing. I also understand that it is much more difficult to get a job with an arrest record than without one. Not only is this economically unviable for the city, it is inhumane. I urge you to follow the recommendations of your own Human Rights Commission to reconsider these type of ordinances. Thank you for listening to me, and thank you for your service to the community.
Iris Jaley Papard, followed by Jake Maynard, followed by Elena De La Paz.
Hi, Iris Jaley Papard, the Executive Director of One Truckee River. I'm here today to support B10 on the consent agenda, which is a site access agreement with the City of Reno for Reno Initiative for Shelter and Equality for the Truckee River Urban Tree Workforce Program. And I just wanted to use this public comment time to share more about that program. The overall goal of it is to conduct restorative vegetation management east of downtown Reno, Lake Street to Coletti Way, along the Truckee River corridor, while providing education, on-the-job training, and certification opportunities to community members with barriers to employment. We were very blessed to receive funding from Nevada Division of Forestry last January to launch the program. And then recently, in December, we received funding from River Network to expand the program. And One Truckee River is currently working on applying for EPA funding to continue to support the program. I'm really proud of this initiative because it's a collaboration with One Truckee River administering and just supporting the overall coordination of it. City of Reno providing guidance and direction and hopefully and allowing us to be on the property of City of Reno to do this work. Reno Initiative for Shelter and Equality houses the program, hiring the supervisor and the crew members. And then Truckee Meadows Parks Foundation provides the technical support related to the topic. Some of our expected outcomes is to protect trees from beaver damage, remove dead, declining trees, plant native trees and reestablish them where they have been invasive trees. Develop a work plan and then also moving into more the human aspect of the outcomes. We're going to be creating many part-time jobs related to this program. And as I mentioned, providing curriculum and certification opportunities for these individuals. So I just want to support, and I am very excited about this program because protecting the Truckee River and supporting our community can be done. It doesn't need to be pitted against each other. Thank you so much.
Jake Maynard, followed by Elena De La Paz, followed by James Matthews.
Jake Maynard, for the record. I'm speaking about the further criminalization of our houseless neighbors that is presented again in items F1 through F6, as well as the already implemented ordinances targeting our outside neighbors. I'll actually be using my time more to talk to the folks listening to public comment and in this room, more than the council themselves, because this is something that we've done before, that I've done before, that many of us in the room have done before, and we've become disillusioned with the majority of this council who repeatedly put the needs of profits over people. And to all the business owners here speaking in favor of further criminalization of our houseless neighbors, I challenge you not only to examine the impact of this criminalization, whether it be increased police violence, a decrease in successful transition out of houselessness, or even more deaths of our neighbors who live on the streets. I want you to also understand that these efforts are completely counterproductive to what some of you may want. There have been studies and reports done all across the country that all show that the method of criminalizing houselessness only makes the issue worse. It makes people feel worse. It makes people endure more violence. It makes people more violent. And it stalls anyone from making meaningful progress out of these situations. Arresting, brutalizing, throwing away all of someone's personal belongings, fining and locking people away is not the same as connecting people with services. And equating the two is dehumanizing and evil. I challenge you to examine your own humanity and why you feel it's okay to force someone's hand so violently. Also speaking to local businesses providing public comment, as money seems to be the only language that matters within these chambers, we as a network of advocates and community members have been paying attention to what businesses are speaking in support of these ordinances. And if these actions of criminalization go forwards, we will be instituting a boycott within our larger communities to your businesses, as we feel it is unacceptable to advocate for such cruelty on our own already vulnerable neighbors. Our money can be spent elsewhere. I also invite you to talk with us outside after this. If you want to work with us to try to address the root issues of houselessness in a way that puts people first as we work towards real solutions. This is an open invitation. We're going to be outside today. I want a future of housing, justice, and dignity for all, instead of the cruel missteps provided today within these chambers. Thank you.
Elena De La Paz, followed by James Matthews, followed by Alyssa Nishihira.
It's Elena De La Paz. First and foremost, I'm here with the indigenous peoples of these lands in mind. I've sat and thought about what words I could bring to you that would gain an understanding. But I also feel like there's a lot of violence of ignoring constituents, and so I really want something to touch here. First and foremost, I'm a preschool teacher. I work with children from infancy up to 8 years old, and so my expertise is in the building of social skills among children that we'd like to see in community. And part of my job is helping children how to be human. And that is the one thing that I feel like I could really connect with. And one of the things that we really discuss often with these little children that are just learning how to be human is that everyone deserves to have what they need, because they deserve what they need, and that includes food, shelter, water, and care. And that's something that I have learned how to implement in a classroom, which is a symbol of our community that we're trying to represent. And I just don't understand why there's not a continuation of this in our actual society. This is our actual classroom that we're standing in right now. Why are we moving away from these humane things that we teach our children, and that we suddenly lose? Every one of those people that are outside that I interact with that, I've met, and maybe they're sleeping on my neighbor's couch outside, and instead of calling the cops, we're just like, hey, dude, what's your problem? Are you okay? First question, are you okay? And his response is, I haven't slept in 3 days because I have nowhere to go. And has made, he's gonna be really exhausted. And exhaustion leads to unwanted behaviors. We see that in children. We see that because we are human. Teachers are often experiencing this risk of houselessness, and I am one of them. My housing stability is so shaky, and that is something that is so common in the teachers that I know and I continue to learn about. And that's just not okay. And for me, to me, every one of us is getting sick from COVID, suddenly you're houseless. Losing a paycheck, suddenly you're houseless. It's just these little instances that cause us to lead into these issues. And I want to talk about the impact on the indigenous people's lands. Every time somebody gets arrested and their things stolen, a lot of times we end up finding them near the river. And when we're going to river justice cleanups, we're finding them buried under the ground because they've been bulldozed or they've been left there by the cops that have brutalized those people. And so this is not a chance to check in, not a chance to provide education or care. This is them experiencing more violence, and they're not really given a chance to do something better. Thank you.
James Matthews, followed by Alyssa Nishihira, followed by Michael Tang. James Matthews. Okay. Alyssa Nishihira, followed by Michael Tang, followed by Kendra Kostelecki.
Good morning, council members. My name is Alyssa Nishihira, and I am proud to call Reno home. I am a physician assistant. I serve as community faculty at the University of Nevada, Reno's PA program, and I serve on the board of directors for the Nevada PA Association. In 10 days, my business partner and I will have owned Stella Coffee Company in Midtown for 1 year. We are actually hosting a ribbon cutting ceremony next week, and you are all invited. We are proud to be a female and minority-owned business. Over the last year, we have donated to numerous local organizations in support of local law enforcement, youth and mental health organizations, and schools and teachers. Our business is at the corner of St. Lawrence and South Virginia. It is bordered by wards 1 and 2, but belongs to Ward 3. All businesses face challenges, especially in year one. One challenge we did not anticipate is the detrimental impact the unhoused population has had on our business. The growing presence of individuals camping and sleeping in Midtown is having a negative impact on the perception of the area and the day-to-day operations of my business. Many customers, especially students and families, are deterred by this perceived danger of those loitering near and around the business. How often would you return to these areas where people are passed out on the streets or erratically approaching you asking for things? Midtown businesses rely on foot traffic, and a decrease in foot traffic is a decrease in revenue for businesses. Safety is one of my major concerns. In the early mornings, I walk the block from my car to the coffee shop with some trepidation. I just pray that I will get into the building safely without alarming those sleeping outside or posted outside the various businesses that I pass. Employees and customers have also expressed their concerns due to safety. During the hiring process, applicants ask about safety. Some are even hesitant to apply for jobs in Midtown. Unfortunately, I feel that these concerns are just. We have had to call local law enforcement on more than one occasion. Customers have been disturbed and solicited by the unhoused within and outside of our business. I have been harassed. I have had things thrown at me. I often spend my time cleaning up empty cans and bottles, cigarette butts, abandoned items, and occasionally bodily fluids from the night before. The cost of doing business in this area is a burden that is becoming increasingly hard to manage. I am empathetic to the difficulties these individuals endure, but I'm asking all of you, our leaders, for help. Storefronts and sidewalks are not meant to be campsites for the unhoused. We work tirelessly to make our businesses the best it can be for the community, and I humbly urge you to support adoption of these bills, 7284 through 7289, and any other measures that will help promote a safe and thriving Midtown business community. Thank you.
Michael Tang, followed by Kendra Kostelecki.
Oh, thank you, sorry. Okay. Thank you. Hello and good morning, City Council members. My name is Michael Tang. I've been a volunteer with Faith in Action Nevada and the St. Vincent de Paul Society. I met with the Human Rights Commission right in this very room, and this is from the Fines and Justice Peace Center. They established their stats, and I'm sure you're aware of it, but I'm sure these people aren't aware of this. But most of the punitive damages that we have established here in this city, you know, it's very consequential that after this year, we only have no progress. We only had more consequences. And I implore you to find safety net measures and just support the well-being of the most vulnerable. I come in opposed to F1 to F6 because more punitive measures just means more of this. We obviously had our shares of talking points with the Washoe County Commission, but it's obvious that most of them, as a state as governmental officials, they don't listen to us that much. So if the numbers speak for itself, I don't know what we could speak on. I've worked with the homelessness, feeding them mostly about every day, every Tuesday. We also go to the motels with food in mind, and we also make sure rent is paid. Right now, these punitive measures is making it harder for us to do our job as a volunteer group. We're just this 2 weeks ago, Tuesday, immediately we were walking up to these group of 3 homeless individuals, our fellow brothers and sisters. They immediately got stopped by the police midway traffic. Now, I would like to have you imagine that you're on your hopeless graves, you're ending everything pretty much because you're just forced to move from Reno to Sparks. What it feels like for someone to go up to you, hey, you, let me write you a citation for community court, even though it's been established it wasn't effective. I don't see the point of these practices when we obviously have these solutions. It's been proven that the Housing First plan is proved wild. And as you can see, this is also from the Children Advocacy Alliance. And a lot of our children that are involved with our homeless members tend to have bad chances for the future.
Kendra Kostelecki, followed by Isla Achabowski, followed by Jamie Chapman.
Thank you.
Members of the council, my name is Kendra Kostelecki. I represent WM, and I am here today to express strong support for items F1 through F6. WM is a member of the 4-6 Com Business Group. As the group's title suggests, we are located around the area of 4th Street, 6th Street, and Commercial Row, along the railroad tracks where conflicts between operating businesses and the unhoused are common. I am also a person who held the hand of her father and prayed over the unconscious body of a younger sister receiving last rites as the result of addiction. We received a miracle that day, but not everyone will. And I know that is what makes this vote equally difficult and important for all of you. As you know, the intention behind these deliberate and well-researched ordinances is not to be punitive, but to offer a balanced approach to a complex issue. While some may argue that these measures are unnecessary or even cruel, the reality is that they will provide the city and law enforcement with tools to prevent harm and ensure that those in need are offered the help and resources available to them. This is not about criminalizing homelessness, but giving individuals who are in distress a path to safety and support. Turning a blind eye to someone who is lying on the sidewalk or the entrance of a building does not provide for their safety. In fact, they may become the victim of a crime or accident themselves. As a matter of public safety, these ordinances create a pathway to resources through legal means protecting the unhoused. They also protect businesses, employees, and customers who are impacted when the needs we all have and which must be met are sought through illegal means. In my opinion, these ordinances will help guide people back to existing support systems. We can remind those that are otherwise overlooked that they have value as many times as it takes for them to believe it and to break that cycle. I ask the council consider the broader picture here, the need to protect the well-being of our community while meeting the duty of care to those in unsafe conditions. I urge the council to vote in favor of adopting these ordinances as an important step to addressing the challenges that our city faces. Thank you for your consideration and for your commitment to making our city safer and a more compassionate place for all.
Isla Achabowski, followed by Jamie Chapman, followed by Dennis Garcia.
Hello, council members. Isla Achabowski, President and CEO at Nevada Women's Fund. It's an honor to be here in front of you today. I'm excited to share that Nevada Women's Fund is organizing an inaugural day-long community-wide International Women's Day event on Saturday, March 8th. In celebration of this occasion, we will be turning the city purple, the color of International Women's Day and female solidarity. Our goal is to raise awareness about International Women's Day while celebrating the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. The day also serves as a call to action to accelerate gender equality. For the first time in history, women are enrolling in and graduating from college at higher rates than men. Yet despite this progress, wage parity has remained stagnant for over 2 decades. While we know that hosting an event around IWD won't solve this issue, it provides us with a significant public platform to raise awareness, ignite meaningful conversations, and unite our community around a common purpose. Additionally, it offers an opportunity to highlight the positive strides our community and state have made in empowering women. Take, for example, our city council, led by our female mayor and supported by a majority women. International Women's Day also allows us to express our gratitude to the men in our community who serve as allies and mentors. The day-long event will culminate at the iconic Reno Arch, where we will join a global movement to raise awareness for gender equality by lighting the arch purple. This will be part of what is known as IWD Light Up, which illuminates landmarks worldwide on March 8th to highlight women's rights and equality. By participating in IWD Light Up, we aim to elevate our local efforts to the global stage. This 2-hour event will be from 5 to 7 p.m. It will feature live music, inspiring speeches from prominent women in our area, including Mayor Sheevy, Nevada Athletic Director Stephanie Remp, and others. We would be honored if each of you would be present to join us for this vibrant celebration, uniting people from all walks of life in a citywide tribute to the remarkable women who strengthen our community. The lighting of the arch, along with the necessary permits, street closures, and all related logistics incur significant costs. So in addition to your attendance, I would ask if you would each consider allocating a portion of your budget as city council members to support this important initiative. I also want to extend my thanks to Councilman Member Devin Reese for already committing a financial pledge in support of the event. Your contribution will directly support this inaugural event and the women we are empowering to achievement. I brought each of you matching purple International Women's Day scarves. I will leave them here to be distributed when that's possible. Thank you, Jeff.
Isla, if you'll actually bring them over here, we'll make sure that the council members get them. Thank you. Jamie Chapman, followed by Dennis Garcia, followed by Erwin Mears.
Hi, City Council. Jamie Chapman for the record. So I'm here to talk about 2 different things. One is about my application for the Redevelopment Agency Board position, and I'm just going to talk about both of them since I'm here. So I'm interested in this position, and I feel I can provide great insight to this board for a few different reasons. For starters, I'm the executive director of Midtown Reno, which makes up a significant part of the redevelopment area. In this position, I work directly with property owners, business owners, and residents. I myself am a resident. So working with these groups gives me a unique insight into the challenges and opportunity that redevelopment brings to our area. I am also a small business owner. I own Travel Pineapple and Pineapple Pedicabs, which works throughout the redevelopment area. And it gives me perspective as a small business owner, but specifically in the realm of transportation. Also in the realm of transportation, I sit on the board with the Truckee Meadows Bike Alliance, where we work specifically with micromodal infrastructure and safety. And then I also sit on the Central Reno Midtown Neighborhood Steering Committee with the RTC, where we're currently working to create an active transportation network that is also within the redevelopment area. So I believe all of these positions, as well as my ability to work well with other groups and optimistic attitude, make me a good candidate for the Redevelopment Agency Board. Thank you for consideration. Okay, the second reason I'm here is not as fun. It is in regards to F1 and F6 ordinances. So as the executive director of Midtown Reno, I am here to talk today representing the small businesses in Midtown. I get several calls and emails from business owners that are having issues with people being camped out in front of their businesses. And as of right now, until a law is broken, there's no action or anything that they can do to get people to move. And as we heard from Stella and some other businesses that were actually kind of worried to be here to have their name presented as they felt they've been threatened by community members, I'm here to speak towards this. And I know that this is a very tough conversation, and we've heard from tons of people. And I do really feel for the houseless community, and I believe that more needs to be done. However, today I am in support of F1 and F6 through F6 being passed because at my core, I am a small business owner, and I believe that we need to do everything possible to support our small businesses. And I can directly see that people being camped and people feeling unsafe is hurting the small businesses in not only Midtown, but throughout the community. And so I do think more needs to be done, but for now, I think this is at least gives our small businesses something that they can do to protect themselves and get customers into their business. Thank you. Nailed it.
Dennis Garcia, followed by Erwin Mears, followed by Patrick Coleman.
Hello and good morning, City Council Reno. First, I want to express my gratitude to Councilmember Martinez and Councilmember Anderson as well, and every council member here present today. My name is Dennis Garcia, and I am the President of Latino Student Advisory Board, an organization at the University of Nevada, Reno. The mission of LSAB is to enhance the Hispanic community in Nevada through public outreach, academic excellence, and political advocacy. Today I'm here to discuss a conference held in Chicago called USHLI, which stands for the United States Hispanic Leadership Institute. The conference spans 4 days and 3 nights and offers countless opportunities such as workshops, networking, and empowerment sessions. USHLI aligns perfectly with our mission as it inspires and empowers students while strengthening our community. Our goal for this conference is to take as many students as possible, giving them the chance to experience somewhat transformative conference. I was fortunate enough to attend the USHLI in 2023, and let me tell you, it was a life-changing experience. But I returned to Reno with, renew a sense of purpose and inspiration. Because although I will admit this, I was not prepared for the climate in Chicago. I thought Reno was the coldest, but Chicago definitely proved me wrong. And on a personal note, my mom passed away in 2021 during my freshman year of college. It was a difficult time, and I struggled to stay motivated, although my dream of graduating and becoming a math teacher kept me going, and to this day. USHLI gave me something even greater. It gave me a sense of wanting to be up there one of these days and presenting and telling the students to keep pushing forward. So here I am today to tell you, requesting your support to help us take more students to this conference. As of now, we have gathered enough funds for 3 students, and we want to take as much, maybe the goal to bring 8. It offers so much more than just a trip. It enhances the overall well-being of college students while teaching essential life skills like leadership, networking, even navigating through college applications. With your aid, we can empower the next generation of leaders and continue to make a meaningful impact in our community. I hope that we can count on your support, and only not this year, but in the years to follow. Thank you so much for your consideration and time. And this is not my last time coming here. I know I'll be coming here many times and giving these public comments. So thank you so much to Councilmember Martinez and Councilmember Anderson. And I'll see you into the next one. I will be battling my next class of partial differential equations, and I'm sure it'll be difficult, but I would love to be here all day. But thanks so much.
Erwin Mears, followed by Patrick Coleman, followed by Bryce Toon.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Erwin Mears. Forgive me, this is going to be a little bit fragmented because I just found out about this about 10 o'clock last night. But first of all, I got to say, I do not envy you. You are dealing with so many complicated issues, of course, just from the time that we're living in, and some of them being inherited. We've got a long history here. But I would point out that this is also an opportunity to be leaders for not only our community, but in this day and age, for the entire country can see what we're doing here. We, of course, have a lot of talk about the homeless, which I am very passionate about as well, and I know it's a very difficult issue. All I could ask is that you do temper and find that balance, because in some ways, some of the laws that we're talking about are going to be deemed unconstitutional. You cannot have somebody free to lay down a blanket and sit in a park for however many hours for one group of people and not for another. And it's really important to identify that difference. With that, I would say that I hope that we can not have that double standard, because once we start going down that path, if you say, for example, don't have zero barrier shelters, then you strip people of their rights, because their only options are to go into places that actually say, you cannot do this, you cannot do that. What about sleeping next to your partner, for example? Something so fundamental. With that, the reason I'm actually here is after 40 years of being here, we have a vibrant community. Clearly, people who are very passionate, friendly. They will support local businesses. They will, on any given night, be riding on bike paths and walking their dogs and appreciating our beautiful sunsets. I would implore you, though, with some of the challenges, don't sacrifice the long-term benefits of our community for the short-term costs of them. Say, for example, when we're talking about affordable housing, if we fast-track some random development because it's fast and easy to do, then we might not consider things that should be considered, like affordable living. One concept that I think should really be underscored. There's no passive solar design concepts in anything that we're talking about. And what that does is it makes your month-to-month more affordable by just considering your heating and cooling. Another thing I'd really like to emphasize, I think that we should designate and protect strategic fields and lots, because we have these open spaces that are sometimes used for cattle or some other things. We need to really be thinking about community farms and ways that we're going to be moving in through the challenges of our next decades, I would say. Anyways, with that, please, I don't know if it'll affect your votes for today, but as you move forward, please consider these things. Thank you.
Patrick Coleman, followed by Bryce Toon, followed by Hannah Hubyar.
Hi, council members. I just want to start out by thanking you, Patrick Coleman, for the record, thanking this council for the leadership and investment in our community over the years, especially when it comes to the CARES campus and associated services that are around that. I am a small business owner on East 4th Street, and I have been for many years. For many of those years, I lived on East 4th Street above my business, and I've seen the challenges that are very unique to our community down there, especially after the move of the CARES campus for good and for very, challenging ways. I would just come, as many of the other business owners in my little community down there in East 4th Street have already, and from Midtown and other areas, to support agenda items F1 through 6. I would come at it from a little different perspective in that I think that things like the community courts and looking into investing in deferrals and other methods to not criminalize necessarily, but to put people within services and get them in a position where they can be helped with the services that the city is investing in. I think that it is a public safety issue, and beyond anything that comes to money, it's not humanitarian to let people sleep out in freezing weather, to be in places where they can be at risk of violence from all sorts of different avenues, as well as from the natural disasters that we have constantly. I would like to have this council continue to invest in our community, in extra services, in deference and community court programs that staff from this city and from the county and others have invested time and effort to develop. I would like that to continue to be a focus in order to put some form of enforcement around that to drive people into community services for both the safety of our community and them individually. Thank you very much.
Bryce Toon, followed by Hannah Hubyar, followed by Jessica Daylover.
Hello, Bryce Toon for the record. I'm glad to be here today. Sad that I have to be. I'm here in opposition to F1 and F6. I did not come with a pre-prepared comment because I wanted to hear what was spoken on today, because I'm not gonna, bark at you what you've already heard. CARES campus is over full. Our place is full. As of this morning, I was looking, or maybe it was for last night, there's only 9 beds available. There's more than 9 people out on the streets right now, I can guarantee you that. As far as these bills are concerned, I think we can all understand that at the end of the day, putting homeless people, houseless people in jail, it doesn't address the issue. It does not address the root cause. At the end of the day, what we need to be focusing on is housing first agendas. We need to be thinking creatively, imaginatively, and with a vision. You cannot lead Reno, you cannot lead as politicians if you're not a visionary. What I'm seeing in these bills are simple, fiscally irresponsible, and morally bankrupt solutions. There's just no imagination, there's no creativity, there's no vision. Additionally, as many of the people have said here, I think we're all in agreement. It is inhumane to let people sleep and succumb to the weather conditions outside, among all the other things that they're subject to. No one, and no one is debating that. All we're simply saying is that at the end of the day, this bill will not achieve what you're setting out to do. And at the very worst, it quite possibly will harm us fiscally, and we've already talked about the moral component. I would like to see creative solutions. We talk about not having access to an address to get employment. Why not have those postcards out there that are beautiful, perfect size for publicly accessible P.O. boxes? That's a start. Why don't we have community liaisons with the various mutual aid programs that we have here? Have you even thought about that? Have you tried that legitimately? I've worked for state and local government before, not in this state, but others. I'm happy to provide my resume. I'd be a consultant if you want. We'll figure it out. There have been open offers on this floor today, and the small business owners here, I hear you. Nobody wants to, be a customer, when there's a bunch of people outside, bodily fluids, this, that, and the third. We all understand that. Nobody is saying we want to go to the Stella coffee shop and be potentially harassed by people who are perceived, as they said, dangerous, which is a perception at the end of the day, but sometimes accurate, many times not. A lot of the people experiencing houselessness are there for a variety of reasons. Some of them are, due to substance abuse, which originates for a variety of reasons. Some of them have unfortunate circumstances. I have had many conversations with people on the streets of Reno. Some of them are skilled laborers. There's one individual I know who is formerly a veteran, was a mechanic, had a stroke, lost fine motor skills in half of his body. Now he's sleeping on the street. And you want to put him in jail potentially? He can't afford that. He can't afford the violations. What do you want to do with him? Why not create apprenticeship programs, publicly accessible P.O. boxes, publicly accessible storage lockers so that they're not losing their stuff, and that they can, at the end of the day, actually have a safe and secure place to call home, because they're not home.
Hannah Hubyar, followed by Jessica Daylover, followed by Coleman Smith.
Good morning, council, or afternoon. Some of you may know me, some of you may not. I am the founder of Project Bear Hugs. We are a disaster relief and education organization. We are national, and we help the vulnerable population, so that's children, elderly, and pets. Some of you may know me from the news from the Davis Fire. I did lose my home in the Davis Fire, and we learned a lot of different lessons that we have, preached throughout the years, through over a decade. And one of those is the lack of help that happens after a disaster. It's a deafening silence after the first couple weeks. And because of that, we are hosting a donation drive for the LA wildfires on February 1st in town from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. We'll be collecting comfort items and school supplies, and our goal is to, I know it's a really big goal, but some of you will understand my goal. Our goal is to supply a full school with supplies. Several schools in LA did burn down, and there are a lot of students that do not have anything. There's not schools for them to go to because LA is already overpopulated. So February 1st, I will be sending more information out to all of you, but just want to let you know. Thank you.
Jessica Daylover, followed by Coleman Smith, followed by Steven Zipkin.
I just want to thank everyone who shows active listening and eye contact during public comment. It means a lot to your constituents. Hello, my name is Jessica Daylover, and I'm here to express my extreme opposition to agenda items F1, 2, and 6, which would make sitting or lying down or camping in public illegal. Honestly, saying that sentence out loud is so dystopian that we as a city should be embarrassed that we are even taking our time up with this right now. I am in constant grief at the reality that we have the resources to create a utopia where resources are allocated to give every single human access to quality housing, medical care, and education, etc., and those in power actively vote against it. Why? I have 2 small children, and I have learned that as I raise them to be kind, helpful members of society, I've had to get really creative with how I explain morality to them. Lately, we've been exploring the idea of being a superhero or a villain in certain situations. And though we know that all binaries are illusions and everything falls on a spectrum, even this cause, it has been helpful in guiding them into how to make various ethical and moral choices. Before this morning, I asked my 4- and 7-year-olds if sending people to jail for sitting or lying down or sleeping outside because they are unhoused is something a superhero would do or a villain would do. And they screamed villain. And then my 4-year-old asked if he will go to jail if he sits down outside at the park, which begs the question, how will y'all enforce these measures? Who gets arrested for lying down outside? Just those who look like they deserve it in your eyes? Ethics aside, facts and evidence show that these policies do not work. They cost taxpayers more in the end. So if there's no rational reason to enact these policies because we know for a fact they don't achieve the desired outcome, then there's only one logical reason that you would vote to pass these measures, and that's because you want to be a villain. Arresting folks for society's failure to provide resources we all need to live is villainous behavior. Now, we all know many on Reno City Council have already sold their souls to developers, so perhaps this is all a lost cause, present company excluded, of course. But we have to hold out hope that one day the resistance will actually defeat the empire for good. Perhaps you will hear the pleas of those superheroes in the city among us today, doing you all the favor of reminding you of which way your moral compass should be pointing. So, dear City Council, I ask you today a question even my children understand. Do you want to be a superhero and make decisions that uplift all members of our community, or do you want to be a villain? Thank you.
Coleman Smith, followed by Steven Zipkin.
Good morning, council members. My name is Coleman Smith. I am here in support of F1 to F6. I want to just start off by saying I also didn't prepare any comments. I found out about this this morning. I am a small business owner off of West 4th Street. I back up to the river and the railroad tracks. I want to compliment both sides of this ordinance that have spoken today. Bryce, who just went up, I see both sides of this. I really do. For me and my support of this ordinance, it comes down to the better part of a decade just kind of being tired of being empathetic and not seeing a lot of change and feeling that my employees and my customers are in danger and stressed out. And as the business owner, it's my responsibility to eventually pick a side. I've had countless instances of fires being started right on the border of my property, people vandalizing my building, harassing my customers, and this happens regularly enough that I've gone from being feeling sorry for these people to just having to stand up for the people that I represent, that I employ, the women and children that come into my business every week, and so. It's a complex issue, I realize that, but at the end of the day, I think what we have in front of us with this ordinance is an actual solution in terms of protecting my people. And that's where I'm coming to you from, is just a position of feeling like I have to be a leader for the people that I'm responsible for, and I think that this ordinance is going to help improve their safety And so that's pretty much it. I'm in support of it. Thank you.
Steven Zipkin, followed by Jude Fliegler, followed by Al Lee.
Good morning. My name is Steven. I'm here to oppose F1 through F6, and I'm going to make a small adjustment to my speech just to point out that the man before me admitted that he was speaking without empathy. That's really a horrifying thing to have to hear from someone who is in support of F1 through F6, because at least the small business owners who came before him were able to pretend like they give a damn. Many of them tried to redefine what criminalization means to insist that these ordinances do not criminalize homelessness. But I think we can all recognize that criminalization is a word with a definition. And proposing ordinances and enacting ordinances that punish people for sleeping outside, laying outside, resting outside is criminalization of these activities. I don't know much about those of you on the city council, but I'm willing to bet one of you has a law degree, because that's common enough in politics. Can whichever one of you with that law degree, thank you, please, after this is over, explain to the other people on the council that criminalization is a word with a definition, and that is what these ordinances are doing. When I heard about these ordinances, I first wondered, will I be punished for sitting? But I did not ruminate very long on that question, because I know that the answer is no. I know that these ordinances are intended to target unhoused people, and I am not one of those people. If I sit because I'm having a picnic, if I sit because I'm someone who likes to walk around to my errands and I might get tired and see a bench, which this city pays for, by the way. Why pay for benches if you're going to criminalize sitting? Insane. This bill clearly just targets unhoused people. And the fact that we all know, I, you, the people behind me, the fact that we all know these ordinances will not be applied in a fair way, that they are intended to be enforced in a discriminatory manner, is exactly what should be weighing on your minds right now. Not a single one of you, if any one of you is intending to vote in favor of these ordinances, I have no idea. Those of you who are intending to vote in favor of them know that you are not voting for an ordinance that is going to be enforced fairly. You know you will be targeting specific people. This bill is written intentionally dishonestly, and we only have such a substantial population of unhoused people because you all have failed to do your jobs at providing affordable housing. Providing affordable housing is what would solve this problem. It's what would get people off the streets, that causes people to feel scared when they are entering these businesses, whether or not those threats are actually real. We've heard from many people who feel threatened when they simply see an unhoused person, and that is not a real problem. Criminalizing homelessness is a real problem. Homelessness itself is a real problem, and you have the power to do something to solve it and save money, as many people have pointed out.
Thank you,
Just
Stephen.
build affordable housing, please.
Jude Fliegler, followed by Al Lee, followed by Rosa Kirk via Zoom.
Hi, my name is Jude. I'm speaking in opposition to the sitting ordinance, but I think it has been misnamed. This is not about people sitting on the sidewalk, it's about people living on the sidewalk. And why are they living on the sidewalk? Because they have nowhere else to go. I don't want them to live on the sidewalk any more than you do, but I don't think the solution is to criminalize being homeless. This is not about money, it's about space. There's enough space in Reno for people to live. I see empty apartment buildings all over Reno with big signs that say $1,200, $1,800, $2,000, but no one's living there. So how much is it worth if no one is willing to pay that amount of money? It's the end of the day, it's just an empty building. And I'm wondering why you want to put these people in jail. Is that the only space that you can find for them? The real solution to this problem is to find people permanent housing so that they can find stability and can contribute to their community. I know a lot of homeless people. I work in mutual aid and I interact with homeless people on a weekly basis, and they're just people, and they have histories, and they have lives, and this is a temporary moment in their life, and they're unstable. But they can find stability again, and they can contribute back to the community. And a lot of the people you see here today are working in community service, they're working in mutual aid, and they're queer. And I'm not going to ask you to experience empathy. I'm not going to ask you to imagine that you were homeless, because it doesn't happen to people like you. It happens to people like me, who is queer. I'm transgender, and the Trump administration wants to make it illegal to be transgender, but I don't think I'm a criminal, and I will take up space. Thank you.
Al Lee, followed by Rosa Kirk via Zoom, followed by Emma Doty via Zoom.
Hi. I'd like to join the chorus of voices who've spoken in opposition to agenda items F1 through F6. It's clear that the ideas of community, neighbors, neighborhood, constituents, public are really bound up in the logics of private property and the logics of capital. I would say that the rate of refusal of services, which has been, I think, cited a lot as the onus is on the unhoused people who are denying services. I think that's clearly a sign of a failure of the system, a failure of the services to serve, and not a sign of stubbornness or ignorance, which it seems like is the point a lot of people make. You know, you hear these business owners who say that maybe unhoused people need to be educated or need to be shown how to pursue a better lifestyle, but that's not going to happen if they're continually forced back into the spiral of carceral punishment or, you know, fines that cannot be paid and just financial spiral. This feels a lot like class warfare. I mean, citing the people that say that how is this going to be enforced? How are people just going to be clocked as unhoused or housed as worthy of sitting in the park or laying on the grass or not? That seems like a real issue, and it seems like it's class considerations that feels unethical and, you know, maybe unconstitutional. I don't know, but somebody said that. You know, expanding jurisdiction for cops to arrest people for surviving is not a solution and is not going to help those people. It is not an act of goodwill. It is not an act of care. And this is also the issue of safety. Not only do unhoused people deserve safety as much as housed people, paying customers or business owners or landlords deserve safety. But I don't know. I mean, I think it's not an issue of safety if someone is sleeping on the sidewalk next to your business. You can actually talk to them. You can actually offer them water. You can actually give them time to wake up and go about their day, and maybe actually put yourself in their shoes and not pretend that you see both sides. That's for everyone. Thanks.
Rosa Kirk via Zoom, followed by Emma Doty via Zoom, followed by Kelsey Owens.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay. My name is Rosa Kirk Davidoff. I live in Ward 3 and am in Midtown, very close to Stella Coffee Company, which I've walked past, you know, many times, feeling plenty safe. I'm a member of the Reno Sparks Tenants Union. I'm speaking in opposition to items F1, F2, and F6. First, echoing some comments made by some other people today, I'd like to ask the members of the City Council if they have been to Wingfield Park on a Saturday in July. If they have, they've seen dozens of Renoites sitting, lying, or maybe even taking a nap on the grass in the park or on the rocks near the river. The same can be seen in Idlewild Park on any Sunday in the summer. Looking closely at the wording of the ordinance being voted on in item F1, these public parks are designated as, quote, sensitive use properties where sitting and lying are prohibited. Therefore, having a picnic in the park will become illegal. But the Reno Police Department is not going to start issuing warnings to every family enjoying the sun in Wingfield Park. I believe they will make a decision about the enforcement of this law based on the appearance of the person sitting or lying in the park, only enforcing it if the person appears to be homeless. A law like this that relies on unequal enforcement does not seem constitutional to me. Second, I would like to draw the council members' attention to the fact that 183 public comments were submitted in opposition to these measures, and just 4 were submitted online in support. I'm the 17th person today to speak against these measures during this meeting, meaning that there have now been a total of 200 comments in opposition. These comments come from every ward in the city, and I wonder if the voices of the 7 small business owners that we've heard today count the same as the voices of 200 citizens of Reno. I urge the council members to listen to the people who elected them, spend time reading each and every one of those comments, and then decide how they would like to vote. Thank you.
Emma Doty via Zoom, followed by Kelsey Owens, followed by Bill Sims.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Emma Doty, and I am a UNR student and senator of the Associated Students. I came before this body on December 11th to speak out against the criminalization of homelessness and am dismayed that I have to speak for this same reason today. I cannot understand the city's argument that homeless people are refusing services. Just like 6 weeks ago, and as many others have said, the shelter dashboard shows the shelters are 98% full. How can you argue that services are being refused when this is the level of usage we are seeing? Jail is not a humane alternative, nor is it a productive one. Having a criminal record prevents people from getting jobs, which only keeps them on the streets. And the shelter data proves they're not sleeping outdoors in January by choice. So what does work? A housing first policy, providing unconditional permanent housing to homeless people, has worked in cities across America, from Charlotte to Denver to Houston, and it would work in Reno too. Furthermore, if you walked the streets of the city you represent and interacted with these so-called public nuisances, you would see that when a homeless person is given something, they'll share it. Just last night downtown, I heard one say, give a hand warmer to another and say, you need this more than I do. Please, show these people the dignity and respect they show each other. As someone who wants to see the homelessness crisis end, I urge you to strike down the counterproductive F1 through F6 ordinances. Thank you.
Kelsey Owens, followed by Bill Sims, followed by Rosie Zuckerman via Zoom.
I'd like to say I'm here on behalf of all of my unhoused friends who could not be here this morning because they are working. I sat right outside last night and had dinner with friends who slept on the street last night and will sleep on the street again tonight and wanted to be here to speak for themselves, but they couldn't be because they are working in this city for this city. Please absorb that reality. Secondly, I'd like to comment briefly on the fact that a boycott of your business due to your business's actions, to the small businesses who have spoken today, a boycott is not threatening. A boycott is accountability, and we will be holding you accountable. Past that, I'd like to just speak of my own personal experience. You guys have the statistics. You have all the information you need, and you've had it for years, thanks to this tireless community. So I'm going to tell you about me. I first came to Reno in 2011. I fell in love with this area. It has been home to me ever since in my heart. I left in 2019 due to housing insecurity, and I made my attempt to come back this summer. I am here to stay whether the city agrees to house me or not, but I am scared to be criminalized for just sleeping in my van when I want to be in town with my friends. Just a couple weekends ago, I was part of a fundraiser in the evening. I worked a shift at a warming center at night, and the next morning I was part of a nonviolent communication workshop. In between those 3 events, my option for sleeping was in my vehicle. I slept in my vehicle right outside the church where I had just finished a warming center shift. You're telling me that that activity is going to be criminalized. How am I supposed to be here in community? I drove in an hour from Fallon this morning because I cannot afford to live in this city. I love this city so much. The apartment I lived in Midtown is 3 times as much as it was when I lived here a decade ago. I don't make 3 times as much money. Where am I supposed to live? We need housing. We love this city and we want to live in this city. Please, just give us housing. I want you please to all think about that. Thank you.
Bill Sims, followed by Rosie Zuckerman via Zoom, followed by Juniper Murray.
Hi, City Council, Vice Mayor. I just actually wanted to make a quick comment real quick before I start. I noticed on your guys' YouTube channel, you don't have closed captioning. And as someone who is disabled but not hard of hearing, I just think that's kind of irresponsible because it kind of does seem like a violation of the ADA. And as I know, there are lawyers on City Council, I would hope you guys would change that. Of course, my name is Bill Sims, and I am here in opposition of F1 through 6 because I know you guys are here to essentially approve those ordinances, but what I wanted to say is, as someone who is disabled, you guys would essentially be looking at someone like me who should be criminalized because when I need to sit down, when I've been walking, as I do, for example, during the summer, and I need to take a break because I do walk with a limp and I do tire quite fast, you guys would say, okay, Reno PD or Reno ambassadors should go ahead and harass Bill Sims because he's taking a rest on public property because how dare he do that on public property. And so to see that you guys want to pass these ordinances to essentially criminalize homeless people doesn't make sense because, while yes, I do understand there is not one perfect answer, for you guys to have no sympathy, no empathy, not care about those that are in poverty like myself really says more about you guys as our representatives than it does about those of us who advocate for our homeless community, for our disabled friends, for people who just need to take a break and say, you know what, I need to sit down. So I just wanted to come up here to really say that I know it's likely you guys aren't going to give a care in the world and you are going to approve of these ordinances, but I just wanted to say, remember, history will remember what side you stood on, and none of you that will vote yes on this are the good guys. So I just want to make it crystal clear that by criminalizing homelessness, you're not helping the homeless. You're punishing them for not having the kind of a roof over their head that you approve of, along with the business owners that think like you and think that you are allowed to think of other people beneath you as nothing more than anything you need to have empathy or sympathy for. Thank you.
Rosie Zuckerman via Zoom, followed by Juniper Murray, followed by Gailson Eaglestar.
Hi, my name is Rosie Zuckerman. I am a local business owner in, I guess, Midtown now on South Virginia Street. I want to voice my opposition to the agenda items F1, F2, and F6 that further criminalizes poverty and homelessness in Reno. I'm like feeling a little bit discouraged because I feel like no matter how many times we show up and ask the same thing, it seems that the city is just dead set on criminalizing poverty and homelessness. I'd also like to ask that you remove the CAC item and take it to discussion instead of just passing a decision like that without any actual discussion for the city to demolish the building without ensuring that affordable housing is insured with the deal as it had gone through. That's all I have to say. I guess I also have to say that I feel like a little bit confused because I feel like somehow the city is doing things that are financially costly just to criminalize people who are poor. Like we've sort of heard people say multiple times, putting people in jail costs more than supportive housing. So I encourage you to do the right thing, and thank you.
Juniper Murray, followed by Galeston Eaglestar, followed by Elizabeth Walsh via Zoom.
Good morning. I am Juniper Murray. I am a citizen of the city of Reno, and I am a longtime resident. I am also a student here up in TMCC, and I have been working here. All of my jobs have been in Reno and Sparks. I would just like to state that I am in opposition to Articles F1, F2, and F6 on account of the fact that these ordinances are not just an overreach of power, but they would be applied in a discriminatory fashion against protected classes, giving more power to those who would discriminate against their fellow citizens. And it would furthermore waste taxpayer money just by virtue of forcing these policemen to go on errands which are fruitless. And not only that, but they would create a larger homeless population. There is a misconception with many of the people here in the city hall that the people they see that they think are homeless are actually homeless. I would like to ask all of you, have you actually been inside a psych ward? Many of them are outright abusive and do not give out treatment. If there is somebody causing issues, they might genuinely not be homeless. And there are already laws to protect against people threatening bodily harm upon people. These so-called small business owners representing other small business owners in the city do not represent all small business owners in the city. And they certainly do not represent their employees, and they certainly do not represent their paying customers. Additionally, the homeless population within the city are also employees, and they are also paying customers. What this would actually do would allow people to discriminate across the board against people they simply do not like. This would enable actions contrary to the intentions of the American Disabilities Act, contrary to the intentions of the Civil Rights Act. This would take public property and turn it into a space for private individuals to wage violence against those they do not like. This helps no one, and this wastes your money. Thank you for your time.
Galeston Eaglestar, followed by Elizabeth Walsh via Zoom, followed by Lily Barron.
Good afternoon, everybody. I understand that there's been a lot of animosity going on towards the homeless, what we would call an epidemic here, by no fault of your own, not like you're putting somebody else on somebody's house, not like you're putting on somebody. Actually, this guy's on Facebook, but like everybody else is fine. I would appreciate more eye contact when I'm speaking with, the council here. If I'm gonna be showing respect, I would like to have the respect back. So if you could log off of your Instagram, that'd be great. This is what I'm trying to talk about here, is that everybody outside, 90% of the people that we see outside have been put outside of their homes. And they're being mistreated by not just the police, but by all the local businesses here that are subjugated by all the casinos. So they have nowhere to go. And if anybody has any sort of empathy here, then we can come up with a plan to have them placated or have them placed into one of these apartment complexes, or at least one of the hotels that are being renovated into these apartments. Which, I mean, come on, a hotel room's a hotel room. Let's just call a spade here. So if we can put these people outside of the road and into a house, that would make Reno look a lot better, wouldn't it? Because then that shows that we care about our individuals. That shows that we care about our community, as opposed to just shoving them under the carpet or, putting them off to the side to where the tourists don't notice them. They're always going to be around because these are our people. So why don't we take care of our people and start making sure that everybody that we have in our community is taken care of, rather than ignoring what the big elephant in the room is that people need help. And I'm not here to blame anybody, but people are in need right now. People are losing their homes, people are losing their jobs, people aren't able to pay rent because of inflation, because of these extraordinary rent rates. So why don't we try to make a plan to try to make people a little bit more comfortable in our own community, rather than push them off to make ourselves look better so richer people can come in? Because then where are we supposed to go? We live here. Those people outside live here. They live on the street, and we're trying to put them off off under the freaking carpet. And that doesn't make any sense, because these are what make our community. So why don't we make our community stronger by helping the people that actually make our community? Thank you for your time.
Elizabeth Walsh via Zoom, followed by Lily Barron, followed by Mike Van Houten via Zoom.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Walsh. I'm a member of the Reno Sparks Tenants Union, and I'm also a resident in Ward 1. And I'm here today to urge the City Council to vote against agenda items F1 through F6. Now, I had a public comment prepared. However, after hearing what people have said today, I would like to say something else. I just want to point out that the members who have spoken to you who are in favor of this ordinance are talking about their profits and how much money they're worried about their small businesses losing. However, everyone who has spoken against this ordinance is talking about people and their lives and how much they care about their community members and want them to survive. At the end of the day, I would like to think that the City Council cares more about people than profits, and also cares about the opinions of the people that have come to talk to them. It's been pointed out to you several times that almost 200 people have come and spent time today to oppose this ordinance, while only a handful of people have come in support. I really, really hope that you all take this into consideration, and I hope that you're here to represent the people who live in your district, and that does include our unhoused neighbors. Thank you.
Lily Barron, followed by Mike Van Houten via Zoom, followed by Megan O'Farrell via Zoom.
Hello, my name is Lily Barron. I wanted to provide a little update on the warming centers because we're on week 6 now. I can't believe it. And we have seen tremendous improvements from a lot of the folks that are utilizing it. Just so you're aware of, like, demographic wise, what it looks like. It's 75% Black and brown women, and almost 90% people who are disabled, some who are extremely disabled. And I think there's one population that I wanted to hit on that I don't know that we've talked about today, and that is folks that cannot perform their ADLs, their assisted daily living procedures, meaning they cannot use the restroom and do other things to take care of themselves, which they absolutely must be able to do in every single service that we provide. There are 0 services and 0 places anyone can go, including CARES, if they're not able to go to the restroom by themselves, bathe themselves, and perform their other assisted daily livings. And I'm very concerned about that population. We have had one woman visit us at Warming Center, and she has made it to several different locations, however, had to leave via REMSA a couple of times. So I really want us to be thinking about what we can do with that. I know that if we did have additional spaces to allow people with pets and couples, that we could see a huge improvement, but that we have seen folks returning back, their cognitive abilities are getting better, but these are not folks that you would say are like employable or mentally well, and it's been nice to see that they feel safe in this area. A lot of them also have never used any of the other services, and they are coming to use this one, so I'd like to kind of speak about it if we can in the future, because this is an intervention that is evidence-based and it works. And I think that one of the frustrating things about today, other than we've all done this before too many times, is that we have kind of two schools of thought, and one is based on research and evidence and best practices, and another is based on opinion. And I know that it is very scary to lean on research sometimes when it says something that doesn't make sense to you, but that is just the way it is. It's kind of like a climate change conversation. Like there's the science and then there's what some people believe it to be. And that's the same thing when we talk about homelessness. There is absolutely zero evidence ever to suggest that ordinances making fines or further criminalizing help heal the community, make anyone safer, or lead people out of poverty and out of homelessness. It's just simply not what research has shown, and we see it time and time again. So I really just encourage everyone, even if it's not the answer that you want, to please lean on research and best practices that doctors and researchers in this field have been working very hard on and shown some wonderful results, and other interventions like warming centers. Thank you.
Ms. Barron, if it wouldn't be too disruptive, I would like to come to the warming centers sometime. I
Please.
don't want it to disrupt your folks who are there, but I would like to come if that would be possible.
That would be great, yeah.
Okay, we'll reach out.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much.
Mike Van Houten via Zoom, followed by Megan O'Farrell via Zoom, followed by Jennifer Hilderbrand.
Hey, Mike Van Houten here. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Awesome. Mike Van Houten. I have run the downtown makeover site. I'm approaching my actually 20-year anniversary being downtown's biggest cheerleader. I started that site in 2005, basically starting to report on the transformation of downtown from a casino core to a residential and entertainment core. And I had applied for the RAB board, mostly as a resident who lives right on the edge of downtown, about a block outside of the south downtown border. And I just think it would be a great extension of my unrelenting passion for downtown. You know, I feel like sometimes the city has written off downtown quite a few times throughout my time of reporting it, and it always seems to bounce back with development kind of happening in waves. And so I just appreciate your consideration for being on the RAB board. I actually attended almost every CAC and RAB meeting back when that board was active. And it was actually one of my primary sources of information for my website and getting out all the good news that was happening downtown. Even if I'm not selected for that board, you can bet I'll be there at all the meetings, doing the same thing, reporting on what's happening and getting people excited about the projects happening downtown. And I also just wanted to quickly say a word of caution about the CAC project. One of the unfortunate things about reporting on downtown for the last 20 years is how many times I've seen the Reno City Council, not just this one, but prior councils, get burned by developers for promising things that never actually really happened. The waterfront project, when we abandoned the diagonal portion of First Street, Lunsford Park with Ponte Vecchio, when that project fell through and another project came in that was much larger. The State Street project, when the city sold them the land on the corner of State and Mill Street, thinking that it was going to be a project with rent restrictions. And now we see on their website, they're offering studios that start at $1,700 a month. And it seems like the deal with Ulysses gives them a lot of outs in case something goes wrong. And so I just wanted to advise a word of caution and maybe add some things that will protect the city a little bit more in that deal. Thanks.
Megan O'Farrell via Zoom, followed by Jennifer Hildebrand.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Perfect. For the record, my name is Megan O'Farrell, and I'm zooming in today to give my opposition to agenda items in the F category. I don't think I need to spend a tremendous amount of time reiterating what has already been said in the room, because I think it's very clear at this point that the problem that we're experiencing is that we are not listening to the data and the information that encourages us to not penalize people who are experiencing poverty because it does not solve the problem. Something that I would like to do today is amplify the voices of the people such as Lily Barron, who just gave very detailed information about how criminalizing poor people does not get people off the streets. And for business owners who I've been listening to on this Zoom meeting all morning, I would like to encourage you to remember and not fall for the dangerous rhetoric that's being spread, that if we continue to push these kinds of ordinances, that your businesses will feel any safer or have any more security than you are feeling right now. If you're actually interested in the safety of your business and in the safety of your community, passing ordinances that continue to push people further into poverty is not the way to do it. I'm going to encourage you to join forces with your neighbors who are trying to come up with humane situations to support people getting out of houselessness and off of the streets through temporary supportive housing, through housing first initiatives that actually get people off of the streets and create safer communities than any of the penalizing that we are offering today with these ordinances and agenda F item. I would also like to reiterate that I think that the B8 agenda item needs to be pulled and put back into discussion, because as we are talking about this increase in criminalization of people who are experiencing homelessness, we are taking away vital resources that could help support people into transitioning into the next phases of their life in a positive manner. Please take that off and put it back into discussion, and please oppose all of the ordinance changes in the agenda F items. Thank you.
Jennifer Hildebrand.
I didn't think I was going to speak today. I was just coming to listen, but after hearing some of the speakers sharing their concerns, I just want to offer you my perspective. Homelessness is a concern. It is, I agree, it's completely inhumane to let any human being, we don't want dogs out in this cold weather. We shouldn't let any human beings be stuck out in this cold weather, scorching heat, without proper housing, without water, without shelter. You know, from a humanity perspective, we definitely need to come up with a better model to help figure out how to get these people off the street. That being said, there is no, one solution. The reason why people are homeless are all for different reasons. Some people do just need that extra helping hand to get that momentum going in the right direction. But others don't, I don't believe that they really want to get off the streets. I think they like their freedom, and it's just kind of the discomfort that comes with being homeless is the price they have to pay to not have to hold down a job. I know that sounds cruel, but where I'm coming from is I've managed property in this town since 2001, jumped into commercial in 2012. What I have seen time and again, the amount of time and expense of cleaning up after homeless activity for my property owners, between vandalism, human excrement, drug paraphernalia, in our stairwells, in our elevators, in our doors, the entrances, people sound asleep or being aggressive with people coming by. I've brought people who were hoping to rent a space for me to a vacant unit downtown and was greeted with up to 6 homeless people, one of whom was in my face threatening to kick my ass. Imagine, do you think that they wanted to rent that space? They didn't. It has happened more than once where I've been aggressively approached by a homeless person threatening to punch me in the face simply because he didn't want me taking pictures of his items. I understand that these people have some mental health issues. I also understand that when you are not sleeping well, you are not in your right mind. So it's a multifaceted approach, but I want you to understand what my experience has been as a property manager. I've spent almost $10,000 on one property, just constantly boarding up houses that they keep trying to break into, and they caught a trailer on fire. So then we spent $4,000 removing the trailer for the safety of the homeless. So there's so many problems. I don't know what the permanent fix is. Affordable housing is one of them. But as far as this bill, I am in support of it because I don't know what the bigger picture answer is. But we do need to get the homeless off the street. My owners keep getting cited by code enforcement to clean up their property downtown, which I agree with. But it's hard to get business to come back downtown when this is what business owners are greeted with on a regular basis. So we do need to figure out a more positive solution to help those that want to get off the street do so and improve their lives, or find a place for those that don't want to get off the street, but find somewhere else for them to go, so they can live their lives however they want to live, but just not impeding the public. So anyway, thank you.
Gary Cecil via Zoom, followed by Jay Richard.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Mayor and council members. First, thank you for your service to our city. For the record, my name is Gary Cecil, downtown resident and a Ward 1 NAP member. I respectfully request that consent agenda item B9 be continued until a future council meeting and that it be treated as a non-consent regular agenda item. I further respectfully request that in the meantime, the city reach out to downtown residents to fully explain the ramifications of this proposed change to the Downtown Reno Partnership Services Agreement before you vote on it. This change apparently removes the long-standing practice of RPD providing supplemental police services for the DRP, and to which thousands of downtown residents contribute a portion of their property taxes. This change was not mentioned at the January 9th DRP luncheon. To the best of my knowledge, no outreach has yet been made to by either the DRP nor the city to downtown residents. There are simply unknown public safety implications of these proposed changes for many downtown residents. So again, please continue item B9 to a future council meeting as a full agenda item, not as a consent agenda item. And also, please reach out to downtown residents to explain this proposal and take their questions and comments. Thank you for your attention.
Jay Richard.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jay Richard. I am a lifetime resident of Reno. I was born right here, actually, right over at Renown, back when it was Washoe Medical Center. I stand firmly in opposition of the ordinances F2 or F1, F2, and F6. I think it's rather ironic that folks come here saying that people are disrupting businesses. Last I checked, people are what pays bills. Yes, jailing folks, locking them up simply just for existing does nothing to grow our economy. All it does is it stimulates sorry, I wasn't planning on speaking today, but it fills me with rage, honestly, to see so many people coming in here saying that we are not a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Right now, we are arguing and discussing over whether we should care for people or money. As far as I'm aware, money's a made-up human construct. We should be using these things, these tools at our disposal to help people. And making it illegal for them to exist on the street does not push them to seek better services. As it's been mentioned many times before, the services that are available to them are full. They are not adequately available. We need to increase that supply. There is a huge demand. We need to manage it. It's often talked in economics classes, supply and demand. Right now, our demand is way exceeding our supply. We need to raise that. You need to give housing. That is, as far as I'm aware, that is the only way, the only proper solution to the housing crisis. The only solution is to build housing. Locking people up does nothing. That does not stimulate our economy. All that does is gives it a sedative. It just makes things worse. Think about it this way. All those folks that are sitting on the street, maybe they're not paying taxes because they don't have an address to pay to, or they don't have a job. If we put them in a house, now they can get a job. Now they can start paying taxes. We have more people giving into our economy. We have more people to help lessen the burden of everyone else. Thank you.
Christopher Mullen.
Hello, Reno City Council. My name is Christopher Mullen. I've been living on and off in Reno for about last 7 years, originally from California, but I see this as a growing trend across the United States where increasingly our cities are being made not for people. They're not made for people to walk in, they're not made for people to exist in, but they're fundamentally made for profit. Since I didn't plan to speak, I don't have much else to say, but I just want to keep in mind what cities are made for. That's it.
Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment registered. We did receive 4 comments which were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, January 21st. These comments were voicemail or written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on reno.gov/meetings. 1 in favor and 3 of concern. With that, we're moving on to item A4, approval of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll turn to our City Manager, Bryant, and ask if there's any changes or updates to the agenda.
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, thank you very much. Item D1 on the redevelopment agenda, which is the appointment of the members to the Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board, will be pushed to February 12th. We'd also like to notify the public that anyone who is interested in being appointed to that board, the application period will close 1 week from today on January 29th at close of business, 5 p.m. Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'll move to approve.
Hold on just a sec. City Manager, did we have D2 out of order? No. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I've moved to approve.
We have a motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
What did you say about D2?
Nothing. It was my mistake.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Motion carries unanimously. We will move on to approval of the minutes from the November 20th, 24 meeting.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'll move to approve all items in A5, A51, and A52.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We are going to move on to the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Madam Vice Mayor, we do have public comment on this item. We have Deepak Singh and Amandeep Kaur.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, man. Kind of nervous. Never done that stuff before. So I'm owner of Silver Spur Liquor and Gift, and it's agenda B1, what's it called? Bodega. So this business opening next to me, like less than 20 feet away from me. And we selling, the Silver Spur selling beer, wine, liquor, grocery, souvenir, everything pretty much. It will affect our business profit. And what else? And the city of Reno, they already have so many businesses in this area. And top of that, the bodega owner, they're already running the best liquor. His family, Hassan family, they're running the same store 100 feet away from me, and they're opening another one next to 20 feet away from me. And this area already provides all those businesses, giving everybody grocery, liquor, everything in this area. So why we need more grocery store or liquor store in downtown? Top of the Harris closed, Nugget closed, and that side totally dead, no business that side. And I've been doing business almost 29 years this area. Since 20 years, I've been running that business. And every year we think the economy go up and somebody else come up, open the business next to us. And as economy go slow down, they run away. And we still putting money from our pocket to stay open. And as soon as, like a Reno Mart, 2016, 18, they came in and they left. Right now, there's another business trying to open up, same stuff, same thing, and hurting us now. And it's threatening like our long-standing business. We've been doing this business, our business is open since '96, and I've been running since 2004. That's all. So, because you guys are already cutting down all the alcohol, we're losing money on there, and same business opening like less than 20 feet away, and their family already running another business like 70 feet away from us. So like 5 businesses they're already running, so this area, that's all. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amandeep Kaur, and I'm just one concerned. City Reno is already cut off liquor license. He needs like a no sales alcohol too much in downtown areas. But beer and wine, I think, is the same one. Just 1 second. Sorry, I'm first time, so that's why I'm a little nervous. Just my one concern. One, I know liquor license is not providing in downtown Reno areas. But beer and wine is same stuff, same one. Like everything is same. Beer and wine is I think same is the alcohol license. So please, I don't need the more stores in downtown area. I need something else like restaurants. People love restaurants because it's shortage in downtown restaurants. But I think no needs the beer and wine and liquor license. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
Madam Vice Mayor, we do not have any other public comment. Just for the record, we did receive 4 comments directly associated with varying consent agenda items, 1 in favor, 2 in opposition, and 1 of concern. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council.
Okay, we'll close public comment and ask council members for their pulled items on the consent. We'll start with Council Member Ebert.
I'd like to pull, excuse me, sorry, my voice is not great today. B7, B8, B9, B10, B11, B12, B13, B14, B15, B16, and B17, please.
Fantastic. Councilwoman Dewar, Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you. A couple of mine have been pulled. I was going to pull B8, B9, B10, and B15.
Great. Councilmember Reese.
No, ma'am.
Councilmember Martinez.
Nothing for me, ma'am. Thank you.
Councilwoman Anderson.
Nothing additional.
Okay. Can we, with the 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 pooled, can we please get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Just so council knows, we're going to try and move through the consent agenda, so if you need to get up, there's enough people here that we can do that one at a time, and we will start off with B7. Councilmember Ebert.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
So I just had questions about what is included in this? This is additional recording devices? Are these vehicles that we have that don't currently have recording devices in them, or are they upgrades or?
Exactly. They're
Okay.
not upgrades. They are vehicles that we have in our fleet
that weren't counted in our initial Axon contract for a variety of reasons, like the prisoner transport vehicle was not a fleet item at the time. Chief Nance, for the record, I don't think I introduced who I was, I just started talking randomly. And then, so that's a new one, and then there are other cars in the fleet that don't have Axon cameras, specifically our sergeant vehicles.
Okay.
Which it's really imperative that they have them also.
Okay, and then can you just kind of high level, to get this on the record, can you just kind of say what this is for? It's for recording devices, but is it for inside the vehicle, outside the vehicle, or a combination?
Some of the vehicles, like the prisoner transport vehicle, is outside and inside, so it'd be a dash cam that's activated when the lights or sirens are activated, or inside the vehicle so that we don't have to have an officer riding in the back of the prisoner transport vehicle with the prisoner, which is obviously unsafe.
Yeah.
So we would be able to see I would say it's similar to a baby monitoring
Yeah.
system, where they can be in the front seat driving and see if the people in the back seat are having any sort of medical emergency, or maybe they came unrestrained, or they had a weapon that they found somewhere. So it's a safety issue for the officer. We don't want them riding in the back of the vehicle with the prisoners, obviously.
Okay, and then this obviously, or I shouldn't say obviously, but does this record what's filmed, or is this just for them to watch in real time?
No, it's recorded. It's a cloud-based system, so the information is stored consistent with the public records and the state law, what we have to retain records for. If there is a case, say the suspect in the back of the vehicle does have a weapon or fights with the officers, and it becomes a criminal case, we would then download that information for court cases later, but everything else is held in the cloud and then deleted on a regular basis if not needed.
Great.
Just like the rest of our Axon systems.
Great. I do have a couple more questions. I don't know.
Does
if
anybody else have any questions? Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
Okay. It also says, first year of this expense will be borne by state forfeiture funds. For future years, this cost will be incorporated into the general fund budget request for the department. So is there a way that we can continue requesting state forfeiture funds for this, or is that just a one-time?
We will continue to get state forfeiture funds that we can utilize for other things, but state forfeiture funds cannot be used for ongoing costs. They're new items only.
Okay.
So we have to articulate to the state forfeiture one of the requirements. There's a lot of different requirements, but one of them it's not supplanting a current existing contract. So we can't use it for anything that we're paying for out of general fund currently. It can only be a new item. This is authorized because they're new equipment.
Okay, got it. And then also, I believe it said that this wasn't in the fiscal plan that council approved. Is there a reason for that? Did we just not know that we were going to need them?
Yes,
'Cause
these
it's
are new
vehicles?
purchases.
Okay,
So
okay.
it's vehicles that did not have them, that we either added to the fleet or they weren't counted in the original one, like the prisoner transport vehicle. We had a prisoner transport vehicle a long time ago. We did not have one any longer. We were able to acquire one and retrofit it so that we can make that system easier. That alleviates officers from having to leave their districts to transport a prisoner to jail. If we have multiple prisoners from a single event, we can put them all together and we save officer space so they can get back on the street faster.
And then I just had another question. So some of the vehicles are new to having a camera. You said like sergeants didn't used to. Was that accurate?
Yeah, so a different, some of these, these were vehicles that were not counted in our original system for whatever reason. So as we grow as a department, as we develop more supervisor positions, we've had 20 new full-time employee positions for 2 fiscal years in a row. We get new vehicles. These were not added in that original Axon contract that I believe, it went to council before I even came here. So
Yeah.
these are vehicles that we've added since then.
Okay. Is there any vehicles that have cameras now that it's due to like a policy change that we're, adding more cameras, or just because we didn't have the vehicles included it's not
There's
like a
been no
policy
change to our policy.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything else.
Motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to item B8. Councilmember Ebert.
So this one I pulled because of some of the comments that we had today. I just thought it would be relevant to discuss it. Can you kind of give us an explanation as to why we would be voting on an agreement? Hold on, the demolition of the existing facility prior to the sale.
Yep.
Because it is something that we didn't originally agree to. So can you kind of explain why we're moving this direction potentially?
Yeah. So Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager, for the record. So in September, we brought the exclusive negotiating agreement before this body to be approved with the deal terms sort of outlaid. Council gave direction on proceeding with all those deal terms, and those were baked into the final purchase and sale agreement. What came up during those conversations, it could be potentially 2 years for the developer to get the funding mechanism to proceed with closing this deal. So the question really came up is, what do we do in the next 2 years while we incur costs on maintaining this property? It currently costs the city about $6,000 a month to maintain those two buildings on Record Street due to maintaining safety and security. There are break-ins, windows get broken, things like that, so it does require maintenance, as well as the risk that the city holds on whether someone were to break in, damage the building, potential fires, things like that. So safety, security, and the resources that continue to go into those properties. It was decided maybe we should ask for the option to demolish the buildings over the next 2 years rather than wait. This isn't we will demo the buildings. These are the option that if we decide to do it, we can decide, and this body can decide when and how those buildings do get demolished. This is just giving us the opportunity to exercise that with Ulysses. And if we do demolish it, that they would reimburse us up to a certain amount.
20 seconds.
Okay.
Is there any way that we could condition that they pay for it? I mean, I know what we're waiting.
That was the
I mean, I know if the
negotiation with
sale
them
closes,
is
but-
if we were to demolish the property, they would reimburse us for the full cost of demolition. Because in their plans, they do plan to demolish the property once we close on it. But the condition of close is them getting their funding from the Nevada Housing Division,
Okay.
which could be up to 2 years.
Council members, if we can use the request to speak, it will help me as we move through this. But I'll move on to Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Just to wrap up the demo question, years ago, I managed a program, flood project, where I acquired a lot of property and a lot of buildings that were in disrepair. And I know at some point, I want to just agree with you that, it became more prudent for the agency to demo the buildings, and especially on security issues. I mean, if you're planning to demo and it gets a roof leak, you're not running up there to patch the roof. So it's going to just continue to deteriorate. And so I agree with that. My question is, what if they are reneging on the deal? I mean, what push do we have to ensure they actually pay us for the demo?
In this scenario where the deal doesn't close, we would have expended the funds to demolish the property. I will say in the appraisals, the property was worth just as much, if not more, being a fully scraped site. Those buildings on site are past the point of obsolescence.
Yeah.
Obviously, they've had some challenges.
My next question is, I voted for this specifically because it was designed to be an affordable housing project. And I know we have this clause in that says they can move forward with a commercial project. And my concern on that one is that if they cannot effectuate the affordable housing, then perhaps another developer could. We have many developers working in that space at this time, or at least a number, if not the word many. And what I would like to see is if they cannot move forward with affordable housing, that come back to council, and we could make a decision to either move forward with another affordable housing developer, or if it's going to be commercial, we cut out someone else that was ranked number 2 that could have moved forward with a commercial development. It's just that wasn't the council's preference. So I would like to see, it's more about opportunity, that if they can't move forward with what they pledged to do, that we go with a number 2 on affordable housing, or if it's going to be commercial, that we open it up for a variety of commercial developers. So that's what I would like to see. Is that a possible change?
I would say, Ulysses are affordable housing developers.
Right.
If they cannot get the funding to do an affordable housing project, it's likely that this deal will not close.
Right.
And so at that point, we could easily put out another RFP to
Okay.
develop this
Is
site
that,
and entertain.
but can that be clearly stated here or
I
understood?
think the clause in the contract you're referring to is based on NRS, the city can only sell property without taking it out to the public, only if it's for an economic development purpose.
Yeah.
The language in there says that if the use were to ever change, the contract still holds that whatever future use of this property has to develop an affordable house, or economic development purpose.
Right.
And so that is really us clinging to the NRS language on whether whatever happens to the site, it has to be an economic development
But
project.
I thought when I read it, it seemed to say that it had to be affordable housing. I mean, later in another parenthetical,
In the whereas,
it
it
said it
does
was
say that
deed restricted.
the intent of the sale is for an affordable housing project. And if they do get their funding from the Nevada Housing Division, they are encumbered for, I think, 15 years to provide affordable housing.
Okay, we're going to
on
move
that
on to
site.
Councilmember Reese, and then we can go back to another round, and we'll start with Councilmember Ebert. Councilmember Reese?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Mr. McCardle, thank you so much. A couple of things. One is, how is Ulysses doing? Let's a check-in moment. Are
They've been
moving like-
fantastic to work with.
Okay.
Multiple calls, they're making great progress on the project. Ryan Watt is here from Ulysses. You're welcome to ask him questions as well. They've been extremely proactive in pursuing this project.
Well, and they
as
were
intended.
proactive with me afterwards because I was an original no vote on it, but we spent a great deal of time with them, very impressed by what they're doing. They also have a track record both nationally and here in building affordable projects. My guess is if they can't build it, no one can build it. So I am not really concerned about that. For my part, I do think it is better to demo the building and get the site cleared. Also, I suggested in the past that we should figure out whatever we have to do with easements and anything that is needed to be, revert to acreage, combined parcels, all that stuff should be cleaned up, because whoever buys it, and I hope it will be Ulysses, and they'll close on it post haste, they would still need those things. So for my part, just as a property owner, having a piece of property for sale, we should scrape the earth and fix all the land-related issues with all of the deeds. So that's my part there. And then as to the affordability component, I suppose I want to make sure that I've been clear. This property and this site should be affordable housing, right? It was previously a site where people received, services. There was housing on the site. That is our intention. I don't think it should be a commercial development, although perhaps there could be a coffee shop on the ground floor or something, unique like that. But I'm not concerned about that, but I want to make sure that the agreement clearly spells that out. And obviously, you've already said as a practical matter, if Ulysses can't make it a go, we've still got all the restrictive covenants about how we use to pay for it, but please make it clear. The second part of that is this question about what does affordability mean to anyone? Obviously, affordability is a criteria set out by HUD in various regulatory frameworks and the state of Nevada, both I think they adopt very similar ones. What I want and what I hope Ulysses will hear us say is you will build your pro forma however you will, and my hope is that pro forma will include affordability at various levels, 30, 60, 80, right? If you can get me a 10, fine. I mean, you heard a public commenter talk about people who have very difficult needs. I don't think it's going to be supportive housing, but it could be any of those matrix range, and I'm open to it being shown to us, right? I would much rather be 60 than 80, right? Who wouldn't? But I don't know what the pro forma will bear out, if it has to be a group of mixed uses and certain components are market rate and some are affordable. I'm open to that. How do we make that happen?
So the classification of affordable with the Nevada Housing Division is the entire project income average has to be below 60% AMI. Ulysses, and you mentioned that last time, and Ulysses did hear it, is that it is the intent to possibly offer some at 30% AMI, all the way up to 80% AMI, but on balance, on average, the entire project must average out to less than 60% AMI.
Okay. And how do we ensure that?
That will be ensured by their funding through the Nevada Housing Division.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councilmember Ebert?
Oh, good morning. So Thank you for explaining all of this. Do you happen to have any numbers on like how much it cost to secure this location? I don't know what kind of security measures we have. Do we have like guards patrolling, or is it just an alarm system? What kind of security are we talking about?
There are security costs. We do not have a service. I don't know if you, Allied or whichever security company does, but regularly they go by this site. They do deal with security issues on this site quite regularly of people breaking in. It's on the regular route of city assets that they go and check out. I don't have the exact cost for security, but it is a recurring cost.
Okay, and what's the cost for demoing?
We do not know yet. We have not gone out to bid for the demo. In the contract, it's not to exceed $670,000 of the portion that Ulysses would reimburse to the city. So if it comes in over more than that, we would have to have that conversation on whether we're okay with that price.
Okay, here's my concern, and it's just financially. I want to really encourage affordable housing too. That's why we went with this group, and I voted for them because I thought it had the most affordable housing, and I just want people that are watching or were here earlier for public comment to know that this council does do what we can to provide affordable housing where we can. I mean, this is a City of Reno owned property. We can't use it as a Record Street facility anymore because Washoe County has to do those types of services. So we are ensuring that this is going to affordable housing. So I just want to say that out loud for everybody, that the city obviously is trying to provide more housing. But just in the interest of finances, I don't know what's more cost effective, just providing security or demoing it. I feel like doing the demo costs a lot of money, and we won't know for 2 years if this is going to go through or not. So I don't think I'm going to support it just because I don't have numbers on security measures at the location. But, if we're only going to get reimbursed up to $600,000 for demoing it, I don't know if it makes sense for us financially.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I could add something to the record real quick. Thank you. Ashley Turney, Assistant City Manager. One thing to note, I did confirm that Allied Security, which is our contracted security company, does patrol this property, so there is an additional cost for the city for that service. To your point about cost for patrol versus the demolition, one thing I will note, it has been noted by multiple departments in the city that unoccupied buildings continue to be an ongoing risk for liability and oversight for the city. Anytime that a building is not occupied, it will give us some opportunities for activities that could be dangerous for that property as well as nearby properties. So that is one thing to take into consideration. It may not be the exact tangible dollar figure you're looking for, but that is an intangible to take into consideration.
Well, I imagine those
JC, I'm
same
turning, we're
risks-
going to move on to Councilmember Reese. You had your hand up? I don't
Thank
see
you.
your hand.
Madam Vice Mayor, I want to be clear, the funds, whichever they are to be spent, if they are spent, would still have to go out for a bid, is that correct?
Correct.
And those funds would come from where?
We don't know if it's general funds or if we want to seek redevelopment funds to do this. Under both scenarios, when the property closes, that would be reimbursed to whatever fund those.
Of course. I think, though, that I want to make sure that if it is redevelopment related, which I think it is, we should fund it out of the redevelopment agency. So that's my thought. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Reese. I do see Councilmember Dewar's hand up now. And this will be your second round, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, what I'm asking is that I was cut off a little earlier. I had asked you a question, but you weren't allowed to answer. I'd like to get an answer. So the question was, will this come back to us if it's not going to be affordable housing? I'd like to see that as a caveat in the agreement.
Yeah. If they cannot get their funding, I doubt that this project will close. And so it would require us to
Come
relist
back
the
to
property.
council
Correct.
for another RFP?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that's
Yeah.
the process, because I don't quite agree with your assessment that if they can't do it, no one can. Every one of these companies is set up differently, has different expectations about a developer rate of return and so on. And so I think, it isn't an automatic that if they can't do it, no one can. So we could potentially have a second shot, or we could go forward on a commercial development if that too failed. So appreciate that. And as to the question earlier about this 30, 60, 80, I too recall that, and I just wondered, what is your, you said that it's an income averaging thing, but what is their actual plan? Like,
They haven't done architecture on the project, so
Okay.
at the minimum, they have to produce 100 units of affordable housing that income averaged are less than 60%
okay,
AMI.
all right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. I would just say thank you very much. We received some public comment. I was able to forward that to you and your team, and some of those folks were here today, and I think you were able to address all of their concerns. So I appreciate you taking the time to do that. I do not see any other hands up from the right. You have 1 minute, Councilmember Ebert, and then we're going to be looking for a motion.
Yeah, so again, just in the interest of being fiscally responsible, I'm not going to support this. I know that there's risk associated with something happening to the building, but there's risk associated if the lot's vacant. That's where people, tend to kind of encamp currently. So I don't think that the risk is that different, to the surrounding buildings. That we've heard a lot of people give comment today about people next to their buildings. So just to be fiscally responsible, I'm not going to support it. If you had numbers about the annual cost of security and it was more than the potential demo costs, I would. But just considering it's an unknown, I can't support it.
Thank you, Councilmember Ebert. I am looking for a motion.
Madam Vice Mayor, move to approve staff recommendations.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, motion carries with 1 abstention. Thank you very much. We are moving on to
No,
item.
one opposition.
1 opposition. We are moving on to item B9, and I have a disclosure for this item. Madam Mayor, fellow city council members, and Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency on item B9, I am disclosing that I serve on the board of directors of the Downtown Reno Business Improvement District, a nonprofit organization designated by City Council to implement a clean and safe program of safety ambassadors and maintenance workers throughout downtown Reno. Item B9 involves the amendment number 2 to the professional service agreement between the City of Reno and the DRP. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the City Attorney's Office. Here, City Council appointed me to the DRP Board of Directors. As a director, I have per se commitment in a private capacity to the interests of the DRP pursuant to NRS. In addition, I am a bid ratepayer, and I have pecuniary interest in the assessment. The DRP provides clean and safe services that would otherwise fall to the city to provide. Because the DRP's interest goals and operations closely align with the city's interest goals and operations, my commitment in a private capacity to the interests of the DRP would not clearly and materially affect the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position to warrant abstention under NRS 281A.4203. And number 18-006A 2018, public officer is not required to abstain from acting on matters involving a nonprofit entity before the governing body where the interests are aligned. While I have a pecuniary interest in the assessment, the resulting benefit or detriment occurring to me will not be greater than that occurring to any other member of the bid in a similar rate tier. The fact that I am a ratepayer will not impact my ability to impartially review and render a decision upon these agenda items. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to these agenda items. Thank you. Councilmember Ebert.
Or anything on this item?
I do not believe we have a
No?
presentation.
Okay, so on this item, I just have a lot of concerns about what's being proposed to remove the additional supplemental police support for the area. So I'm just curious if somebody could explain what exactly that means. So what supplemental services are provided now and what would not be provided in the future if we remove this amendment from the agreement? Can anybody answer that?
I can briefly address that. We do have Neoma Jardin, who's the executive director of the DRP, here to answer some questions as well. In the original Business Improvement District contract. It said for the first 3 years, the bid shall provide supplemental police services on an annual basis with a specified budget amount for 3 years. After that, year to year, it would be negotiated between the police department, the city of Reno, and the Business Improvement District to decide what level of services should be required in that area. Last year, the bid decided that they wanted to add some more security bid officers or ambassadors, as well as additional ambassadors throughout the nighttime. And so it was discussed with the city manager's office that we could remove that clause for additional police services in the agreement itself.
Okay, but what additional police services were provided? Was it more patrol? Like, what was it that they were getting?
I can't speak to that.
Okay.
That was negotiated in the original agreement for the first 3 years. But
Looks
I
like
can't
we might
speak
have
to the
Chief Nance
specific
who
ones.
can answer that.
Mr. Mercado, can you do name and title for the record, please?
Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager.
Chief Nance, for the record, and just to confirm, because I might have missed your question, it was what police services the
Yeah,
contract
so it
talks about?
says that, there's supplemental police services, and this vote is to remove that from the services provided with this additional assessment that people pay on their property taxes.
Yes, so it was listed in the original agreement that the city of, that the DRP would give a financial amount to the city to pay for a downtown bike team. And that team worked 2 to midnight, Wednesday through Saturday, and they were only in that area. Last year, that financial side of it was removed, and we did not receive that money this last fiscal year. But we continue to provide those services, and as you heard in the last presentation I gave on the 11th, we actually provide more services downtown than we ever have before, so.
Okay, so you said the bike patrol wasn't happening? Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. I just see Councilwoman Dewar's hand up, so I was going to move on to her.
Thank you. So I am not sure if you could just stay. I'm not sure I completely understand. So the first 3 years, there was an enhanced downtown bike team that the DRP paid for?
I don't know the timeline, so I can't speak to that. I can tell you when I got hired, I reviewed the DRP contract, and there was an item in there where they were paying the city of Reno and part of that was to pay for a downtown bike team. That bike team worked 2 to midnight, Wednesday through Saturday.
Got all that.
And that is what they paid for.
So, but they're not going to pay for it going forward if we do take this action?
They stopped paying for it last year.
And we kept doing it, so what's the plan going forward?
We absorbed that into the budget last year. So that financial burden was absorbed into the budget. We have continued to provide a downtown bike team. The only difference is that they are not exclusively assigned to the bid right now. They are assigned to the entire downtown area, which is primarily mostly the bid. But that's really the only change that we've made.
Okay,
We've
so
still provided it.
The change is we're carrying on. We're actually expanded beyond the DRP area, and the DRP is not going to contribute to that service.
Yes, they did not contribute
Especially.
as of last year, and my understanding is that they're not intending to
So we're
continue.
trying to clean up the contract to match the reality of what's happening, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so I guess I'm going to turn to our manager. I mean, we're in some severe financial times. We all want these services, absolutely. But I don't know what it costs to continue doing the bike team without extra assistance from anyone, whether it's DRP or anyone. Do you know what the cost is, and do you know if we can afford it even in these times of more austerity?
I do not know. Thank you for the question. I do not know what the cost is right now. We will not be able to continue to provide the same level of service in the bid that we are providing now. We will not.
Okay.
You're going to get an update later today that will explain where we are, and some decisions will need to be made within the next 120 days about how we're going to continue our operations.
Okay.
So I do not anticipate continuing to provide the same level of service with RPD in the downtown core, simply because I don't know that we're going to have the the same number of police officers
Well, exactly.
over the next 6 months.
So I thought we should say that in the out loud, not just pretend we're amending a contract with no consequence. There is a potential consequence, and I just think we have to be very aware and explicit about it. And I don't know that we're going to cut it back. I don't know what decision we're going to make later in the meeting. But I just thought it needed to be said and understood by me and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar and Councilmember Reese. I see
Thank you,
your hand.
Madam Vice Mayor. I think I sort of think about it at its core, what are the agreements that we have with the Downtown Reno Partnership? And my understanding is that those downtown owners have assessed themselves a certain increase above whatever they would otherwise pay to provide for supplemental cleaning, supplemental staffing, the ambassadors, and they have gone out in the last year and had more 24-hour services. They brought on like 10 more people to patrol the areas because they just feel like they have a better read on their needs than sort of this fiction we created, which was like they would collect the money, but then they would send some of it back to us to pay for additional police staffing. Our police officers are doing a phenomenal job. Whatever we do with them and with this team will be a decision we'll make in the budget. But fundamentally, I don't think that it's our job to sort of micromanage the budget of the DRP. So that's why I view this as truly a cleanup of these items and not about some ability of us to hold on to dollars that we could then spend on something else. They've already agreed that they're not doing that. And they've gone out and for the last year gone a different direction. We've still provided enhanced services, quite frankly. I think we probably do that because we're trying to focus on the downtown environs larger than the DRP's footprint. But for my part, I just view it as a cleanup of the professional services agreement and believe that the DRP should be able to control their own budget.
Manager Bryant?
Yes, and thank you. And just to be clear, we're talking about two separate independent things. This council approved the budget of the Downtown Reno Partnership last year, and that budget did include a reduction of $800,000 for the police services. So this is a cleanup item. But to Councilmember Dewar's point, as we navigate the next 6 to 36 months, I would not expect the same level of policing that is occurring down there right now, but we will cross that bridge when we come to it.
Thank you, Councilmember Ebert.
Oh, yeah. So my question is, does the amount that the people that live in this area, that they're assessed, has that decreased at all?
The rate decreased last year, so the assessment rate that they apply did decrease. Was it 5%? Yeah, last year. But property values went up, so the amount that they collected last year in assessments was relatively the same as in the previous year. But the rate itself did get a max 5% decrease.
Okay. And is there a reason why they stopped paying City of Reno for the additional police patrol?
I think it was a financial decision that they wanted security ambassadors and nighttime ambassadors, as Councilmember Reese mentioned. They saw the need to deploy some of their resources, so they rebudgeted and added some resources to their own organization.
Here's where I have a problem with that. We've had several people come in from this area with a lot of concerns about noise in the area and enforcement of ordinances regarding noise and things like that. And we need enforcement of these things downtown. We had an ordinance go through making it possible for RPD to enforce things regarding noise and whatnot. And now we're going in a direction that makes it more difficult for that enforcement to happen because DRP is not paying those fees to the city of Reno to pay for those services. So I don't know if everyone in that area has been notified about this requested change. I would certainly hope so, because if I was paying for a service like that and I was coming down here to ask for additional enforcement over noise ordinances, I think I personally would be concerned to hear that that change had been made without notification. And I don't believe that these new security officers from the DRP are able to write citations or tickets or arrest people for criminal activity. So I think that this is kind of a step in the wrong direction regarding what the people in that area have asked for directly. And also I have concerns about this is okay. If anybody else has questions, I think. I have questions about this kind of bypassing the way that our property taxes are assessed in the state. They're being asked to pay certain things with the expectation that they get certain services, and that is, going up as well. But they're not necessarily getting the same services that they agreed to when they signed up for this. So I don't know if there's any information you can give me about that, but.
Thank you, Council Member Eber. I guess I can ask Council Member Chardon if you could just talk a little bit maybe about your board, and this will go under my time.
Refresh.
Yeah. I do see Councilwoman Dewar, but I'm going to go ahead and take a round, and then if you could just tell us about your board, who's on the board, and how the decision was made, and talk about some of the outreach, please.
Absolutely. Neoma Jordan, Executive Director of the Downtown Reno Partnership. We are represented by 17 members on our board, and each one of those members represents a distinct different area or representation of downtown. It could be a nonprofit, it's elected individuals, it's small business, it's large assessment payers, and the assessment is based upon their property value. It is not a tax. We are a private nonprofit that contracts services. So the assessment and our budget is deployed based upon and direct correlation to what the assessment payers and the community is saying they want. And what we discovered even before this last cycle, which came before this body during your budget presentations and our presentation, where the police funding was removed and put back into ours to deploy, was there's strapped resources police now, and certainly it sounds like going into the future. That's nothing new. Recognizing that and recognizing what we're seeing at the street level doesn't always rise to the level of what a police officer needs to respond to and enforce. It is the sheer number of people on the street, meaning ambassadors and security officers, the deterrent nature of that. And we did a direct response to what the assessment payers in the community said. We want more ambassadors, we want security guards, we want overnight protection, and by the way, we're in a little bit of a lull with regards to development and values of properties. We would, like to not see our assessments continue to grow. And we directly responded to what our assessment payers were voicing to our board of what they wanted. So we, in our budget presented to you and adopted, was exactly that response. So what we have done is we have added 10 security guards, 4 ambassadors, we have an overnight program, and we lowered the assessment by 5%. So that's
Jordan,
what
do you have,
this money
sorry,
went
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but do you have downtown residents on your board who voted on this already?
Yes.
Okay.
We
so-
have 2 residential representatives, and then we have others on the board that actually live downtown. So we have multiple residents represented.
Thank you.
Okay, hope that answered.
Council Member Dewar.
Thank you. I just wanted to get clarity on something that relates to DRP and I guess your representation, Ms. Taylor, on the board. My understanding is we do have representation, and you are it, and that we do get a chance to vote on the budget. Is that correct? So we are invested in whatever budgetary decisions are made. It's not us, I'll just use this word, micromanaging the DRP. We're active members of the DRP. I just want to get that clarity. Is that true, or are we sitting here, we have you as our representative, but we're sitting here as our body? Can someone explain that relationship?
I'm going to turn to City Manager Bryan about our contract.
Yes, I understand. Yes, the City of Reno has contracted with the Downtown Reno Partnership to act as our vendor in this capacity.
Yeah.
And again, like I said earlier, the council has already approved their budget.
Yeah.
This council does approve their budget.
Right.
And this is a cleanup item, and it took a really long time to do the manual work about ascertaining what maintenance items
Okay.
needed to be identified, and that's what took so long, because we had not done that work since this first began. But to your point, yes, this council does have oversight into their budget.
In addition to I just want to make sure, is our representation because we have oversight, or is our representation because we're a paying member of the DRP?
I would say both. I'll kick it to Brian McCardle to clarify.
Yep. Brian McCardle, again, Revitalization Manager. Of the 17-member board, the city and the county both have seats on that board, and so they can.
And those are voting seats?
Yes, they are
Okay.
voting seats. Yeah.
Well, that's what I just wanted to make sure, that we are in two places. One, we're on the board helping evaluate and approve the budget because we are an invested participant in the DRP. And number two, we're over here contracting for services or whatever. So I thought it was important to get that clarified because I was starting to get a little squishy on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. Councilmember Ebert, you have your hand up. You have
Yeah.
one more minute. Is that accurate?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't support this, just knowing what the community has said that they need regarding additional enforcement for noise. They've asked us to do new ordinances to help with the enforcement of noise. I don't believe that these additional security guards are able to assist in that. I think this conflicts with things that we're working on in the downtown area. And I understand people may have asked for additional help, but I don't think that they realized that that was at the expense of losing additional supplemental police presence down there. So I understand that there's a board, but I think if you were to do a survey with all the members, they would prefer to keep their additional supplemental police enforcement down there. And I'm saying that based off of the communication I've had directly with constituents in the area.
Thank you, Councilmember Ebert. I believe I'm looking for a motion at this time.
Move to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed?
Okay, motion carries with one opposition.
Ms. Jordan, don't leave before we say happy belated birthday to you, my friend. I know it was yesterday, but we'll pretend. Happy birthday.
And don't leave before the next item. B10.
Okay, we'll move on to item B10. Councilmember Ebert.
Oh, you pulled this too? Okay. Yeah, I know. Thank you.
I wasn't planning on pulling this item until we had all of the comments come in. I know we'll never be able to make everyone happy, but I just wanted to give you a chance to just talk about things that we are doing to support the community, because we'll never be perfect, but we are doing what we can to help the community. So if you could just kind of talk about what this is. Says the City of Reno Parks and Recreation Department is supporting the collaborative effort between the Reno Initiative for Shelter and Equality, RISE, One Truckee River, and the Truckee Meadows Park Foundation to establish the Truckee River Urban Tree Workforce Program. So can you explain what that does?
Sure, happy to explain it. Nathan Elliott, Parks and Recreation Director for the record. I believe we have Ben online too from RISE, and I think he should explain what the wonderful work that his organization's doing. But essentially, I think we're following council direction to engage our citizenry and to find ways to connect folks who need that hand up to get back into the workforce. And this is a great opportunity to do that and fill a need for maintenance along our rivers. So if Ben Castro's, is he on, Mickey? I think he would be best to talk about RISE, and then.
Okay.
Yeah, happy. And we also have Iris from One Truckee River here too, to answer questions.
Okay.
Okay, good to hear. Ben Castro is not online at this time, but I'll let Iris come up and talk a little bit more about the program.
Yeah, Ben had an emergency, but he should be online soon, but I'll do my best from what I understand. So I feel like you might be reaching for how this is helping people to enter back into the workforce. And so we have this program centered at Washoe County Crossroads program that RISE also manages. And so that is a program where folks, work to get past substance abuse. And they go through the program, and then when they get to the workforce readiness element of it, then they're able to apply for the Truckee River Urban Tree Workforce Program. And so it's a great opportunity to really support individuals that have made a really strong commitment to improving their lives, and it not focus just on basic jobs, but to really support them to get to be an arborist. Maybe all won't go to that direction, but also landscaping, pesticide application, those kind of things. Jobs that have been identified with a lack of candidates to apply for. So I think it's a win-win, and I'm really excited for this. It's small. It's very small. We have funding for 5 crew members, and that is till March of 2027. So, but it does everything, I think, for the Truckee River and the community that's good. And I just want to mention, too, that those crew members, I think, really come with a basis of experience and knowledge that is very helpful out in the stretch of the river that we're focused on.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you. I too pulled the item for similar reasons because I think it's very unique. It's the first time that we're giving job training on a particular field versus generalized, how to be a worker, how to do a resume. And I really wanted to give a shout out to former Councilmember Neoma Jordan in the audience, because she was the push to start Reno Works. And this program is very much modeled on a Reno Works concept, where the city is partnering with a variety of folks to give people the job skills that they need to become housed, for example, self-sustaining, really. And the fact, of course, that it's about trees, I love that. But further, I had some important conversations with former Councilmember Neoma Jordan about the north bank of the Truckee between Lake and Wells Avenue. And she was particularly concerned about the tree of heaven that's been growing there. And I had an opportunity to talk to you and the team about making sure we were going to be addressing both banks of the river, south and north, because that's a particular concern to the Downtown Reno Partnership. It's easier to set up camps when the terrain is covered with very leafy plants, which tree of heaven are. They're pretty inhospitable plants. They're very invasive. They have thorns. They're not pleasant to deal with, so kudos to the folks that are going to try to eradicate them. I think they will require application of pesticide near the river, which is a very unique and specialized talent, not something I generally endorse in any setting. I never want to see pesticides sprayed or used, but there are certain invasive species that require them in various states. This is one here. And so I wanted to make sure that we gave proper recognition to Councilmember Jordan about Reno Works, getting us started on a path to helping people with more self-sufficiency, and also helping her now in her current role with the DRP in terms of addressing the bank itself. So thank you, Iris, for making sure those issues were covered. And I also know it's going to take resources from the city. I talked to Matt Basil at the end of our Urban Forestry Commission meeting last week and said, are you going to have the time to supervise this and do all the things you're supposed to do and respond to comments and advance our tree canopy? And he said, it's getting ever tougher. He is only one guy. So I know we're in a budgetary shortage, but I'd hate to have any positions cut from there, especially since we're expanding the duties, not contracting them. So thank you. Thank you for everything.
Can I
Thank you.
respond to that really briefly?
Very quickly, please.
Okay,
I got 17.
I just want to say that I agree. I don't like the idea of pesticides, but we're using a safe model. I don't, that feels a little bit better, but I was good to know that they're injected directly into the roots. And then I want to just be patient with us, because I'm learning that to eradicate the tree of heaven, it takes many years of application.
Okay.
So we're at it.
Good to know.
But it's going to take time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Eber, you pulled this item. Do you want to give us a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item B11, Councilmember Ebert.
Hi. Hey, Chief Nance. Oh, is the next one? Maybe we can pull two together.
I have 11 and 12, yes.
Okay. Is it all right if we open 11 and 12?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have to say it?
Just keep moving.
I know, but I don't know if you have to officially open it.
We're going to open a B11 and B12 together.
So I always like to talk about grants that you're receiving and things that the Reno PD, is doing with these funds. So I pulled B11 and B12. One is for a JAG, what is it, grant, yes, on B12. And the other one is a grant for $110,000 for or from the Department of Public Safety, the Office of Criminal Justice. So for the Regional Gang Unit Program. So can you just kind of give us an overview of what RPD will do with these funds, and if they're like ongoing programs or new equipment, or just kind of what's RPD going to do with this?
Yes, Chief Nance, for the record, both of these are JAG grant items, so they're the same type of grant, but we're using them for two different things. One was applied for by the Regional Gang Unit, the RPD side, and the other one was for the Human Exploitation and Trafficking Unit. These grants will fund technology, software, overtime, and some equipment, and then training that the officers need in these groups to continue their expert testimony in court and to continue to do best practices for both gang and human trafficking investigations.
Okay. And do you find that we need to like expand our human trafficking kind of resources to help fight that or deal with it? Or, you hear things about that being on the rise. Like, are we expanding that program, or is this kind of just keep it going?
This does not expand the program. This allows for us to continue the services that we're providing. The Human Trafficking Unit and the Investigations Team is missing individuals that were from the team that we should be staffing. We cannot staff right now based on vacancies that we're holding within the police department.
Okay, all right. I don't know if anyone has questions.
I don't see any other hands raised on my screen. We're looking for a motion.
I did have one more question. Are these grants that we get every year, are they annual pretty much, or is this one and done?
No, we apply for these grants every year, and we have been successful in receiving the money every year. It's not a guarantee that next year when we apply, we will get them, but we have been very successful in receiving these grants every year.
Thank you. All right, I'll make a motion to approve items B11 and B12.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. We're moving on to item B13, and I believe this is Councilmember Ebert.
Hi, it's Khalil Wilson, Assistant Director of Public Works, for the record.
All right, so this is for the acceptance of a grant for school zone flashing beacons. Can you just kind of tell us where these are going to go and just a little bit about what this is for?
Sure. I'm very excited to be here today for this item. And this grant was made possible through the Nevada congressional delegation from Senator Cortez Masto, Senator Rosen, and Congressman Amade's office. And this $1 million grant is going for the purchase and installation of school zone flashing beacons. So we have about 200 school zones throughout the city of Reno, and these school zones are essentially those areas next to schools or around schools that are designated as school zones. And of those school zones, there's 115 that are still a backlog that are needed for the installation of these school zone beacons. And this grant will reduce that backlog by approximately 50%. So we utilize a process for predictive process that we use for allocating the prioritizing the locations. The collections of need are based on historical accident data and traffic volumes. And we also consider things like whether or not it's an overhead beacon or a side mount beacon. Their cost difference are quite a bit different between the two. So our objective here is essentially we will prioritize the locations, work with the Washoe County School District, and also Safe Routes to Schools to get the locations identified, and then bring a contract back to council, construction contract back to council for the locations and the award of those
Okay,
beacons.
so we would accept this grant, and then in the future, we would approve the contract to use these funds to install the crosswalk flashing beacons?
Yes.
Okay, and do these have to be used in school zones? We had a gentleman share about a area that was not safe for pedestrian crossing today. Is there any review of areas that are not necessarily in school zones?
For this grant, it has to be used in school zones, yes.
Okay, okay.
Council members, I don't see any other hands raised. Looking for a motion. Please.
Okay. I wanted to know too, does the RTC contribute anything to this, or the Washoe County School District? I'm aware of several instances of City of Reno installing these crosswalk flashing beacons, but I'm just, want to know how invested RTC is in installing things like this also, and also Washoe County School District. When we have about 200 school zones, I'm just curious if the city of Reno is expected to install beacons at all of them, or what kind of commitment do we have from Washoe County School District and RTC on this?
Sure. So for the Washoe County School District, they do coordinate with us. If there's an installation of a new school, the idea is that they would install the beacons at a time that the school is being established. As far as our partners at the RTC, we do look to see if they are able to, through some of their spot intersection projects, and contribute for the installation of school zone beacons.
Okay, so the older existing schools, Washoe County is not contributing to the installation of school
Oh, no,
flashing beacons?
they will when they upgrade the school zones, but we do work in partnership with them to getting those installed.
Okay, do we ever ask for reimbursement for any of these installations?
We haven't, what's the? Grant, it's just a grant, for that, so that we'll be able to basically utilize the grant for the installation.
Yeah, I understand, but for any, well, I guess it's not relevant. All right, thank you.
Motion.
I'll make a motion to accept.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? Great, motion carries unanimously. And we're going to send it back to Councilwoman Ebert for item B14. You get your briefings, right? You get your
I do,
briefings?
but
Oh, okay,
I think
great.
it's important to have these things said publicly. We have a lot of commenters talking about things that are relevant to our agenda, so I think it's good to talk about them and give a little bit more information about what the city of
Sure.
Reno is
Yeah.
doing.
Perfect.
Okay, great. So, Suzanne, this is about, City of Reno was awarded basically $280,000 to install 2 fast charge electric vehicle stations at the Public Safety Center. So, is this a grant that we apply for annually, or was this a unique grant or something? Or how did you find out about this and apply for it?
Sure. Suzanne Groneman, for the record, Sustainability Manager. So this is what's called formula funding under a one-time EECBG, which stands for Energy Efficiency Conservation Block Grant Program. We received it in the past in 2009. They did award it again under the IIJA. So this was our formula funding, which meant it was a set allocation. As long as we applied for it and it was for an eligible use, we would be awarded the funding.
Okay. And I just wanted to talk about the fact that the city of Reno is prioritizing things like this, sustainability measures in our construction and our new projects and properties at the city of Reno. So I just wanted to say thank you for your work on these grants, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any questions for anyone else? No? Okay, I'll make a motion to accept.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Great.
Thank you.
You know the drill, Councilwoman Ebert.
No, I think this is mine.
Is this yours? Okay.
Okay, well, I'll just take the lead here this time. I asked for this item to be pulled because I want to acknowledge the work of the Wild Horse Connection. And there are two people in the audience, or there were, representing that organization. When they heard that we didn't have enough money, when we were discussing the ARPA funds and possible reallocation, they went and put out a further appeal. They had appeared before us, I believe it was December, to contribute $15,000 to the project. And they put out a further appeal, and they ended up raising another $32,500 for the project. And I really, again, I think it's unprecedented that at this point they'll have contributed, once we accept this, $45,000 for a city project. And you know, we often talk about public-private partnerships, and we like to tout those, but often the public-private partnerships with a private business, and it's rarer that we have a partnership with a nonprofit. And I wanted to acknowledge that. In the interest of time, I'm not going to ask for a photo op. We did that before, but I did want to thank them, and I didn't know, I also want to put one more thing on the record. There are some alternatives being considered for which way the fence would go. And that's all getting worked out in, let's say, the next 30 to 45 days, based on some things with NDA. But I know that this money is specifically for one of the alternatives that makes sure that the fence attaches to the South Virginia and a fence there. They think that would be the most protective, keep the most horses out, and would complete the circle for the foreseeable future. The other option is being considered would not do that. And is much less certain. So if we don't build this, a lot of these people have donated specifically and explicitly with the idea that we will fence all the way to Virginia Street. And I have gotten documentation now from Public Works that with their money, we now do have sufficient funds to do that project, plus a little bit for contingency. So I wanted to go on record as saying that if we don't build that alternative going to the fence, of which the basis, which is why we need the money, that we would refund the money if we don't end up building that. But I want to really thank you. I see Tracy Wilson nodding. I don't know if you have anything to add, but you know, you're welcome to come up. And I just, again, want to say you really have gone above and beyond in helping us do this project.
Tracy Wilson for the record, and I am the Nevada State Director with American Wild Horse Conservation, volunteer liaison with Wild Horse Connection. I can speak on behalf of the Northern Nevada, or the Wild Horse Alliance of Northern Nevada, which encompasses like 5 or 6 different organizations. All of us are incredibly grateful for the continued work on this and seeing it through to the end. And I know Mayor Sheevy's not here, but her persistence in saying, bring me a plan, bring me a plan, bring me a plan to make this stop. So really, it's just a huge thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Tracy. Councilmember Ebert?
Oh, yeah, I just kind of wanted to echo what Councilmember Dewar said. Just, you know, thank you for your partnership with this. You know, it's about the horses. It's also about public safety. And it's really taken a lot of collaborative work to get this done, and we're almost at the finish line. So just thank you for helping us get there. And yeah, it's really important for a lot of reasons. So thanks so much for your help.
Councilmember Dewar, can you please do the honors here?
I will. First, I just want to say that I've really been impressed with the outreach generally, and at our last meeting, when we discussed this in depth, Mayor Sheevy said she was going to bring it to the RTC Commission, the Regional Transportation Commission, to see if members of that body would be willing to donate some of their commission funds, and they did. And I wanted to recognize our Councilmember Devin Reese for a $10,000 commitment. Also, Mayor Luz Garcia, Washoe County Commissioner, for a $10,000 contribution. And then Mayor Shivi for a $20,000 contribution in her future funds. And all of those have been counted in terms of making sure that we can meet the bill. Now, we don't have the bid yet. They're going out to bid shortly. We presume this will meet the bid with a little bit of contingency. That's why it's very important to be conservative. But it's incredibly, I guess, inspiring that other agencies have stepped up, not just, so that's $40,000 from RTC members, but also we, last meeting, talked about a $280,000 from NDOT to help us with the NDOT portion. And of course, if the NDOT portion costs less, they will pay less. And if it costs more, I understand they'll probably contribute more. But they're basically paying for the entire fencing and cattle guard around Geiger Grade. Several council members here have made commitments. I wanted to recognize Councilmember Brandy Anderson, who's also on this list for $5,000, and myself, who's on this list for $20,000 at this time, with more if needed. So we're just waiting for those bids to come in until we have the final figure for revenue. But this is truly a remarkable partnership from many, many people. And there have been some big donors out in the public, not just the amounts we're speaking of that we've contributed with our public funds, but even greater amounts with private dollars. So again, this is going to get finished one way or another. The team has pledged to me, basically, by next fall. There always seems to be oh, what about this and the weather and the concrete? But one way or another, it's going to get done. So thank you.
Looking for a motion from you.
And I'm happy to make a motion on item B15 to accept the funds.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? None. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, council, for your work on this. And we are moving on to B16.
Hi. I should have opened this at the same time as the other one. Just want to find out a little bit more about this. So this is to support the 136 units of affordable housing in the development by Ulysses Development Group at currently the Record Street facility that's not in use. So can you just tell us a little bit about what this agreement's for?
Sure. For the record, Elaine Wiseman, Housing Manager. So basically, this is just the first step in Ulysses applying for their financing. So they're going to apply for tax-exempt bonds for the construction of the affordable housing project, and then tax credits to support the equity and lower the cost of the projects overall. So in order to do that, they have to have a resolution of support from the local governing body that supports the project, and they include that with their application for tax-exempt bonds. And that's like the first step for them to start the financing process.
Great. So I really just wanted to talk about this because I wanted to make sure the public is aware that the city of Reno is engaging and helping to bring in affordable housing into the community, that we're aware of the need for more affordable housing units, and that we're really doing everything that we can to help address that situation. I know that we'd all like to snap our fingers and have a ton more housing available, but it just doesn't work that way. So thank you for your work on this, and I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of the steps that the city of Reno is taking.
Council members, other questions? I do not see any hands raised. No? Motion? All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Fantastic. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much for your work. And I believe this is the last item on consent, B17, that was pulled by
Could I
Council-
have the overhead, Mickey?
I'm sorry?
Mickey, could I have the overhead, please?
Councilmember Ebert?
Yep, just wanted to take a look at the roads. So these are new to City of Reno. due to new construction, new homes being built out there. So these areas will now be part of the street sweeping routes. They get swept once a month, right? Snow plowed in the winter, if there's time to get to them. Just kind of what happens to these areas now that they've been accepted by Reno.
Mike Michelle, engineering manager for the record. So upon the approval of this item, the streets that you see will become city streets maintained by us, and we will be responsible for, repairs and
Potholes and
Yeah.
all that. What about sidewalks? Does anybody have to shovel sidewalks or?
sidewalks are the responsibility of the adjoining property owners.
Okay, all right. So I guess that was it. Thank you very much. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We are going to take a break, and we're going to come back in 30 minutes, which would be 2:20. Are we ready, Madam Clerk?
We are all set, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay.
So we're
Council, we ready?
reconvening at 2:22 with Councilmember Ebert and Mayor Sheeby absent.
Fantastic. We will go ahead and move on to our C items, which are the public hearings. We are going to open the public hearings C1 through C3 together. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received for C1 through C3?
Madam Vice Mayor, proper notice was given and no correspondence was received on items C1, C2, and C3.
Thank you, and I will ask our legal team to read the ordinance, please.
Item C3, ordinance introduction, bill number 7293, case number LDC 25-00015, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, rezoning a plus or minus 0.75 acre site composed of 4 parcels located on the northeast corner of Sutro Street and Carville Drive, extending plus or minus 250 feet east along the north side of Carville Drive, south of Hillborough Avenue, and multifamily residential, 14 units per acre, MF 14, to multifamily residential, 30 units per acre, MF 30, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith, Ward 1.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. I will ask council members for disclosures, starting to my right. None?
No disclosures, Madam
None?
Vice Mayor.
I
but
have a disclosure.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I'll also note for the record, I don't know that I need a presentation on these, but I'll wait to see
Perfect.
what you're doing here.
Okay. Madam, or fellow council members and Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency on items C1, 2, and 3, I am disclosing that I was appointed by the mayor and currently serve on the board of directors of the Reno Housing Authority, a nonprofit organization closely aligned with the city to implement affordable housing projects in Reno. Items C1, C2, C3 involve a future affordable housing project on the northeast corner of Sutro Street and Carville Drive. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office. Here, the mayor appointed me to the RHA Board of Directors. As a director, I have per se commitment in a private capacity to the interests of RHA pursuant to NRS 281A.0656. Because the RHA's interest goals and operations closely align with the city's interest goals and operations to provide affordable housing, my commitment in a private capacity to the interests of RHA would not clearly and materially affect the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position to warrant abstention under NRS 281A.4203. Public officer is not required to abstain from acting on matters involving a nonprofit entity before the governing body where the interests are aligned. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, in the absence of anyone's need to hear a presentation, I think these are fantastic and really don't have any questions.
Do we have any other council members with questions?
Okay, hearing none, I'll move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission, and as to the master plan amendment, I move to adopt the resolution. Is that items C1 and C2 combined?
We will have separate motions on each.
Okay, thank you so
we'll do
much.
C1.
That's my first motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Fantastic. Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Vice Mayor, on the zoning map amendment, I move to refer the bill for second reading and adoption.
Motion and a second. Do we have any further comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. C3?
Madam Vice Mayor, on Charlie 3, I move to, has it already been introduced? So I'll move to refer.
Do you need to read anything, Carl? Nope, we're good. Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We are now moving into, thank you so much, RHA and the team, and this is a great project. We're super
Amazing
excited.
project.
Yeah,
Super
thank
excited.
you.
So thankful, very grateful.
Okay, so moving into the D items, we have a financial update, and do we want to open the RDA at this time, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am. So if we can open the redevelopment agency board for Wednesday, January 22nd. I will take roll call. Councilmember Taylor? Dorr?
Here.
Martinez? Ebert? Absent at this time. Reese?
Here.
Anderson? Sheeby? Absent at this time. Madam Vice Mayor, you do have a quorum of the redevelopment agency board.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any public comment?
We do not have any public comment registered on this item.
Okay, moving into approval of the agenda.
Move to approve.
And if I could just state, if I can have Manager Bryant just remove that item from this agenda, that would be helpful.
I'll move to approve with the removal of item D1 from
Thank
the
you.
agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Item A5, approval of the minutes from the regular October 23rd and November 20th meetings.
Move to approve.
I thought I heard a second. Motion second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And we will open up, let's see here. We have department items. Do you want to do the RDA agenda through that right now, or do you want to move into?
Together, C1 and D1,
Okay, we're going to do C1
RDA and D1 council.
and D1 council. Hi, Vicki.
So Madam Vice Mayor, if you can, oh, nope, you're right. Thank you. So C1 on RDA and D1 on regular agenda. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Mayor and council members. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance, for the record. Before you today, I have your second financial update. I'm doing these quarterly now for you at council. And so this one will be the second one for this year. Today's update is just going to be on the general fund. It aligns with our strategic plan under fiscal sustainability. And with the general fund, we want to give an update with this particular one because this is the one we struggle with building the budget for each year. It's the largest fund as the city. It was adopted with $340 million, including fund balance as adopted. Before you, you'll see the breakdown of that adopted budget. This is the current year budget. The current year budget was adopted before the labor negotiations were complete, and so you'll see an extra little piece at the top highlighted in yellow that has an $8 million in one-time funding. That funding was needed to cover the contracts that came in higher than budget at the time when the budget was approved, and council approved the use of these one-time funds to cover that budget gap in the current year. That budget gap that we see, that $8 million, we can only overcome that by increasing revenues or decreasing expenses as we move forward. We know we have that gap in the current year, and as we move forward, we have to plan for that. In the revenue side or the sources side of the pie that you see here, C-tax, which is consolidated tax, it's mostly made of sales tax, liquor tax, cigarette tax, and real property transfer tax. But it's mostly sales tax. It's very volatile. It's our largest revenue source in the general fund. And then property tax is the second largest source. Between those two, it's almost 60% of our revenues come from just those two sources. On the expenditure side, you'll see salaries and benefits equate to 76% of our budget. So we're in a people business. We're providing services to the community. And so most of our budget goes to providing those services with the people that provide those services. So the largest piece of our budget isn't as flexible as we might need as we move forward with some of the challenges that we have kind of coming ahead. Operating expenses account for about 20%. That includes everything that we need to keep doing everything that we do. Software, equipment, vehicles, insurance premiums, all the things that keep the city running. Really, those haven't increased a lot over the years that I've been here. They've been very flat, and budgets have been flat in that area, and departments have had to learn to go out and to bid, find better ways to do things, use technology in new ways to keep those costs low. So in those areas, departments have done really well. But we are going to face some challenges as we move forward. In the current year, the budget itself is balanced, but it's balanced with that $8 million of one-time funding. When we look at the current year, we say, where are we at in the current year? We need to know where we are currently so that we can build the budget for next year. We need to figure out, are things coming in on budget? Are things under budget? What type of savings are we seeing? What type of changes do we see that we need to adjust for the next year's budget? So before you, you'll see the fiscal year 25 general fund budget, and this is the status of the current year, where we think we are today. Right now, what we're seeing is that C-tax, that consolidated tax, that biggest piece, is flat year over year. What we've received so far to date is July, August, September, and October. So we have 4 months of data for CTAX at this point. Right now, that is trending flat year over year. So what that means is we've received exactly the same dollars in that same time frame last year as we did this year. Normally, you see growth in this space, and we need to see growth as a city in this space just to maintain what we have, since we're so people-oriented, and our staffing costs are the largest piece of our budget. So we have to grow in revenues, otherwise we can't sustain what we already have. And so that's a concern here. So we are showing under budget here by about $5 million if the trend continues and it stays completely flat. The other area is franchise fees. Franchise fees initially, when I put this together, built this up, we were running about 15% under budget. We've received another data point for sanitation, and we've received some new information for sewer. So those have been updated. So now we're showing about 12% under budget. But right now, franchise fees come in quarterly. So really those, I only have one data point at this point. I will have a second data point at the end of January. And then property tax, I'll have a second data point really at the end of January as well. So this is our working model. We continue to update this as we move along. As this changes, the model for next year will change a little bit too, because if these come in above or under where we think, that's how we build out next year's budget to make sure that we're still trending as everything's trending along. So right now, we're estimating we're going to be around $8 million short in revenue, and it's mainly from those two areas, C-tax and franchise fees. Franchise fees fluctuate. Typically, they grow year over year, but they do fluctuate based on consumption and also on the weather. So if we don't have really cold weather, it's going to fluctuate because the usage is down. And I think a lot of that is what we're seeing, both the consumption drawback where people are adjusting their thermostats, and then also we're seeing just not as cold of a winter as we've seen in previous years. So year over year, we're not seeing that growth. In the expenditure side, the city manager has given, because we know that these things are some challenges we have in the current year, the city manager's given direction that the departments are to include a 2% decrease in their current service and supplies. So departments are going through and seeing where they can save money in this current year. At least 2% has been mandated that they do that. Looking at that, we look at where other things are coming in to project out where we think we'll end the year. Between vacant positions and those savings that we anticipate, we think we'll have around $7 million of savings. So between the revenues and the savings the revenue shortfall and the savings that we're going to have, we're estimating we're around $1 million short this year. I'm fairly confident that this will be resolved as we move through the year, because we will continue to update our salary and benefit outlook to see vacant positions and things as we move along, and if departments actually find some other savings and things as we move forward, as I draw back, and tighten our belts a little bit, I think that this will resolve itself by year end. So this year, I do believe it is not a concern. As we look to next year, we do have some things that we have to consider. So the economy. So as we look out for next year, what does that look like? Well, taxable sales are flat right now in Washoe County, and that's from July through October. We are not the only ones in this boat. Both City of Sparks and Washoe County have both come out recently and said they are experiencing the exact same thing. Flat revenue growth is not good for us. We certainly don't want to be in a recession where you're losing money, but flat revenue growth doesn't work either because of the people base that we are so strong in the people base that we have to have growth in order to do those step increases, the COLAs and the things in the CBAs. We still have to grow in order to fund the things that we have. And so the flat growth is not, it's going to be challenging. For the most part, it's anticipated potentially 3 to 5 years. We don't know yet. The real thing is we've gone through recessions before. We kind of know the flow of those and how we lose the money and it kind of comes back gradually. What we haven't done really is go into the soft landing And that's really the space where we're at now, where the feds have done some things to kind of produce a soft landing to reduce inflation. And so we really have to be cautious as we move forward to make sure that we're flexible to adjust as we build these budgets. CPI, the inflation rate came out in December. A lot of our fees in the fee schedule are adjusted by CPI, so that's 2.5%. That will be, those adjustments will be done on the fee schedule as well as updates to other items on there that will come back to you during the budget workshops. And then the sewer rates, the user and the connection fees are also adjusted by CPI, that same 2.5%. So that's the only growth we will see in that space as well. Potential impacts of the 25 legislative session, we're not really sure. So there could be some things coming out as we move forward and continue to build that impact it. Federal Reserve reduced interest rates, 3 cuts in 2024, trying to reduce inflation. We anticipate there'll be a few more in 25. One of the things with inflation, though, is even if inflation slows, it may have little effect because the prior year inflationary impacts, those costs don't go down as much as they just flatten out. So they've increased and then they kind of flatten out. So although we may be saying we're reducing inflation, the impact of it, we're still going to feel it in more of the flat sense. For the volatile economy that I put on here, just the general uncertainty. And again, it's because we haven't been through that soft landing and we don't really know what that's going to look like. Right now, it's looking like very flat revenues, especially in the area of sales tax and the consolidated tax that we're seeing. And I'll kind of demonstrate that on the next few slides. And I didn't mention this, but I have 12 slides. So I just want to get through the 12 and then we'll have questions at the end. So this is your preliminary look at fiscal year 26, the general fund budget. The state has projected that the current year we would have 0 growth overall. And then next year would be 2%, and the year after that would be 2.7. That's that flattening again. We don't necessarily use the state numbers because sometimes what they're seeing at the state level isn't what we're experiencing at our level, so it may be higher or lower based on that. Right now, we are seeing that exactly 0% growth in C-tax on our side. So I am using the state projections at this point, the 2% growth in C-tax, so that's in there. Property tax, I think, is going to decline just a little bit as far as growth-wise because of the reduced building permits during the time when the interest rates were higher. So I think that the new construction piece of the property tax, we're going to see that a little bit less. Still, we won't have those final numbers until March 25th is when we get the final property tax numbers. I will have a little bit better estimate in February as we continue to roll along when I get some updated numbers from the county, but again, the finals won't come until March. Franchise fees, I did update, as I mentioned the other slide, with some new data. When that updates, this updates. We do know that CPI is the 2.5%, and so the year after that, 2.7. So if you look at the little arrow, I put the little arrow on there just so that you could kind of focus on those 5 years of kind of flattening there. If you think about this, just in basic math, if we were to grow $4 million, which is normal growth in fiscal year 23, we grow another $4 million in 24, and you continue to have that compounding growth that you would normally have, that's $20 million of growth over this 5-year period that we don't have, because you don't have the compounding effect of it continuing to grow. And right now we're in year 3 of this. So we haven't really seen issues of this because can you figure out other ways and absorb it in different ways for a couple of years? Yes. But once you see this continued impact of it, that compounding effect of it not growing year over year while your expenditures are growing, that's where it's creating the pressure where we're under to create this new budget. So just to summarize, how do we get here? That slow revenue growth. The slow revenue growth, the increased cost for labor, and the compounding effect of both of them. The compounding effect, not just of the labor, but of the revenues is really what's creating this gap. And so the labor negotiations had multi-year contracts except for IAFF. When you go into these multi-year contracts, you anticipate you're going to have normal growth, which we did, and that is one of the risks of doing a multi-year contract. One of the benefits is you know what you have when you're building the budget. So right now, as we build the budget, we know what's in those contracts and what we need to cover versus where we were last year, same time last year. We do have a payroll system that does have a lot of things that are having to be done manually. And so some of the paybacks that need to be corrected, like FLSA and some of the compaction things that we're seeing are corrections because of the system that we're using, because of some of the manual processes. So those are corrections that we do need to do. Retirement costs have gone up significantly. And retirement costs across the board for regular rate this year, the change is a little over 3%, and for police fire, it's almost 9% change for the budget that we're building for next year. So when you think about that, for example, like police fire, if you're going from 50% to 58.75%, that's for if you think about every dollar we spend for a salary, that costs almost 60 cents in retirement for that dollar, for that $1. And for a regular member, it's for every dollar you spend, that's 37 cents just for the retirement piece of it for the city. So this is a significant, very large cost. And if you look at it even bigger, you say, okay, $100,000 is a salary. That's almost $60,000 in just for the retirement piece of it for that position. It's a compounding. So the baseline budget for next year as we built it does not have any enhancement, and it does reflect that structural deficit, and it's probably around 25 million once we factor in all of the unknowns that we still don't have as we build this out. And we'll continue to build it and continue to update as we move through this process. So questions have come up, hey, why can't you use fund balance? Why can't you just use fund balance and fix it and we just move on? Well, fund balance is not a savings account. Fund balance is the money that we use for cash flow. Fund balance is the money that's in between when we have revenues coming in. So a lot of our major revenue sources like property tax and franchise fees only come in quarterly. And so in between those quarterly payments, we have to make payroll. We have to pay the bills as they come in, the invoices as they come in. If we don't have that fund balance, we are not able to do that. So it's not really a savings account, and dipping into it a little bit, yes, can we, to cover a few things, but that's not going to solve this problem that we're talking about here. We currently have a 15% fund balance, equates to about $41 million, and that's about 2 months of operating expenses. We need a minimum of about 10% in order to pay our bills as they come due. If we dip below that 10%, we start to have to hold bills 30 days, 60 days, trying to create that lag time until we can have enough revenues coming in to pay those bills. And then there's a potential below 10% that we would have to ask for advances from the county, which the city has done before. When I was early on with the city, they were doing that, where they asked for advances on property tax just to cover bills as they come due. So this is the real reason we can't rely on fund balance to fix this problem. So if we look at fund balance, what does it look like if we didn't do anything and we just continued forward? I think we'll end this year with the 15% ending fund balance. But if we don't solve the structural balance of the structural issues that we have between the revenues and expenses, in fiscal year 26 will be down to 6%. If we use all the fund balance to cover that $25 million gap, we'd be down to 6%. NRS requires that we can't adopt a budget with less than 4% fund balance. And really, we couldn't operate with that either. This is just really for illustration purposes to say that fund balance is not the answer. The answer is we either have to find new revenue sources or we have to cut costs. There are things that we could do in the interim as far as trying to do a balanced mix of some different things, and that's what we're actually working on right now for you as council, to figure out what those things would be and what we would recommend as we move forward to create a plan that's flexible and also has the least impact to labor, because we've heard that that's a concern, Least impact to labor, least impact to services. There will be impacts to services as we move forward because there's just not enough money to go around. We are not in this boat alone. As I said, Washoe County and Sparks are having the same challenges that we are. We are collaborating with them to see if there are areas where we can do things together or see what they're looking at to change some things or things where we can join together to maybe some cost savings. We are looking at that as well. But there's not one easy, quick push button to fix this. So we're going to continue to update for data points as we move along for revenues and expenditures. We're going to keep looking at that to see where we're at as far as savings as we move through the year. If we end up with a little bit extra at the end of this year, that should be used to move forward to balance a portion for next year to try to get us back to that balanced budget piece. We're going to continue to finalize the cost allocation plan, reviewing the fee schedule with departments and with you as council as well. And then we'll be discussing changes to address this structural deficit and what we would recommend to move forward. For timeline, on January 29th, the city manager is meeting with all of the labor groups to go over this information. In February, we will have briefings with you as council on the recommended changes and what we're looking at. On March 5th, we will have a budget workshop, which really at that point will be what we think we need to do in order to get to that tentative budget, to get that to the state by April 15th. So we really have a very short amount of time to figure out what are short-term the best steps and long-term the best steps as we move forward to figure out how to bring this back into alignment. So with that, that ends my presentation, and I'm glad to take questions.
Thank you, Vicki. And council members, if it's okay with the body, if we have extra time needed in this space, I think that it would be okay if we take it because this is a very big item. But I don't see any hands raised, but I'm sure there are speakers that are interested in having questions. I'll start with Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Ms. Van Buren, thank you so much for the presentation. It's complex, and I think you've done your best to distill it down to manageable data points for us as council members. For my part, I appreciate first and foremost being as communicative as possible with our staff, because I think the one thing that I do worry about is that they see the sky is falling. When I'm not sure the sky is falling, it's just a course correction, and it's a time for us to really reflect on the way in which our revenue is generated. And so for me, I just think it's not a bad thing to have those honest conversations with our staff. So I think that that's part of what I would encourage you to do, is continue to have honest conversations with us and with our staff, and make sure they understand that they're a part of our ongoing success. And I think that you're communicating that to me today, and I just want to continue to encourage you to do that. The second thing is, and I'm not sure that this is what the conversations will turn on today for some, but ultimately, I don't think any of us up here has the skills or technical knowledge to like plug the holes in the absence of your direction to us on that. So we will be looking to you to figure out like what are the things that we can do reasonably that will have the biggest impact on plugging the, we'll just say the $19 million hole. Because what I am hopeful we do is, rather than like a Hunger Games style effort where we're like, okay, let's eliminate, this department. And then you look at that department's, net nut to the budget and it's, $500,000, right? I think there will be broader structural things that we have to really address. So that's kind of the general response to what you presented me today. And then this is perhaps directed both to you and to the manager's office, and that is to say, we have known for a very long time that structurally in the state, local governments are essentially set up to fail in some ways, because with our revenue stream that we receive being so very tied to property tax, and with property tax depreciation happening in a state and never resetting on sale or death, we just find ourselves in a downward revenue stream and an ever-increasing cost stream. And so I think long-term, there has to be greater weight and emphasis put in a legislative fix. So hopefully that will be one of the tools in the toolbox to address it. I know that at least one Assemblymember Natha Anderson, intends to run a bill along those lines. I know former State Senator Julia Ratty also ran with a similar concept. And, you know, I don't know that any legislators hear our plea from the dais, but I'll just bookmark it here that we need help from the state to figure out what we can do to change this imbalance. So those are my comments in this first round.
You're
Thank you so
absolutely
much.
correct.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Councilmember Reese. Councilwoman Dewar?
Yeah, thank you. Really appreciate the presentation and the preview of the presentation. Really helped get my mind around where we are. I also wanted to really commend our manager for being so proactive with our labor groups. I don't know that they've ever had this kind of early conversation about what's happening and how it may or may not impact them. And I think that's critical in order to have them be our partners in solving the problems. I mean, we're not making this up. Every jurisdiction's facing the same kind of things. And I want to echo Councilmember Reese's comments about the legislature. I truly think that we need to do everything we can to support whatever Natha Anderson, Assemblywoman, brings forward, and we need to be there for her. I think all local governments in Nevada need to be there because we've got to get the message across. This has got to be addressed. The other thing I think that will be potentially very important, not for next year, but maybe in next year, is that, we all have on our calendars this meeting to discuss fire service. And as a community, if we do get together or act together, and we all do agree to move forward with some kind of regionalization, there should be some salary savings, some rejiggering in terms of uniformity of service. Instead of this conversation about 3-person versus 4-person crews, we should have a betterment of equipment, all the things, but it's going to go all the way to the next legislative session, to get there at a minimum. And so I think those two things we've got to be very cognizant of are going to help us. If we can get to the revenue side fixes, not just the cutting back expenditure fixes, I think we're going to be better in the long term. So I too see this as a very collaborative process at our council. We all understand the mission. We all understand we've got to bring in a balanced budget. We all understand that's going to involve some pain. And the fact that our employees, which are 85% or so of our expenses, having them as our partner again, I think is going to be what helps us get there. So instead of a aggressive management versus employee kind of situation, I hope for something different. And I think we can count on them. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar, and I see Councilmember Anderson's hand.
Hi. Just a couple of questions. On the realignment of positions and where they're being funded, whether it's the general fund or the building enterprise fund, there were some questions from people that wrote to the council and also some reporting about being confused about why those realignments happened. Can you just quickly remind us why we realigned those positions and where they were being funded?
Sure, those positions, a deep dive was done into positions per the city manager and all the departments to determine what the work is actually being done by the people in those departments. So some of our people are split funded. So say they do a portion of sewer type work and then they do general fund work. So they may be split 50-50 doing that type of work. In the building fund, you have some split positions and then you have other positions that are fully funded in there. And what it was determined is over time, some of those positions may at one time when they were split funded in there were doing building associated work. And then that work evolved and their duties changed and changed to someone else. And so as those changes were made, their positions weren't necessarily being funded correctly anymore. And so that deep dive that was done to determine is everyone being appropriately funded, did that this year. And we also tried to figure out where should they be funded. So if it's not here, if this isn't the right space, where is it somewhere else? One of the confusing things, and I think in the past that's happened, we call it development services, and they may be doing development services type work, but they aren't necessarily doing building work. And to be charged to the building fund, they really have to be doing work related to those building fees. And so this is realigning those positions exactly where they should be. And it's just occurred over time. It wasn't something that was done on purpose. It's just the evolution of different management and the changing times and positions.
Thank you. And then just one other thing. I was hoping that when you come to council and you give us opportunities to, when you get new data points and you have a better understanding of how this is rolling forward and our numbers that we're looking at, if you can also remind us of different opportunities to work with our regional partners. I know that we are addressing fire in a hopeful and focused and aggressive manner, but if there are other areas where we can be working with them, our other partners, to solve some more problems together, that'd be great.
Of course, and those will be the long-term areas that we need help solving, because really we don't have control over most of the revenue sources in the general fund. We get the money, but we don't really have control over them. They take legislative action, they take, collaboration with other agencies. So that is a really great space. Thank you for that.
Councilmember Ebert?
Hi. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for all the work that you do on our budget. I know it's a lot, and thank you for your work on this. I agree that we could find some savings in consolidating services regionally. I know that there's some hurdles to that, and it's not an immediate fix. But, this is maybe an opportunity to talk about just regionalizing, not just, fire, but sewer and other services. I don't know if that's steps that we could start taking to move us in that direction. I don't know. I've heard some people say that that's something we could do now. We just need mutual aid agreements. I've heard some other people suggest that we would need a new item on our property taxes. I'm not sure exactly what that would be, but if we could have maybe some joint meetings with Sparks and county to talk about that, what those steps would be to move forward. I think that it wouldn't just be a benefit to us, it'd be a benefit to all these agencies. It wouldn't just be, Reno's paying less for services, but everyone is, and we get better quality of service. Again, I know it's not an immediate fix, but maybe it's something we could just start working on. Maybe this will be a motivator for us regionally to start working on this, because I think it might be a hard sell with the state if it has to be a ballot initiative to change our property taxes. So just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
So I wanted to talk a little bit first about what I think I heard you say to help me understand and make sure I'm on the right page. We're okay-ish for this year.
Yes.
Depending on what happens. We don't have C-Tax yet for November and December, which could be a big indicator. So I would ask that when you get that, if you let us know as soon as you can, that would be helpful. For the next budget year, without the unknowns, are looking at about an $18 million shortfall. With some of the unknowns, it could be up to $30 million. So we could be looking at a $30 million budget deficit in planning for the next budget.
Sure.
That number cannot be made up by cutting, I don't think, is what I'm hearing, and that we need to bring in more revenue to help bridge that
Yes.
long-term, that $30 million. So
yes.
one thing that I hear is, well, why don't you take money out of redevelopment agency, or why don't you take money out of sewer agency or sewer fund to plug these holes in other places? Is that something that is possible?
No, because those funds that come into those, either RDA or into the sewer funds, those funds are dedicated just like the building fund.
So by NRS,
So-
they have to pay
Yeah.
for certain things. We can't take building funds and
Yes.
pay for general fund stuff. There are some things that we can work on to make that nexus a little bit.
Yes.
The other thing I was curious about is when we talked about the building fund and realigning some of those positions, with our other big funds that we have, sewer, street, have we done that investigative work to make sure that those positions are aligned with those funds? So,
Yes.
okay, so everybody is being paid out of the right funds, they're doing the right things.
Yes.
Okay.
City manager directed that this year and went through every single position, so,
Okay,
yes.
perfect. That's good news. And
Normally do it through the budget process, but not to the depth that we did this year. So in the budget process, we would normally do it and send out a list, and, you know, people go through it, department head goes through, checks it off, yes, 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 but didn't really dive into each particular position to really get into the basics behind it, and this year we did.
okay, so everybody's getting paid
Yes.
for out of the right funds.
Correct.
I will pass my time. Councilwoman Dura, is your hand up again?
Yes?
Okay.
Okay, just to follow up on that, on the building fund, several people have asked, I just want to confirm. Now, the building fund's set up by statute, or it authorizes us, I think, to have a building fund? Could you clarify that?
The building fund is an enterprise fund, so it's run like a business, just
Yeah.
like the sewer fund. So the revenues that come in from those building permits and
Yeah.
the building activity have to be, they can only pay for building type
So do we
activities.
have to have a building fund? I thought at some point in the past, we talked about dissolving it.
I don't think you have to have one. I
Mm-hmm.
believe at one time the city had it as part of the general fund.
Right.
Prior to me, I believe.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on that, but I believe at one point it was, but it is currently set up as an enterprise fund
Right,
so
but
that
I
it
mean,
should
is it
be
required,
self-supporting.
is my question. Is it
That I
required?
would have to defer to.
Yeah.
Is it required?
Hi, Chris Pingree, Director of Development Services. No, it's not required. The Enterprise Fund was created back in 1991 for the Building Enterprise Fund. It has changed shape over the years, but it has been enacted following NRS since 1991, but no, it's not required.
So, thank you. So the more we put funds in boxes, it reduces our flexibility to expend those dollars. You know, it's restricted expenditures, restricted for sewer, restricted for this. Some of the funds, like sewer fund, are we required to have that fund?
I think we are. I'd have to defer to the attorneys on
Okay.
that one.
I think so too, but I think we're not for building, and there may be other funds. So it may be just something to look at to give us more flexibility, even over short term, even if we then reformed it at some later date, 5 years from now or whatever, once we sort of get through a crisis. I'm not advocating this, but I'm just asking the questions so that we know what's required and where do we have flexibility to solve problems. Okay? All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Ebert?
Yeah, I just have a question about, generating more revenue. I know that we've lost the air races, and that was kind of a sore spot for my community. It was beloved, but are there ways that we can work with RSCVA to bring more events into town to help with the room tax and things like that? Like, are we working on anything there to help in that regard?
I think that defer to Ashley.
Thank you, Ashley, Attorney Assistant City Manager. One thing to address, per Reno Municipal Code, all of our special events the cost is distributed onto the promoter. So those are not a revenue generator for the city from a direct cost. We do receive indirect costs from additional C-tax oftentimes, though it is not a direct one-for-one. As it relates to RSCBA, I do know that they have hired someone to try to bring in more events. One of the things that we've really worked on here at the city through the leadership of this council is dedication of your ARPA funds. We have 2 full years of programmed activation coming forward. There's 47 new events that will be coming to the downtown area over the next 2 years. Wow. So we're hopeful that that will be something, and that's led by Rachel McIntyre, Activation Coordinator, and Brian McCardle in Economic Development to try to help bring in a little bit more C-tax, a little bit more opportunity there. So we're working with RSCBA. They really focus on room night sales. That's their space that they occupy, but we continue to meet with them to try to help generate something for more room tax for the entire
Yeah,
region.
and that was my point, was how do we increase that room tax? How can we maybe proactively get more events going on here, maybe to kind of fill that gap that was left from the air races or things like that? I'm not saying necessarily that the city of Reno pay for them, and I also don't think that the city of Reno would get a direct payment for them, but just in the expectation that we would get room tax revenue from that event. So, yeah, just a question. I don't know if maybe we can have any joint meetings with RSCVA too and see if there's anything that we could talk about just jointly, or, if that's a possibility?
I'm in communication with their executive director often, so I'll bring that to him. Just for this council, for a reminder, we permitted over 250 special events in 2024. That was actually a 30% increase in special events for last year. So we've had staff that are really focusing on engaging that promoter community to try to find more events to bring in, as we know that that's a benefit to all the small businesses that are around that as well as our community.
Okay, thank you. For my last round, I would just ask Manager Bryant if you could put an ending on this as far as what are we doing as for solutions moving forward? What do you need from us, and how can we help?
Okay, so thank you very much. You've heard some of the work that we've been doing. We have been actively working to enhance events in the area to increase revenue proactively. We are talking with some of our regional partners to see if we can't collaborate and reduce expenses, because we are not alone in this boat. We've identified some expenses, and we'll be meeting with Washoe County to see if there's an opportunity to share or reduce some payments that we are currently making to Washoe County. As you are aware, there was a fiscal equity study performed last year, and we're talking about that with our regional partners. Internally, you've seen some of the reductions that we've already identified, but we do have, there's no way we can get to where we need to be without somehow impacting labor. The goal is to reduce the impact and mitigate the impact on labor as much as we possibly can, but with a $25 to $30 million shortfall, we cannot get there without having some type of impact. What does that look like? We're talking about freezing positions. We'll be doing an economic analysis of what that would look like over the next 15 to 30 days. I'm anxious to hear what the labor groups have to say. It's not a negotiation. There's certainly no commitment, but we are seeking their feedback as to what their perspective is, because this isn't something that I agree should not be just foisted upon them without seeking their input. We have $750,000 in revenue that was just banked yesterday, I believe, from the sale of some property. We're going to be asking council to put that towards the FY26 shortfall. And additionally, there's going to be some other property sales that we'll be bringing to you in February and talking about, when those are sold, can we put those towards the FY26 shortfall? So there's a lot of different options, some of which are one-shot money and some of which will be a longer impact, but ultimately we have to increase revenue in order to reach the service levels that this community deserves and that our staffs very desperately want to provide. They're very committed to the work that they do, and it's quite distressing when they don't have the ability to do what they know needs to get done. So that's kind of the high level. We'll be meeting with all of council in February with actual dialed in details. And then we'll be talking in the budget workshops with all of you about what works for you and what doesn't.
Thank you, Manager Bryant. Councilwoman Eber.
Yeah, I have one more question. Just thinking about ways we can generate revenue. What are we doing with the ballroom? Like, do we have assets that we don't necessarily need to hold on to?
I'll
Maybe
tell
we
you,
don't want
the
to?
short answer is that's on the list. And an assistant manager attorney will give you a better answer.
You, Assistant City Manager Ashley Turney, for the record. Part of, as Manager Bryan alluded to, we will be bringing forward a property plan to this body, the second meeting in February, to discuss the assets that the city currently has in our portfolio. As you mentioned, the ballroom, there's currently an agreement. It was a 30-year agreement from the date of the certificate of occupancy from 2008. 20 years, 2000. My math, Washoe County Education. It's a 20-year agreement. It's currently occupied with the road. They do the programming and management of the facility. If they break even, if there's a profit, we take half, they take half. If there's a loss, they absorb that loss. There is quite a bit of debt tied up in multiple of those facilities, but that will be something that we'll bring forward to council next month to ask for direction from you if you'd like us to go out to look for a buyer, to look at amending contracts, to look at what our options will be.
Okay. I had one more thing too. I lost it for a sec.
Well, I could follow up.
Okay.
Real quickly, what about our payment for the ball field?
That was what I was gonna say.
I had a feeling.
We
So
revisit that
the-
contract.
That is an option to revisit that contract. One thing that I would keep in mind for that is funded by the RDA. So that's paid for out of RDA 2 right now with that money. It's $1 million.
It's $1 million, yeah.
It's $1 million. So that's not general funded money. What that $1 million does is two things. The first one is that is a lease to own, if you will, for the asset, which is the physical ballpark as well as the property, which obviously will be very valuable for a city asset for future use. Secondary is that $1 million payment really programs baseball for the community. That's part of the agreement, is maintaining the team and the facility for the events that happen there. So that will be on the list if that's something that council would like us to look into, but it is paid for with RDA 2 money.
But just a follow-up, so if we didn't do it, and that money stayed with RDA 2 can pay for things that help the city as well, right?
It can pay for capital improvements, correct?
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just some thoughts.
And I just want to say again, talking about doing demo of buildings today, like, we don't have the money to do extra things. And it's too late now. We can't go back in time and change a vote on that demo of the Record Street building. But, when there's things like that we don't necessarily have to do, I hope that council will reconsider doing things like that. So anyhow, thank you.
Okay, Vicki, did you want to move, do you have more on your presentation?
No, that ends my presentation, and I can turn it over to Lindsay. She has just a few slides to show you what's in the augmentation that's before you. This doesn't require a vote. What I presented is just an update for you and to get your feedback. What she has requires a vote.
Oh, thank you, Vicki.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, council members, vice mayor. Lindsay Hatfield, budget manager with finance. I have the augmentation for you. So Vicki gave you a good kind of overview of where we're at. This is a little more of the nuts and bolts of kind of what we're doing today, changes that are happening. So this is the second quarter augmentation. It covers the beginning of October to the end of December of the fiscal year. This is typically the augmentation where we will bring forward the fund balance true up. That is a true up between where we projected last year was going to end and then where we now know with the accepted ACFR where all those fund balances actually ended. So we take those two and kind of true them up and recognize all of those changes on this augmentation. Additionally, we have grants and reimbursements, some revenue for that in the general fund. That's about $1.7 million. The bulk of that is for wildland strike team reimbursements for the fire department. So that's paying for overtime and supply expenses that we have already expensed to respond to those strike team requests. There's a bit of contingency being allocated here. I'll get into that a little more on future, on some of the future slides. And then we have some position funding changes that Vicki talked on. I'll give you a little more detail on those. And then there are a couple of new positions. I'll forestall any concerns with saying that there is no fiscal impact to the general fund for any of the changes that are proposed. We have been very mindful of that and balanced these changes. So for the position funding changes, we did look at that position audit that was completed. Like Vicki said, that covered all of the special revenue and proprietary funds. We looked at individually every single position. The departments provided justification for those. What work are they doing that justifies them being in that fund? And there were a few changes that were found that were needed. The building enterprise fund, as we know now, those code enforcement officers, those need to be moved out into the general fund. But at the same time, we realized that there were 3 positions in economic development that are providing 100% of their effort is going towards redevelopment. And that's not where they're currently, where they were being charged. They were being charged to general fund. And so we're looking to realign that, move those positions over to redevelopment. That's where the benefit is happening. That's where the funding should come from. And so with those changes and then the elimination of the two positions that Vicki mentioned, that director, code enforcement, and the assistant to the city manager. And I would just like to preface and say both of those positions were vacant. We are not getting rid of people. This is an elimination of vacant positions. But with all of those changes and kind of looking at the math on everything, it balances out to no fiscal impact to the general fund. And we're able to move all of those code enforcement positions over to the general fund with this change. Additionally, not included in the general fund piece, but development services, in evaluating all of their positions, they did have 3 vacant positions that they determined they could go ahead and eliminate at this time. So that's kind of also recognized here. So for new positions, the ones I have listed here in the general fund, these 25 positions, these aren't new to you. They have come to you in the form of these contracts, but this is just kind of our paperwork side of things where we're formally recognizing that these 25 positions are now a part of the city roster. We have those 24 airport fire personnel. We know that those are going to be 100% reimbursed from the airport. And then that one river ranger, that is being reimbursed from Washoe County from their ARPA allocation. So all of those positions, no impact to the general fund, but this does kind of recognize them formally and let us add them to the budget. For RDA 2, these 2 positions are new. I don't believe these have come to you before. There's a project manager and a management assistant. As that redevelopment agency is generating more increment and those projects are growing, we're seeing they're planning kind of, long-term capital projects there and need a project manager to manage those. That effort is growing on the administrative side as well. As I'm sure you've noticed, you've seen Brian a lot. So that management assistant is going to help him with managing those admin tasks. The last item here, and then I'll wrap up, is just for contingency. If you recall, on the last quarter augmentation, we started the year out with $1 million in contingency funds. 300,000 of those were allocated for the trash cans in downtown, leaving us with 700,000. Since then, there was some stolen fencing at the Lear Theater, and Manager Bryant is proposing to use a small piece of that contingency, that 6,600, to cover replacing that fencing. So that's what I have. If you have any questions.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Can you put up the slide where you're eliminating the positions?
Yes.
I just wanted to, or moving them. I just wanted to understand a couple of these. So we heard today from a number of residents that happen to be a senior affordable units that came here telling us that they had filed 14-day notices to their apartment complex as per required by the city to put those people on notice. And when they didn't get them fixed, that falls back to the city. But we're eliminating the director of code enforcement. And what I'm worried about is the follow through on, who's taking care of that? Do you know?
I can answer that. Thank you very much, Councilmember. So that position has been vacant since the individual left that position several months ago. And Assistant City Manager Turney has been shepherding the code enforcement team and has made a significant number of improvements in that area. And I believe they will be following up and have been following up with respect to all of those issues on FPI.
And then the parking enforcement, that's a revenue generator. So my understanding, it's always been discussed for 10 years that I've been on here, that when we put people out to enforce parking meters, we get money. We get more money than what it costs. So have we looked at that balance?
We have, and actually, we're going to move parking enforcement team underneath Travis Truehill, who's going to be kind of managing that along with the individuals who look at the parking meters and collect the money from them.
Yeah.
So there's an opportunity there for some efficiencies, we think. And really, just at the end of the day, we do not need a director level position, and we needed to save money.
Yeah.
So this was a great
that makes
place to do
sense.
it.
I just wasn't sure if parking enforcement was going away or what was happening. And then one last question. The Historic Preservation Management Assistant, who's been incredible on helping move our history group forward. I'm a little unclear about the RDA 2 funding. I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but I do want to make sure that she's working citywide on history issues. And if she's not, if she's just restricted to the redevelopment areas, what does that look like?
Ashley Attorney, Assistant City Manager for the record. This position came about, as you know, you were a big advocate of it. Initially, it was funded by the building fund. Through the evaluation, we realized that that's not an eligible fund for the work that she's doing. So this is an initiative under the RDA program that this council adopted back in August of the historic preservation efforts. And we believe that we can justify the work that she's doing for the redevelopment areas and the
Okay.
things that will benefit
It's like
that.
maybe an 80-20, that most of her work is in the redevelopment area?
We believe that we can justify the majority of what she's
Okay.
doing for where she's at for the
Okay,
funding
I
source.
just didn't want that to be at risk because it's gone from like night to day.
She's done tremendous work. Thank you for
Yeah.
acknowledging that effort that she's done.
Okay, thanks.
Councilwoman Ebert.
So the fence, was that the new fence that we just put in? Do you know?
Believe it, yes.
Okay. All right, was it damaged or like taken away?
Stolen as far as I understand.
Stolen, okay.
Maybe you should stay up here.
Should stay up here. Ashley Attorney, Assistant City Manager for the record. Yes, we discovered that half of the fence surrounding the Lear had been stolen. There was some snow on the ground, so feels like December. So this was something that we had to replace that. That's actually, we don't own that fence. We pay a monthly fee to rent that. As a reminder, that cost us about $11,000 a year for rental, and so we had to pay the rental company for the replacement of that.
Okay, and are we still waiting to find somebody to make the fence that was approved by SHPO, or is that?
There is no funding available at this time.
Okay, and the contingency account, is that still going to be a thing going forward?
In the budget proposals that we're looking at currently, there would not be a contingency fund next year. But we
Okay,
do
so
still
this would
currently have.
end at the end of the fiscal year? Okay, so that makes me nervous in case of emergencies next year. We wouldn't necessarily have funds set aside for any kind of emergency. Also, are we still paying for the Lear?
Yes.
Ashley Attorney, Assistant City Manager, I'll stop saying it, clerk's got it. Yes, this body currently allocates $125, great deal, $125,000 per year. We have 4 more years of payments on that. That is currently funded from room tax funds.
Okay,
So it's not general fund money.
so 125,000 for another 4 years, you said?
Correct, yes, the last payment will be due in FY '28.
Okay. All right, and I presume that we pay for security around there also, or is it just the fencing?
Right now, it's just the fencing. I believe that is currently included in our allied contract for awareness and rotation, yes.
Okay, but no alarms or anything like that?
There's no alarms, there's no power, no anything in that building at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And really, my comments are not, they're related to a question that then created a question for me. And the question is directed to Ms. Bryant. So I understand the movement of the general fund positions that were eliminated, and then that work was essentially redistributed to Ms. Turney and Mr. Pingree. Is that correct?
Mr. Truhill.
Oh, Mr. Truhill, who I didn't see, I saw him earlier. And this is a more general statement, not because I want to spend more money, we're trying to save money, but I do worry about just loading other people up with more work than they can reasonably do, and/or not compensating people. You know, I have been a very big advocate for our staff and making sure that we're compensating people for the work they do. Pay equity is a part of that. I am a little uncomfortable with just saying, hey, you, assistant manager, you now have another department. That seems odd to me. And quite frankly, I don't want to call those people out because they would probably say, hey, we're just trying to help. for how long is that sustainable? I don't know.
I don't know either. And we're probably going to have a few more of these situations as we figure out how to keep who is employed with the least amount of impact. Today, the best I can do is say the team is incredibly committed to supporting those who work here and doing the best that we can to mitigating the negative impact, but there is just simply no way around it that we are going to feel something in the near future and for the next 2 to 3 years, unless we fix this revenue situation sooner
Well,
rather
and
than later.
we're all going to have to work on that. Again, I'll just say, Ms. Turney, who's here, Mr. Truhill, who's not, thank you for stepping into the gap. I hope it will be a short-term solution, not a long-term one. I take it that those are, in themselves, were previously full-time jobs.
Correct.
And so now we've just said to someone who is, also doing a full-time job, here's another one. So I just am worried about that long-term and understand everything you said and will be part of the solution. But, paying people more or paying more people, those are always the dispute or the issue that you have when you're dealing with budgetary issues. I'll be watching it is all I'm saying.
Thank you. And I will say that the kind words mean a tremendous amount to our staff. When they hear anyone from council acknowledge their hard work and thank them, it goes a very long way. So thank you for that.
Well, it's, easy to do. It's hard to eat kind words. So thank you so much.
I think I'm going to try again and understand this. It is really hard for me to understand 25 new positions in the general fund and 2 positions in the RDA, but I think I do understand based on, what we just heard, a $30 million shortfall. The 24 airport fire personnel and the 1 river ranger are completely 100% reimbursed from a different aid organization. The city has no financial obligation in PERS, in benefits, or anything long-term for those positions. Is that accurate?
Correct. Those are all reimbursed to the city at 100%.
Okay. And then I think I understand what I talked about a little bit earlier is the RDA 2, the project manager, and the management assistant are coming from funds from RDA 2. My question is, are there things that we need, and this is probably for Assistant City Manager Turney, are there things that we need to do for the city that RDA 2 could fund besides these 2 positions? Is there a better use for that money?
RDA funds are limited by NRS to a very specific definition. And that definition is that these funds must be used for redevelopment. So it is not for maintenance, it is not for additional bodies of various types. It's very specific to redevelopment efforts within the boundaries. So what that means essentially are people who are working on redevelopment projects. So the positions that are in front of you today, they are employees of the agency, is how you can look at it. They are not general funded employees. So these will be the people who will be helping to support capital improvement projects in RDA 1 and RDA 2. So that is one offset from the general fund that we're hoping to shift that burden as those funds become available. The second thing is this staff is who will be helping to support Brian and his efforts with TIF applications. We currently have 5 right now in the pipeline, 6 total. We are anticipating another 2 to 7 to come in the coming months. We do not have the bandwidth to be able to manage those in a timely manner in order to help re-up the property tax that will come from those developments.
Okay, and then my second question is, from the last time I looked at RDA 2, there's a healthy balance in there somewhere 8 to 10 million-ish. Is
There's
that accurate?
approximately $8 million, as you'll remember, this council earmarked funds for the abatement and site prep for the new fire station. We do have about $8 million that will be coming forward from a capital improvement project list that will come forward to this body for voting during your budget cycle.
And again, that $8 million cannot go to the general fund. We
That
can't.
$8 million is absolutely 100% cannot go to the general fund.
Are you sure?
I will go to taxation jail, so no. Cannot go to the general fund, has to
Keep out
be
of jail.
very specific. I can't go to jail, thank you.
Councilwoman Ebert. And I believe this is your
Yeah.
last round? Okay.
great. I lost my train of thought. Oh. I had a question about the parking structure here. I noticed that we're not collecting fees at the parking structure for a while now. Is there a reason for that? Is that something that we could do again, or?
Ashley Attorney, Assistant City Manager for the record. So the current gate system has been broken to a point of which we have no return. People crash into it, I would estimate, I'm looking for Harper, 6, 7, 8 times a week probably. And so it has been damaged beyond the point in which we can repair it. One of the projects that's currently happening for a cost savings and revenue generation is a group are looking at a new parking software, and that would be tied into that gate structure to help us to generate revenue from there. Ultimately, we need to get all of the meters, all of the parking revenue collection system, as well as the ticketing system onto one software. It's currently over multiple softwares, which leads to additional license costs and inefficiencies. So
Okay.
yes is the answer. We're working towards that. We're just not there today.
Okay, and then the existing parking meters throughout the city, like, are those okay? Like, we don't need to replace those or anything? Or are those good to go, what we already have?
We have them. We switched them over. Look, Travis and Carrie are both not here, so we'll go from the best of my knowledge. Current meters are okay today. An interesting thing about meters is that they have technology in them in which upgrades their Wi-Fi connectivity. These were on 2G, which you will note has been off of your phones for quite some time. Those have been upgraded to 4G, but you'll note that phones are now on 5G, so we're already behind. So there will be a capital project that will come from that in the future. That would be one thing, for example, that could be on your RDA list of capital improvement projects in the future as a funding source.
Okay.
So maintenance cannot be used, but capital projects can be. So that would be a great option for you to spend that money there
Okay,
instead of general
but it
fund.
could only be used within that bubble,
Within the
right?
bubble, correct.
Okay, okay. All right.
One of the long-term visions that we have and that we'll be bringing forward to council over the coming years is parking is really an economic development tool. And we've not had the opportunity to really engage in that space in a meaningful way based off of staff constraints and money constraints. Ideally, parking becomes something that is like an enterprise or a proprietary fund where it is revenue generating, self-sustaining, and then is used as economic development. So this is one step, as Manager Bryant mentioned, yes, staff efficiencies, but also trying to get all the parking things under one house. We currently have a consultant doing a study of available parking spaces downtown to help us determine the best way to use our parking management. So those findings will come before us in the coming months, and we're hopeful to have a better plan for you built over the next year or so.
Great, awesome. And then just real quick, I presume, Manager Bryant, that we'll have like a list of city resources and facilities that we can talk about selling in the future or
Correct.
something? Okay.
In February, Ashley, February 26, Brian McCardle and Ashley Turney are bringing forward a list of all properties that the city currently owns. And the question to council will be, what, if any, would you like to sell? So we'll get that direction from you then. And with the expectation or recommendation, I should say, that that money goes into the general fund to help with the FY26 shortfall.
Okay. Could we also maybe consider leasing of some spaces too? So that
It's
the
all up
city
for, everything's up
maybe
for
keeps it
discussion.
long-term? Okay, thank you.
I think we're looking for a motion.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'll move to approve staff recommendations.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
I have discussion real quick.
All those, okay.
I know the vote's already passed on that too, but we had a way to have more patrol downtown with the partnership with the DRP. And, you know, we voted to let that go away. And now we're going to have to make really difficult decisions with staffing and resources for code enforcement and all types of enforcement and different things. And, you know, it's unfortunate that, you know, we're not taking advantage of these things that are available to us that wouldn't cost the city of Reno funds to use for additional supplemental first responders, police downtown. So anyhow, my vote's a yes, so thank you.
Okay, so I think that, yes,
For
Council.
discussion purposes, that's just not a true statement. Councilman Eber, that is not what happened today. What happened was the DRP collects its funds and it decided how to spend those funds. It was not a choice between funding the DRP's claim and funding more police services. That decision was also raised and made a year ago. This was a cleanup of that document. I assume that you voted for it a year ago. So the revision of the budget and saying that that's what happened earlier and then trying to blame us for it is not what happened.
So I think we had a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
And if we can take a motion to adopt the resolution for item C1?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And Madam Clerk, I believe we are on RDA E1 comments, board comments.
That's correct.
Members, do we have any comments for the RDA?
We're moving on to closing public comment for the redevelopment agency, which is item G1. I have none, so I'm just looking for a motion to adjourn the redevelopment agency.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. And now we are on item D2. Yes. Moving back to the regular council agenda. And I see Nick.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. Nick Ciccone, City of Reno Government Affairs Manager for the record. I was waiting on public comment.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do not have any public comment registered. Additionally, we've not received any correspondence.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Nick.
Nick Ciccone, Government Affairs Manager for the City Manager's Office of Policy and Strategy. Today I'm going to give you an update on our 83rd Nevada Legislative Session platform. Every 2 years we come back and adopt this document. It gives us general guiding principles when we are working in that very fast-paced 120 days. So naturally or intentionally, our platform is meant to align with the entire strategic plan as we use that day-to-day when we are looking at the bills. So why city-state relations matter? I think it's really important to address that we have a shared constituency, whether it's the assembly members, the senators, or maybe Washoe County. Many of these people that are represented by the City of Reno are also represented by these folks. So it's important that we work together with our stakeholders to really think about how can we best serve our community. As a refresher, the state of Nevada is a Dillon's rule state, meaning that the state has to give us explicit authority to do something, and that, as you just addressed with the last item, is why we are in the situation we are in with depreciation on our property taxes. So just as a refresher, that's why it's so important that we work with our stakeholders down in Carson City. And our city charter acts as that governing document, our constitution, for some carve-outs or specific things that meet the needs of the city of Reno. So operational impacts, each day we look at during the legislative session, what kind of impacts are happening to the city of Reno, whether that be potentially a bill that is offering rental assistance to our residents or a bill that doesn't initially include our residents in rental assistance dollars, but we are able to amend ourselves in and provide $3 million to the city of Reno residents. And regulations, so talking about open meeting law, public records, public noticing, those kind of things. So like I said, very fast-paced, things change day to day. It's an iterative process, and so you might see a bill that sounds like a great idea on Monday, but the next day, they tell us, or the city of Reno has a $20 million unfunded mandate on that bill. So it's important for me to be down there every day and watch the process as it unfolds, and continue to work with our stakeholders as things change, literally minute by minute. The legislative platform is meant to give you a little bit of a guideline of my regular communications with council, the general principles and policies I use when I am looking at bills, and then the coordinated efforts so that I can help you potentially put together talking points, let you know where the rooms are for certain legislators, those kind of things. So last session, there were almost 1,100 bills. We followed about 350 of them. So that's a lot of reading that I and many of the staff at the city of Reno have to do. So these are all the times that I'll come back to the city council for direction or for feedback on some of these bills. They're based on the 120-day calendar, which is in deadlines that the legislature sets for itself so that it can quickly get through its process. Nevada is one of 4 states in the union that meets only once every 2 years. So it's a lot of work to get done in a very short amount of time. In addition to these meetings, I will also be giving you informational briefings with each council member to give you an update on what we're working on. And I also will provide bill reports letting you know what I've been working on that week and what bills we're supporting, opposing, or neutral on, or are working with our partners on. The legislative platform covers many things, and I'll try to keep it short, but local government authority is one thing that we really respect and include in that document, and that the city of Reno believes that our residents and this city council is the closest to our residents compared to other legislators. So it's really important to continue to work with them and continue to respect the authority of our elected body and the decisions that we can make as a city. The asterisks denote some of the changes that I've made to the platform. Mental health services isn't necessarily a new thing that we care about, but I denoted and added a new title because it was previously under fiscal sustainability. Economic development, thinking about ways in which we might be able to use additional tools for economic development in the city of Reno. Workforce housing, I also added to assist with housing up to 120% AMI as opposed to just 60%. And then artificial intelligence, I think, will be a major discussion, especially given that the former executive order on artificial intelligence was rescinded recently. So how do we get to the point where we make a decision on the city's position on a bill? First, council policy, so this document, the strategic plan, then we have operational feedback. So I asked the staff, how is this going to impact your daily lives? What is it going to take away from you being able to do for Reno residents? Then fiscal impact, how is this going to impact the city's ability to manage its own budget and the day-to-day decisions that we make? Then political capacity, who else am I working with? Clark County, Washoe County, City of Sparks, et cetera, who also will be directly impacted this, and how can we work together to address that issue? And then finally, I get to the administrative recommendation, which I present at the city council meetings that I come to. So just want to reiterate, I'm here to be of service to you, whether that means I'm helping you write testimony. They very much like to keep their minutes very well kept, and so they ask for you to actually provide written comments, so I'm happy to do that for everyone, let you know where the legislators are, let you know what time meetings are happening. Any way that I can help, that's my job, and that's what I'm here to be of service to you. So if you would like to provide testimony or get a request from a legislator, I'd love to be looped in just so I can help you. And there's my motion.
Thank you, Nick. Council members, I don't see any hands raised. You're trying? Okay, well, while you're trying, one of the things that I am interested in maybe looking at is possibly looking for opportunities to make the Planning Commission coterminous, which is maybe a larger complex entities and our neighbors do. So if that's something you might want to look at, I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Councilmember Reese.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ciccone. A couple of questions, and maybe one of them is just related to efforts, as we all said, on other boards. Part of it is I am the chair of the Northern Nevada Public Health and then serve on RTC, and both of those groups have then asked me to go participate in some measure. So whether and to what extent I need to have that cleared through you, or what is your advice on that? Like next So on the 3rd, February 3rd, that's the opening day. I think I'm going to sit on the floor with one of the members who's invited me. On the 4th is the planning or the transportation day down there, and so I've been asked to go down there. What is your expectation of us individually if those other things are happening?
Well, I think, again, it's really important for me to be around and be able to help you or be of service to you, but I also very much trust Joel and Paul that you just mentioned when it comes to maybe Transportation Day. I don't think I necessarily need to be, hand in hand with you at all times, but I think it absolutely helps me know how I can be of service to you when you're in the building.
And then the sort of the reverse is also true. If you need us, you would let us know, and certainly that is, all of us are always prepared to go and advocate on behalf of the city, assuming it is a city priority.
Sure,
right?
absolutely.
Okay. And then the second thing is, you indicated one of the bills had a fiscal note of like $20 million unfunded, or was that a hypothetical?
That was a hypothetical.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
And so I don't have to worry too much about that. The budget apparently got off to a rocky start, as I've read. And so what, is that getting put back on the tracks?
From my understanding, there will be some amendments to that budget by January 29th.
29th, that's coming up very quickly. Okay, and then we aren't running a specific bill this time?
The city of Reno does not have any BDRs. In August, the city elected to not sponsor any BDRs.
Yes, and then the last question I have with my remaining time is, I had some productive conversations with Senator who was interested in running a bill related to the Lear. Have you heard anything more on that? Senator Angie Taylor, I think I've seen some iterations, but what can you tell me about that?
So I had a great meeting with Senator Taylor last week, and she let me know that she would be sponsoring a bill. It's actually BDR 765, and it revises the provisions related to historical preservation, and that bill will allocate $12.5 million to the Lear Theater.
Yeah, it's a very exciting thing, to be honest with you. And the conversations that I had with the senator were very positive. Obviously, a lot happens over the course of a legislative cycle, but certainly know that whatever we can do to advance the interest of the senator's bill, I would hope that we would do, and it's very exciting, very opportune moment. Thank you so much.
I do not see other hands raised.
Yeah, I've raised, maybe I'm on the wrong number.
Oh, you know what? Councilman Martinez, let's go ahead and you have some thoughts.
Thanks so much, Madam Vice Mayor. Appreciate the presentation, Nick. Thank you. I know when we were discussing BDRs and the legislative session coming up, part of that conversation entailed fire regionalization, and I didn't see anything in your report, so just wanted to ask you kind of where we're at there and kind of get an update of how things are going there.
So we are aware Senator Daley will be running or sponsoring a bill related to our fire departments, but I do not know what is being asked for or what will be in that bill. But we hope to have more conversations and learn a little bit more on February 6th.
Okay, it's just echoing what Councilmember Marie said. If you ever need any of us, feel free to just let us know, and happy to support in any ways that we can and support the efforts that the city wants to see accomplished down in Carson. Thank you.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Similar to Councilmember Reese, I'm involved with a couple legislative committees. So one example is the TAMWA. I'm chair of TAMWA, but I'm also chair of their legislative committee. There's going to be a number of water bills. I had a similar question to him, as I expect to be down there not often, but maybe a couple times related to those issues. Also on the Western Regional Water Commission Legislative Committee. Also, wanted to make comment on the Lear. I hope that if there are hearings on that you call upon me. I'm the liaison to Historic Resources. I haven't had a chance. I was out last week to talk to Assemblywoman or Senator Taylor. So I'd like to be involved in those conversations. And what in the past, you may not realize it, but when certain bills were coming up, it may seem like it's impossible to get down there to you, but I've been able to, once I got a call, one time I was even in my pajamas at 4 p.m, and they said, Naomi, we want you on the floor in 30 minutes. And I was dressed down in Carson City in 30 minutes, ready to talk. So don't hesitate, even if you find out it's an hour from now, we need to talk. I wouldn't make the decision for us. Give us the call and let us see if we can make the deadline. And then lastly, I mentioned earlier about the depreciation. We really need many voices supporting that from all over the state. And I hope you'll call upon us on that bill, for Assemblywoman Anderson.
That bill has been pre-filed and it's Assembly Joint Resolution 1.
Oh, okay. So I'm just saying, we should be there to talk about it. And then finally, in my own private business, I expect to be down there on some other issues that really aren't involved in the city, but don't be surprised if you run into me on something unrelated. Okay.
I believe we're looking for a motion. If there's no other questions.
Are we looking? All right, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Thank you, Nick. Motion
Thank you very
carries.
much.
Okay, Madam Clerk, it looks like we are moving into the ordinances.
That is correct, Madam Vice Mayor.
Do we have public comment?
I don't have any registered for the record. We did have some public commenters earlier that did not wish to speak. There were 3 letters of opposition that were filed this morning. Additionally, each item has a different public comment associated with it, so I'll just go through those very quickly. Item F1 had 187 comments, 4 in favor, 183 in opposition. Item F2 received 165 comments, 3 in favor, 162 in opposition. Item F3, 10 comments, 3 in favor, 7 in opposition. Item F4, 10 comments, 3 in favor, 7 in opposition. Item F5, 10 comments, 3 in favor, 7 in opposition. And item F6 received 170 comments, 4 in favor, 166 in opposition. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are part of the permanent record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I will ask Mr. Hall.
I apologize. We did just have one hand that was raised via Zoom, and it is Natalie Handler.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead and state your name for the record and begin speaking.
Thank you, Natalie Handler for the record. I would just like to hear all of you discuss at this time the logistics of how this ordinance will actually help our unhoused community, because it is, as it has been previously stated, that is exactly who it targets, which is highly problematic on its own. If during this discussion time, the council, who has continuously pushed this ordinance along to its final adoption, can just walk us through this process, it would be much appreciated. So let's imagine a scenario where a person resting on the sidewalk on 4th Street, and law enforcement comes across them sitting. They tell the sitter they can't sit. They hand them a flyer with the address of CARES campus in our place, telling them if they do not have anywhere to go, they can go to these places, but they cannot continue to sit. They must either continually walk around, never to rest again, or go to one of these shelters. Unfortunately, the shelters on this very day are full, and the person has been walking and now needs to rest, so they continue to sit. Now they are warned, and I guess I have some logistical questions on the warning process alone. First, how will the person be identified properly? As we know, many do not have IDs. How will, if say another officer encounters the same person, how will that officer know that this person who has no ID has been previously warned or not? Will the officer know if the person has been put on a temporary lockout of the shelter? Are the officers in direct communication with shelters and can confirm open beds at that time? Or will we be asking people to walk all the way down there only to be turned away? Will they offer transportation for the person and their belongings? If they choose not to go to the shelter, or there are no beds available, or they cannot get there on their own, will they now be cited and fined? How much will this fine cost? Will they also have to go to community court? And what different services will be offered there that they haven't already heard about? If they do not pay the fine, does it double? What does that pay schedule look like? If it still goes unpaid, do they now have a warrant for their arrest? When does someone go to jail for sitting? How much social work and case management are we expecting our untrained police force to do before taking them to jail? Once in jail, will they now be provided a case manager that will work with them to get housing and access wraparound services upon their release? If not, how will this, in the end, have done anything other than waste resources and push them further away from exiting homelessness? I'd love to hear y'all inform the public a little bit about some of these questions at this time if you can. I'm in full opposition to any of these ordinances, and thanks for your time.
Madam Vice Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment.
Okay, so I will ask Mr. Call to read the ordinance.
Ordinance F1, ordinance number 6694, an ordinance to amend Title 8, Chapter 8.12 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Offenses Against Public Peace, prohibiting sitting, lying, sleeping, or camping on public places, including but not limited to sidewalks, streets, alleys, sensitive areas, or within doorways prohibited, and other matters properly relating thereto.
And do we have questions or discussion from council? I'm trying to look at my speaker thing, but I don't see any hands raised, but,
Mine's it's.
okay, Councilmember Ebert.
Yeah, so I wasn't able to vote last meeting. I was away from my seat. I know the mayor waited for me, but the vote had already been taken on this for the first vote on it. But I just want to reiterate that I don't think that we should make it illegal to sit, lay down, or sleep. I think that we could do better, and I think that we've already established that the county is responsible for services. That is why they have now taken over the CARES campus, even though City of Reno built it. I think that they should be providing services. We should not be arresting people. Julia Ratty came in and gave us a great presentation about mental health services that will now be provided by the county. I think that's an excellent resource for people that need those types of services. I think that the county sheriffs should be contacted to address issues that, when people are doing illegal activity. I don't think that it should be ignored or we should look the other way, but I don't think sitting down or laying down is an illegal activity. And I think that if our end goal is to get people into services, there are ways to do that, to require people go into services without having to arrest them. I just think this is heading in the wrong direction. And also just from a cost standpoint, once someone's arrested, then we assign them somebody to work with them at the court, a Reno public defender. RPD is using their resources to arrest them. All of these expenses the city of Reno is paying for when we've established that Washoe County is responsible for services. I know that I've met with County Manager Brown over a year ago to discuss warming centers in Ward 4, if there was power outages for the community. And the response I received was that people could use the CARES campus. So if the facilities available through the county are inadequate, then the county needs to provide better services. But the city of Reno has established that county is responsible. We don't have the budget to provide all the services needed. The county has the mental health services. They have the CARES campus. They should be taking care of this. We shouldn't have to arrest people to give people the help and support and care that they need.
Thank you, Councilmember Ebert. Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I too was not here to hear the discussion or vote on this item. Last time, I was here for most of the meeting, but not that portion. And so I didn't get a chance to ask our staff some of the questions, and I thought Ms. Handler put it very well. I'm a kind of a logical person, a practical person, and I really want to understand how this is supposed to work. I want to be really clear. I support the intent of trying to address protecting people, all people, protecting businesses. What I believe in detailed reading of the ordinance as drafted is that it's overly broad. Camping is poorly defined. It's called not just camping, which involves overnight and the cooking and making a fire, but it also includes camping shall not be limited to sitting, lying, for example, shall be defined to include sitting and lying. And I don't think that is a definition of camping. I support the concept of the ordinance, because I think we need something. I had a great chance, and if some of our staff could come forward, I had a great chance over an hour yesterday to talk to our staff, Mr. Sudi, Mrs. Esparza, our chief's representative, and I asked them these questions, and they said they had mirrored, or Mr. Sudi said he had mirrored the ordinance on some ordinances adopted in California. There were some 60 of them. And they were thinking that if those were challenged, well, ours would be challenged. And if they weren't challenged, we'd be safe. And it's sort of like a practical safety in numbers kind of thing. And I understand that. But I also feel that he also did a great job of moving apart from those existing ordinances to identify exemptions, like sitting or lying down due to medical emergencies, or someone in a disability using a wheelchair, the things that are in Section E. You know, he carved those out unique for our City of Reno ordinance, and I really appreciate that work that he did. So again, my concern is to say that you cannot sit or lie in a public park, and I would even go so far as sleep, and I gave them some examples, personal examples of myself sleeping in Virginia Lake Park so many years ago. And I learned that that's since been banned, I think it was in the 90s, that you could not put out a blanket and sleep. And I would do it at my lunch break. You know, it was a routine activity for me, and I wasn't breaking any laws. I asked, well, what's the option? Sleep in your car? Well, that's been outlawed since sometime in the 2000s. So what my concern is I thought everyone has to leave the CARES campus by a certain time. They can't hang out at the CARES campus, to my knowledge. They have to leave and come back at a certain time. I want to get some clarity on that. What are the rules of the CARES campus? So if someone needs to rest longer than the given hours, they can do that. So if you could address that, Mrs. Esparza, and then if Mr. Sudi could address the issues about, you know, how we sync up with other communities' ordinances, that would be helpful.
Councilwoman Ebert, I see your hand up. Does some of the questions that Councilwoman Dewar asked address some of the questions that you're going to ask?
No, she can go, and then I have other questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chief Equity and Community Relations Officer. I am happy to answer your question. So the CARES campus is a campus that's open for anyone in the community. If someone would like to rest, they could certainly rest there. To highlight just some data on what capacity looks like there are 549 emergency beds available, and that is the general sprung structure that's there. In addition to that, there is the winter overflow shelter. So that includes 108 beds collectively. That is, those are beds that are located at the CARES campus overflow, in addition to beds that are located at the Women and Children's Shelter. Those are available. Those do have a little bit of a time limit, so people check in the evening to use that space. The general population in the sprung shelter, those are available throughout the day.
So wait, just explain that. Do they have to leave at a certain time, or can they just stay there all
The
day?
overflow, there is a different process because they do clean up and then they're open again that evening. They are reserved for individuals. But most importantly, the campus, the resource center, which we call the warming center, is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that has capacity for 120 individuals as well.
Mm-hmm. And you can sit but not lay in that area?
Correct.
Okay, but can you lay in the CARES
Councilwoman Dewar,
campus?
let's try and
I'm
stay
sorry,
on
I just
track.
wanted to make sure I
No,
got
I
the
understand.
answer.
But I think you had two questions, and I want to make sure that we had Mr. Sudi come up and answer your other question.
But can you lay in the shelter, Mrs. Esparza, during the
Correct.
day?
Yes.
Yes, good, thank you. Mr. Sudi?
Brian Sudi, Deputy City Attorney, for the record. Let me begin, let me make a clarification first. This law is not to stop the use and enjoyment of public space, like a park. This law is really to prevent people from converting the public space into their private use. So taking a park and camping in a park and making it their personal residence. That's the intent of this law. It's not to stop people from enjoying recreational services at a park, to sit and have a picnic, watch children play soccer games, all those things. And I say that because I want to caution city council really quickly. With this ordinance, you are also repealing a multitude of other ordinances. So currently, it is illegal right now in the city of Reno, and has been, to sit, lie, sleep, or block a city sidewalk.
Right.
It is illegal to sleep or block an alley. It is illegal to sleep or block a doorway. It is illegal to camp along the Truckee River. It is illegal to camp in a park, to sleep in a park. It's already been illegal. Most of these laws have been in existence since the late 90s to the latest one was in 2005, which is our camping in a park. 20 years. So all of the things that you're hearing, it's already against the law. And that goes to the credit now because people don't even understand that of the way the Reno Police Department enforce. It's officer discretion. And that is a key thing to always remember when you're dealing with law enforcement and the laws. It's how the police enforce the laws. And they're going to look and they're going to use their common sense. They're going to use their discretion to enforce, just like they have done with camping in a park for the past 20 years. What this law really is doing is taking all those laws I mentioned from different chapters and sections and combining it into one law. It is expanding its jurisdiction citywide, but the reality is most of it already applies citywide, but it'll encompass the desert. It'll encompass empty lots that are owned by the city. Those lots that are owned by the city are not intended for public use in the first place. They're city lots, probably meant for development, not meant for people to camp, sleep, play on a playground because there's no playground there. So the reality is it's just expanding its jurisdiction. So that's to address the part. The other part I will say is this. Fresno passed the toughest law. Our law is not even as strict as Fresno's. 40 other cities in California followed Fresno's suit. California is now having some of the toughest sitting, lying, sleeping, camping bans you will see in this country. I will tell you our law is not, because you mentioned it. Those exceptions for medical, someone in a wheelchair, someone who's been walking and now is sore from walking and needs to sit, all those exceptions are written in. Fresno doesn't have that. Half the cities in California didn't even have those exceptions. Half those cities didn't even put warnings. Our law contains a warning. You have to be warned before any enforcement is done. We did steal some language from Fresno in the sense that it allows a person who is in violation of the law, who's been warned, who refuses to leave or can't leave or whatever the situation may be, to opt not to have criminal charges, but to seek social services, to get linked to the shelter, to get linked to substance abuse treatment, to get linked to mental health. It gives them that choice in lieu of the prosecution, in lieu of being charged. And finally, on top of that, if they should be charged, they have the option of going to community court, which is diversion court. So then they would have to follow what the judge says. But in diversion courts, if you comply with the court sentence, those charges are dismissed. There are multiple levels and tiers to allow someone to navigate through this without actually being convicted of this charge. I will tell you, it is probably, you really have to work hard to get arrested and just straight to jail.
Okay, Mr. Sudi, thank you very much for that clarification. Councilwoman, I think that was a really good wrap up of what this is and what it isn't. Councilwoman Ebert, you have your hand up?
Yeah. So I understand the intent with enforcement, but if we have people that perhaps might look like they're camping in an area, how would somebody be able to show that they are not unhoused? Like, if somebody's in an area and the police say, hey, we're giving you a warning. I mean, do people need to carry a utility bill with them, or do they just get up and move? Or how do we know if somebody is unhoused? Do they just have to get up and leave? Or, I mean, what does that look like?
Chief Nance, for the record, it's not about being housed or unhoused. It's about being not allowed to camp in an area. So if you have your tent, your belongings, a sleeping bag, you're sleeping, you're living in that space, then we realize you can't do that because you're camping. We would never ask somebody if they're housed or unhoused. we would ask them, do you need resources? Do you need to see somebody? Do you need a place to stay? If they say, no, I have a house, okay, that's fine, but you still can't camp in the park regardless of your housing status. So if you decided that you wanted to go pitch a tent in the park, spend a week sleeping in, Idlewild Park, that's where you decided you wanted to spend a week, you can't do that either, whether you have a house or not. You just physically cannot camp in a
I think
park.
that's pretty obvious, but there's people that don't have camping gear and things like that that are just sleeping, especially if they've been arrested and then they're back out on the street. They likely only have, their clothing on them. So I don't think it would be as obvious that they're camping or living outside. Just how will the police determine if somebody's just laying down for a minute or, living there?
I will say I've been in law enforcement for 28 years. I've never been sent to a call in a park or done my own, investigation in a park and not known the difference between somebody laying down and taking a nap for 5-10 minutes, an hour and a half. A working person is like, I just want some sun right here and soak up some rays, and I lay down for a few minutes. And somebody who is establishing that as their current living space.
Okay.
It's very obvious.
Okay.
When it happens. I don't worry about our officers being able to differentiate that either by their own observations or a very easy conversation with the people that they contact.
Also, we passed ordinance about railroad areas being trespassed. Has that decreased the amount of camping on the railroad areas?
It's allowed us to do additional enforcement in those areas and to take a stronger stance on people that we're finding in those areas. I think it's a little soon to tell what that actual decrease is, because we're gonna have to compare the numbers year over year and cleanups and different things like that, as opposed to just a few months of time.
Okay. Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. For my part, I just want to share that as I've transitioned from being the at-large member to being a ward member, I have found the constituent requests to be a little bit different. And so I'll just share with you that in the previous 6 years that I was on the body, a lot of the constituent requests came that were sort of policy-driven questions, and I didn't have a lot of constituent outreach, didn't have a NAB, for example. What I found in the last several months is that the questions are very different and they're unique. And in my ward, Ward 5, I have probably gotten 10 or 15 inquiries a month from folks who are living in traditional neighborhoods, just let's say in Ward 5, and we'll pick out the area around 7th and McCarran in a single-family home. And what they're finding is that folks who are unhoused, unsheltered, are essentially coming into those neighborhoods and finding areas where they can camp, where they can take up some kind of residency. It's not about necessarily the Wingfield Park where people are getting sun or anything like that. I think there's a fair amount of that. Or it's near, the Veterans Park down here where a person with in obvious distress with belongings and shopping carts and camping equipment have taken up and post up residency. Those are the calls I'm getting, and the calls from business owners who are saying, hey, we're having a hard time conducting our business in this area because folks are blocking the sidewalks, doorways, entrances. Sometimes they come out to throw garbage away and the garbage area has been set up as a camping area. Those are the things I think that this addresses for me, and why I think that these are so important. And look, you had a lot of people in the audience this morning who expressed their concerns about our neighbors who are without adequate shelter. Some of those comments were so very spot on and really did resonate with me. But I think at the same time, there were lots of sort of sneers and jeers about the other side of that, which are residents who are experiencing disruptions to their life, to their children's quality of life, when drug paraphernalia is left in playgrounds, those kind of things. And there's just not a lot of willingness to have empathy for either side. And so for my part, I have listened to the arguments raised for and against, certainly have lots of thoughts about the housing first model and whether it is the panacea that it's made out to be. And for my part, I'll be supporting each of the ordinances that are identified here and believe that those are just one of the things that we can do to address some of the mounting concerns that our community has raised with me. So thank you for that.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to go back to say, for at least 6 or 7 years, I've advocated for expanding all the city's land along the river, expanding it to be part of our park system and to be a no camping zone. My focus has really been on the camping piece. And where I'm getting bollocksed up is the no sitting, lying, or sleeping. So back on item 4, where there's an exemption, under E, I think it is, it says, sitting on a chair or bench located in a public place which is supplied by a public agency. So they're trying to get at, you could sit on a bench in a park and so on. I just wish that this could have been drafted to say, sitting on a chair, bench, towel, anything, making sure you know that you can use the park for all of its uses. And I wish that there was less focus on the sitting, which everybody does, and not everybody. I was just at a meeting this week, and there were all kind of people in suits sitting on the ground. There were no chairs, you know. It's just, I know that may be ridiculous, and our police officers would not arrest those people, but maybe what if they were having a sit-in, and they weren't very comfortable with having them have a sit-in in a public park to protest something. So this is my concern. I love the focus on camping. I think that the camping is very disruptive to our community and in some ways terrifying and is already outlawed in our ordinances. I have absolutely no problem with it. But the sitting and lying, I mean, it just, and only on this bench you can sit, it really troubles me. And I don't know how to vote for the good parts of this that I can support without also bringing along the parts that I can't. And I just want to say this, if we do pass this today, it's going to be very important to me to get a report back from our police officers during the first year of implementation, at least the first year, maybe 18 months, to go through a climatic cycle, a seasonal cycle, to understand how many times this is being used and what scenarios it's being used, so that if we pass this and it's overly broad and not very clear, that we can roll it back to the key principles that we're trying to get at, because this is a no-win issue. I mean, to Councilmember Reese's point earlier, we hear from all sides on this issue. And I want to give both sides, or all sides, due respect. And so what I'm trying to do here is target this a little better so that we're really getting at the issues and we're not calling sitting and lying also equals camping. And I don't think that's proper. And that we are more clear on our exemptions, so people don't think it's just banned and there's no out. You know, they often only read the first words. So that's my challenge, and I don't know if our officers, you're nodding, Chief, you know, if you understand where I'm going on this.
Chief Nance, for the record, I agree with the concepts that you're saying to us, and I'll tell you, the police officers they have no desire. They have a lot of work to do. They have a lot of things going on. This is really in response to those people that have come forward, businesses, residents, places where we are seeing excessive amounts of cleanups, excessive amounts of debris like hypodermic needles, human waste, things that are just not safe for our community and create this excessive amount of blight. And it's another tool for us to make sure that we're not only able to do this enforcement in specific areas. And there are some places in the city where you might have a green space and a private business and city-owned property and a sidewalk, and it's all in one area this big. So the officers go out and they can't figure out what to enforce where, because the ordinances are so convoluted and exceptional that can I enforce it here? Can I not enforce it here? This makes it easy. It sets a level playing field on where you can and cannot be and what you can and cannot do. You know, it is very different than somebody laying in a park not doing these things. It is set up to make sure that we are creating safe spaces for everybody, and the parks are for their intended use. Providing data back on what happened, that's an easy part for us. We can easily do that. I would like, this will take us a little bit of time to ramp up. There'll be a time when this ordinance goes into effect, but our goal is to spend the next month while we get training done to the officers, explain how this is enforced, explain how we do warnings, figure out exactly how we document when warnings have happened, and then start educating. As we come into contact with people that are doing these behaviors before we start that enforcement period, say, you can't do this. This is what your options are. This is what will happen to you if you continue to do this. How do we stop and mitigate this? Because that's what our goal is. Our goal is not to take a lot of extra people to jail. Trust me, that is not our goal. The less people we have to take to jail, the more it shows that these laws are working, and we're not doing that. We don't win anything when we take people to
Councilwoman
jail.
Anderson actually has a question
And if we
too,
could train
so-
the park rangers too, because
Yes.
they don't get your level of training. And if they come in and they start arresting people in parks, whatever their role is, that concerns me.
Thanks,
I'm
Councilwoman
very
Dewar.
confident with our roles with the park rangers and the education piece.
Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I don't have a question. I just wanted to state that I intend to support these ordinances. None of them are perfect. Society, there are lots of areas that we have where we can improve the way we take care of each other. I think that these ordinances have been drafted very, very carefully with the utmost care in mind for the quality of outcome for the people that we are going to be encountering with these ordinances. And number one, I want to say that I am going to support these ordinances because I believe in the integrity of our police department and our park rangers, and I do not believe that they are going to be encountering any of the people in our community in a way that has a spirit of wanting to take them to jail or not having the positive outcome that the entire community wants for them. So I intend to support this with the confidence of your department and all the people that are working in it. Thanks.
Well said. Thank you, Councilwoman Anderson. Councilmember Ebert, you have 1 minute.
Okay. Just I want to call out the fact that we're out of ARPA funds. We've been relying a lot on Karma Box and other resources that we've been funding with ARPA funds. And we still have a pretty big problem on our hands. So I think it's going to get worse, very soon. And I don't think this is a problem that we can arrest our way out of. I don't think getting arrested makes it easier to get a job. And I think, again, we're getting into debtor's prison territory, and it has nothing to do with the police force. I know I've been around them. They're wonderful people, but if this is the tool that we give them, that's what they have to use. And I don't think this is going to get us to where we say we want to be, and that is getting people into services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ebert. At this time, we're looking for a motion.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'll move to adopt.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I'm going to ask for a roll call vote, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Dewar?
With some serious misgivings, yes, as long as we have the accountability piece.
Martinez?
Yes.
Ebert?
No.
Reese?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Sheevy is absent. Madam Vice Mayor, that motion passes.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to item number F2. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment for this item?
We do not have any public comment. We're just going to the city attorney to read the ordinance.
Thank you. Mr. Hall?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6695, an ordinance to repeal Title 8, Chapter 8.12, Section 8.12.030 of the Reno Municipal Code, camping on public property in the Truckee River Corridor, and other matters properly relating thereto.
Thank you. I'm hoping we can move into a motion on this, council.
Move to adopt.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
No, wait, this was,
Repeal camping.
okay, yeah.
Are you good?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Item F3. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comment registered.
Okay, Mr. Hall?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6696, an ordinance to repeal Title 8, Chapter 18.12, Section 18.12.012 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Prohibition Against Sitting or Lying in Doorways, Penalty, and Other Matters Properly Relating Thereto.
Move to adopt.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item F4. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any registered.
Okay, Mr. Hall.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6697, an ordinance to repeal Title 8, Chapter 8.12, Section 8.12.015 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Sitting or Lying Down on Public Sidewalks in Downtown Reno Regional Center and Other Matters Properly Relating Thereto.
Move to adopt.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and we'll move on to item number F5. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any.
Okay, Mr. Hall.
Sorry, we
Oh,
do
wait.
have one public commenter from Lily Barron.
Okay.
Hello there. I'm concerned about the lack of discussion here and listening to you zoom through these. And I feel like a lot of questions are still not answered, namely the one about the people who cannot perform their assisted daily living exercises. There are no places that these people can go. That's someone who cannot put on their pants, brush their teeth, take a shower, go to the restroom. And if they are found in a park, they will be cited and going to jail because there is no other place for them to go. You also did receive a memo last month saying that even if you filled all 911 beds at par and all shelters, you would still not have enough beds for people. So we all know, and you have been informed, that there are not enough beds for the amount of people that are experiencing homelessness. And lastly, just as someone who lives on the train tracks, it absolutely has not gotten better since the ordinance at the train tracks. In fact, I'm seeing people come to me in more distress than ever before. I understand that you're intent on doing this, but it's a shame that we're going to have to waste our city's money that we obviously really need after that budget proposal on these things that are really not going to work and they're going to kill people. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comment, Madam
We do
Clerk?
not have any additional public comment.
Okay, Mr. Hall.
We're on item F5, is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Correct.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6698, an ordinance to repeal Title 8, Chapter 8.23, Section 8.23.090 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Camping and Other Matters Properly Relating Thereto.
Move to adopt.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? All those in favor?
I do just want to clarify. F1 was a vote to make it camping illegal. The votes after that, F2 through, F6, those are repealing existing camping laws. So I just wanted that to be clear.
I think
think
F6
F6
is the
is-
actual
yeah.
adoption of it.
Okay, okay, sorry about that. Hold on.
So we're on F5.
Okay, yeah, F5 is different, but I know there was
No,
some
F6 is
concern.
different.
I know, I was just saying, I know there was some concern from the commenter that we're going through these quickly, and I was just clarifying that F2 through F5 were repealing existing ordinances.
Right.
So that's all, okay.
Okay, all those in favor, oh wait, we had a first, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to unanimously, item F6. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not have any public comment registered.
Okay, Mr. Hall, back to you again, please.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6699, an ordinance to amend Title 8, Chapter 8.10 of the Reno Municipal Code, titled Offenses Against Property, prohibiting loitering when posted on private property and other matters properly relating thereto.
I haven't.
Okay, sounds like we might have some questions or discussion on this item. Councilwoman Dorr.
Yeah, I think this is excellent. Personally, I had a good chance to talk with our deputy chief about some of the challenges of waiting for private private property owners to call and then get permission to enforce on their property about loitering. And I think this facilitates the process. And could you just explain it? I think it'd be good for people to hear. It sounds like you can pre-register for a authorization for the police to enforce. Could you just explain that?
Yeah.
Deputy Chief,
Yeah, Chris Jacobson, Assistant Chief of Police.
or excuse me,
That's-
Assistant Chief.
I'm not correcting you, I apologize, just give my title. Currently, as we know, there's no loitering RMC. So we experience a lot of problems. We've been experiencing a lot of problems with our downtown nightclubs, some of them, with a lot of people congregating in the parking lots, private property. There's nothing we can do. We can't be proactive. A lot of problems, we respond to the problems after they become one. We have to reach out to business owners, property owners, once that's going on. We have to try to figure out who these folks are and get permission, or have them come out and tell them they have to leave, or get permission to make them leave. This would be an application. A business owner or property owner, all they would need to do is fill out the application. So they fill out the application, says, yes, I want to be part of the loitering program. Once they fill that out, they give us their name, their contact information, a backup name, backup contact information for emergencies. Then they agree to purchase signs. They put the signs up on their property, and once they put the signs up, our men and women know that they are participating in the loitering ordinance, and we have the authority to go in and be proactive when we see some sort of a problem, potential problem, large gathering on private property. We can ask them to leave and enforce that.
I think this can really potentially help be a preventative measure, whether it's loitering at a storefront downtown, or whether it's in, let's say, South Reno, which has been the site of a lot of street racing and those type of activities, to be able to break it up with pre-permission from, let's say, a Walmart, a Lowe's, or a technology business that has a big parking lot. I mean, this has been a special focus of mine, and I've often heard, well, we couldn't get a hold of these people at 2 in the morning to enforce on their property, and I mean, this seems to really address it. So I just thank you for being proactive. I think this shouldn't have a big impact on unhoused people. I think this is much more targeted to criminal activities. So appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, other questions? Councilmember Ebert?
I just want to make a comment. I agree. This is kind of more in line with protecting the businesses. Just you can't go on people's property. And I want to make it clear too that although I don't support arresting people for sitting, laying down, sleeping, I do think it's reasonable to be able to say that I don't want people hanging out on my property for whatever reason, if they're being disruptive or loud or just, you don't want them there. I support that. So thank you.
Thank you. I think we're looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion?
I made a motion to.
I said we have a motion.
Oh, okay, I thought you
Second.
said a motion.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are on to city clerk items.
Madam Vice Mayor, at this point, we're actually, I think, going to go on break until our 6 p.m. hearings.
Okay. We'll be back here at 6 o'clock.
Do we need to do item H1 before we leave?
We can do it. Normally, we do it at the close, but if you guys would like to do it now, you're more than welcome to do announcements.
Do you want to do it now, Councilmember Mary?
I'm agnostic. I just know that we have a very long
Yes, we
evening
do.
ahead
Okay,
of
let's
us.
do item H1 now, and we will start with Councilmember Anderson.
I just want to continue to encourage people that if you're interested in serving on the NAB in Ward 6 to go online and put your application in. We're doing interviews now.
Councilmember Martinez?
Nothing for me. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Reese?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. For my part, I'll just invite all the colleagues and anyone across the city. We have a pool party on February 15th in Northwest Reno, Love in Full Splash for Valentine's Day at the Northwest Pool from 3 to 5. And so I'm sure Lily the Llama will make an appearance.
Councilmember Dewar?
No, I have none today.
Councilmember Ebert?
No, not at this time.
Okay, we will go into recess and we'll be back at 6 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Madam Clerk, are we ready?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, if you are ready, we can call this meeting back to order.
Okay, we will call the January 22nd Reno Council meeting back to order, and we are moving on to item I-2. I-1.
I-1, okay. And
I-1.
just for the record, we're reconvening at 6:01, and at this time, Councilmember Doer is absent, and Mayor Sheevy is present on the phone.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, has proper notice been given?
Madam Vice Mayor, proper notice has been given on item I-1.
Okay, and do council members need to make disclosures? Start with Council Member Anderson.
None for me.
Councilmember McGill. Councilmember Reese. Councilmember Ebert. Okay. Do we have a presentation? A staff presentation?
Hello. Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Leah Picotti, and I am an associate planner with the City of Reno Development Services. This evening, I'm going to present the application for the Plumas redevelopment. This is the same application that was heard by the Planning Commission back on December 5th. It was appealed, and now I'm going to show it to you guys. So here, I apologize for my map being a bit off, but this is the subject site. This is located just south of McCarran Boulevard between Plumas and Lakeside. It is a 9.4 acre site. Today's request that you are reviewing is for a conditional use permit for a 273 unit multifamily apartment complex, and also a major site plan review for grading resulting in fills of over 10 feet. The subject site, which you can see there in red, is in the general commercial zoning district. Key issues that staff analyzed in this request were overall site design, compatibility with surrounding developments and uses, traffic access and circulation, and tree preservation. Just to give you a little bit of background, this is the site of the former Lake Ridge Tennis Club. In 2019, there was a zoning map change from the Club Lake Ridge Specific Plan District to the General Commercial Zoning District. Then in 2021, a tentative map and conditional use permit were approved by the council at that time for 314 condominiums. And that's what you see on your screen right there is the site plan that was approved back in 2021 for the 314 condominiums. Now that entitlement is still in effect. So I just want to let everybody know that if this application gets denied, this tentative map and conditional use permit for the 314 condominiums is still valid. If it gets approved tonight, there is a condition of approval that would void that tentative map and conditional use permit upon issuance of the first building permit. So regarding overall site design, this is what we're looking at tonight. This is two buildings. It's a 273 unit multifamily apartment complex. The buildings are between 4 and 5 stories tall, 45 to 56 feet in height, which is allowable within the general commercial zoning district, which allows a maximum height of 65 feet. The proposed site will offer 437 parking spaces, far exceeding Reno Municipal Code, which would require 305 spaces for an apartment complex of this size. And also, they are going to do an 8,000 square foot dog park, which you can see down at the bottom of your screen there. The grading, as I said, requires a major site plan review because it's over 10 feet. They are proposing maximum fills of 23.2 feet. And while that seems like a lot, it's actually because there's a giant hole in the ground on the site from when the Lake Ridge Tennis Club and pool were removed. So I just want to be clear that they're not building this site up by 20 feet. They're filling in an existing hole. So regarding compatibility, I know that there's been a lot of talk about compatibility, and I want to open this conversation by talking about what the definition of compatibility is. And the definition of compatibility is that two uses can exist and occur together without conflict. So it's not that things look the same as those around them, just like anybody who's in a relationship and compatibility, right? It doesn't mean you look like your partner. It means that the two of you coexist without conflict or with minimal conflict. So when staff looks at compatibility, what they're looking at is ways to mitigate any potential conflict. So in this particular case, we are looking at a high-density residential, which would be about 29 dwelling units per acre. Well, up on that map there, directly to the west, you can see we have multifamily 21 units per acre and multifamily 30 units per acre. So we have very similar densities in this area. Additionally, it's surrounded by arterial streets. McCarran is a major arterial and Lakeside is a minor arterial. What this means is that those roadways provide access to other parts of the city. So when we're looking at a high-density development, we're looking at easy access to other parts of the city. So it does meet that. We do have an increased height in this as compared to the 2021, but we also have increased setbacks. So along with that increased height, we've moved those buildings that were proposed in 2021 back off of the site. So setbacks are about 44 feet from Plumas, 112 feet from McCarran, somewhere between 48 and 64 feet from the eastern properties, and 60 to 100 feet from those southern properties. Additionally, regarding compatibility, we have a front setback buffer to protect those existing mature trees, which will additionally mitigate that appearance of building mass from McCarran. So the applicant has proposed to preserve 155 existing trees. Everything you see on your screen there that's a green circle or a green triangle are existing trees that are being preserved. Plus, they're going to add another 154 proposed trees for a total of 309 trees on site. Just to give you an idea, Reno Municipal Code will require 219 trees. Additionally, they are proposing about 26% landscaping. Again, just for comparison, Reno Municipal Code in the General Commercial Zoning District requires 15%. And furthermore, they are adding vegetative screening on the southern portion adjacent to the compactor and the dog park to just further mitigate any potential conflict and increase that compatibility. All right, regarding traffic access and circulation. Anybody who's been by the site knows that sometimes the traffic can back up a bit there. But I just want to talk about the numbers here for a second. So with the addition of these 273 unit apartment complex, the delay at McCarran and Plumas will increase by less than 1 second. The delay at McCarran and Lakeside will increase by about 2 seconds. Furthermore, the Regional Transit Commission, RTC, has a McCarran widening project that's going to go through this specific area, is expected in the next 5 to 10 years. My understanding at this point is it's going to be sometime around 2030. And additionally, this project will bring in $906,000 in road impact fees. And those road impact fees go to any regional projects like widening McCarran, and increase better aid in the transportation regionally. Additionally, they're proposing a sidewalk with a partial landscaped parkway along right there through those trees. And I'll explain a little bit more about that here in a second. So regarding the findings, what's on the board right now are the general review criteria. These are the findings that apply to all entitlements that come through. So is it consistent with Reno Master Plan? Staff found that it is consistent with the plan goals, policies, and strategies. Is it compliant with Title 18? Yes, with the conditions of approval, the project not only meets, but it also exceeds several of those Reno Municipal Code standards. Does it mitigate traffic? Well, the delays are going to be minimal. They're going to be 1 to 2 seconds. But the flip side of that is that it's going to increase the safety by increasing those setbacks, adding a sidewalk along that area, and adding a landscaped parkway through there that's going to improve the environment for both pedestrians and people on bicycles as well. So this set of findings right here are conditional use permit review findings. So the first one is it in accordance with Reno Municipal Code and the purpose of the zoning district? Well, the purpose of the general commercial zoning district is, quote, is intended to accommodate a mix of higher density residential, retail, commercial, and other employment and service-oriented uses. Is the design compatible with surrounding development? It is surrounded by residential uses and arterial streets. We have increased setbacks. We have increased percentages of landscaping. We have an extra number of trees. We have additional screening. So staff finds that it will coexist with the surrounding development without conflict. Design is consistent with the development standards. Yes, again, it not only meets, but it exceeds many of those Reno Municipal Code standards. Do we have available public services? Absolutely. It's an infill project. These are the projects we like to work on. We want to see things being built in places where we already have the infrastructure to support that. Are the characteristics reasonably compatible with the types of uses permitted in the surrounding area? Characteristics or distinctive features of a project will coexist with the types of uses permitted in the surrounding area. And will it be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare? Well, once developed, the noise, smoke, odor, dust, vibration, illumination, and other hazards that are associated with construction will all be mitigated. So the Planning Commission heard this application on December 5th. They unanimously approved the request, 6-0. There was one member absent that day. Staff's recommendation is on the board, and I am available if you have any questions. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Picotti. Do we have an appellant presentation?
We do have an appellant presentation. She doesn't have a PowerPoint, but she's welcome to.
Can I use the projector?
Yeah, and Madam Vice Mayor and Madam Clerk, when do you want to take public comment? Often you take it before, but after.
We're going to do it after the appellant.
Yeah, so city
that's
council
fine.
rules outline that public comment comes after presentations.
Oh, that's good. I agree. When do you want our comment to Ms. Picotti?
After public comment.
After comment.
To Ms. Picotti?
Yes, we're going to do all the presentations,
Okay.
public comment, and then we're going to do discussion and questions.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
And I did have a disclosure.
Okay.
Let me think. Actually, I don't.
Okay.
I don't actually. It's on another one.
Please come on up.
Are you ready for me?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Just want to make sure your projector is projecting. That, oh, I see, I've got to do a little maneuvering possibly. For the record, I'm Terry Rupert. I am representing residents of Lake Ridge Villas, residents and property owners, and also the Lake Ridge community at large. I want to thank all of you for hearing this appeal, and I want to thank you for your service to the city of Reno. I want to thank all of you for showing up, because we all oppose this development.
Hold your applause.
I want to remind all of you, and I know that you care deeply about this community. You are our guardians of our city. You are here to protect our safety and our quality of life. I feel it's important that you hear from us, your constituents, the voters. Like myself, many of these residents of people that have lived here, I've lived here 45 years, we have worked here, we have raised our children here, we have contributed to this community in a multitude of ways. I am also a public servant. I have been an ICU nurse in Reno and a teacher in Washoe County schools. We want to feel that our concerns matter to you. Residents are frustrated and angry about the approval by the Reno Planning Commission of the Plumas redevelopment project. Our deep concerns are fire safety, traffic safety, density, and compatibility of a 4- and 5-story apartment building in Lake Ridge. And I don't think a dictionary definition of the ability to coexist is appropriate. A dictionary definition does not take into account fires in the area, traffic accidents in the area, etc. The Indiana, I gotta get a sip of water, excuse me. The Indiana-based company, Thompson and Thrift, want to use an existing one-size-fits-all plan that is not designed for our community. They will build and leave us to deal with the consequences. This is our last chance to have an impact as residents. The guiding principles for the Reno Master Plan, GP2, responsible and well-managed growth. GP6, safety and healthy and inclusive community. I will continue to follow the outline on my appeal. There are many citizens here who are going to comment. In regards to traffic, I have read both traffic studies, the traffic impact study for the Plumas development and the McCarrick Boulevard, whoops, upside down, sorry about that, corridor study, which was done in November 30th of 22. At the Reno Planning Commission, the question that was asked, was there a study done? Yes, that was it. I have many questions after reading these two studies, and I believe that 1 to 2 second delay, I believe that is an average number that does not accurately reflect the traffic at peak hours. This project uses existing ingress and egress. The developer's representatives acknowledge the Plumas exit is the primary exit and the Lake Ridge exit is secondary. This picture is of a truck and trailer trying to navigate the S-curve that is considered one of the points of exit for this development. Can you imagine a ladder truck with people trying to exit, trying to navigate this turn, and coming out onto Lake Ridge? This will be a right turn only exit during peak traffic. You will have to circle the block to go east on McCarran. Here is a list of all the developments. Sorry, I'm getting disorganized here. Of all the developments that exit at the exit from Ridgeview Street to access the Plumas-McCarran intersection. We are now adding yet another development whose primary exit is Plumas, and it is close to this intersection. You can see the list. I won't read it to you. This is a copy of the crash report. Everything in yellow, those are accidents that happen during peak traffic times. You can see that is the majority. So it is that information about peak traffic conditions that is most important. The LOS, or level of service status, which ranges from A, the best, to F, the worst, at the Plumas-McCarran intersection, is already an F rating at peak AM traffic. NDOT likes status levels to be LOSD or lower. Emergency medical response times, they are being affected by our traffic. As an ICU nurse, and my daughter's a care flight nurse practitioner, I am well aware of the challenges of our emergency medical response first responders. And let me tell you, seconds matter. And it could be any of you and any of us. NDOT spoke to the Lake Ridge Villas HOA representatives about their study. This map here shows multiple areas that need widened. The widening of the McCarran Boulevard is a fluid decision. At this point, the RTC does not plan to finalize plans to widen McCarran until at least 2026, and the widening plans span over the next 25 years. We were told that our section by this development is not the top priority. Maybe that changes.
But as of now, that was the advice or the information we were given. The ingress and egress that was present on McCarran from the Lake Ridge Tennis Club has been eliminated by the developer. And I understand why, because there is no clear plan yet for the McCarran widening. To approve projects with questionable ingress and egress before what is known about future road expansion seems to be putting the cart before the horse. What the most recent traffic studies cannot address is the impact of multiple apartment complexes being approved simultaneously. Current data shows we have 8,000 to 9,000 apartment units coming on board in 2025. These projects will all be using our main arterials, and McCarran is our main arterial other than I-80 and 395. The Reno Planning Commission asked no questions about this. The LA fires tragically have put fire safety first and foremost in everyone's mind. This picture of Reno on fire speaks for itself. The Reno Gazette-Journal article dated November of 2020 is titled, "Wildfire-Prone West Reno Burns 3 times in Less than 15 Years." We are West Reno. I watched the house atop Windy Hill burn in 2011. It was frightening how fast that fire jumped to that house, crossed Lakeside into Bartley Ranch, crossed Del Monte into Anderson Park before it was put under control. This house that burned is a half mile from this proposed development. The 8 developments that I just showed you, they have only one, and it is the Ridgeview Drive to Plumas, as a fire evacuation route. They faced massive traffic delays during this fire, and residents were seen riding their bicycles out to get away from this fire. Please remember that. Others will speak to fire danger, but it is clear that government agencies are going to face litigation if fire evacuation and safety are not appropriately addressed. I guarantee you, there is not one taxpayer in this room that wants to see tax dollars used to pay for litigation and settlements, including all of you. On to compatibility. I went to Reimagine Reno to access the City Reno Master Plan. I can tell there was a lot of work done on this and a lot of thought put into it, and I applaud you. I know the mayor has worked very hard, and as I'm sure many of you have, on this plan. Your guiding principles, let me just read you NG 12 on transition. Abrupt changes in residential density should be avoided unless they are part of an integrated plan. Lake Ridge is a planned community. This does not fit with our plan. And NCN 7, to the extent feasible, infill development should be designed to fit in the surrounding buildings, incorporating similar heights, lot coverages, and widths in design. Blocky and blank multi-story buildings form of devoid of architectural features should be avoided. I just want to show this picture. I realize my time is about up. This is a development that was currently built close to us, next or behind Sam's Club. Is this the future of Reno? There are so many structures like this being approved all around town. Is this what you want the face of Reno to look like?
No. Thank you,
And, you know, it is public record that developers are major contributions to elected officials. That is public record. We know that.
Thank you, Ms. Rubert. We're going to ask the respondent if they have a presentation. You'll have 10 minutes.
Opinions matter. Thank you.
Is there a presentation by the respondent? You have 10 minutes.
Just waiting for my presentation. Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers, representing the applicant for this project. With me tonight, Garrett Gordon, and as well as other members of our team to help answer your questions. So as I stall a little bit while what? Yep. Yeah, it was on the website.
you increase the volume on the microphone?
There it is. Thank you again. Have a presentation for you. Staff obviously did a very good job of giving you an overview of the project. This is a conditional use permit for allowing more than 100 units in a general commercial zoning, 273 to be exact.
Turn the clock on.
It also allows for fills greater than 10 feet in height as indicated. This site is the former site of the Lake Ridge Tennis Club. It also is a site of a currently approved 314-unit condominium development that could also be built in lieu of this. It's master plan suburban mixed use, which the suburban mixed use land use calls for provision of opportunities for broader mix of uses in a more suburban context while also preserving the opportunities for higher density infill development and provides opportunities for higher density housing within a close proximity to services and employment. Further, the general commercial zoning allows for a mix of commercial and higher density residential uses. Thompson Thrift, a nationwide apartment builder, multifamily builder, projects across the United States. One thing I want to point out here is kind of they understand their market. Their average renter is about 35 years old. Their household size is about 1.6 people per house in their units. Average household income over $109,000, and they attract a diverse community of young professionals, mature couples, and young families that are seeking this type of product. They have a site criteria that really matches this and checks all the boxes for this site, including high traffic thoroughfare, proximity to good jobs, proximity to high-end housing and schools, and other high-end retail. One of the things that came up at the Planning Commission was a question of their sustainability practices. They incorporate a lot of these into all of their projects, including smart home features, LED lighting, drought-tolerant landscape and pollinator gardens, low-flow shower heads and fixtures, as well as what we offered as a condition of approval, EV charging stations on this project to the tune of 5% of the required parking. The specifics of this, 9.3 acres, 273 multifamily units in 2 buildings. Those buildings are 4-story buildings. I know it's been said there's a 5-story. There is a 5-story element to building 1, which is the larger building on the left there. Really, it's just a daylight basement on the right side of that building. So from that side, which is up against the other building, it would appear to be 5 stories, but by code definition, it is a 4-story building. They're both 45 feet in height. As staff mentioned, we have a significant increased setback, both on the front of the landscape along McCarran and Plumas, and then also further setting those buildings back from the street. 2.4 acres of landscape areas provided, which is an acre more than what's required by the code minimum. 219 trees are required. We were providing 309 of those. 155 are existing mature trees that are being preserved. There's a number of on-site amenities, both internal clubhouses, the pool area you can see there, and the dog park. This project has ample parking with 437 spaces for the 305 that are required. For the tree protection, really, we're only required to protect trees that are within the 10-foot setback, which is that red line you see along the street frontages, and we have provided that ample setback to preserve more of those trees. Here's a look at some of the renderings for the project architecture. Just to give you, I know compatibility massing size of these buildings has come up, and so we wanted to give you a comparison of what that actually looks like. So this is a massing comparison. This is obviously an old photo of the old Lake Ridge Tennis Club, which was a 3-story commercial building, had a 42-foot building height, and then it was a very large footprint. It obviously had the gym and everything, and then really large warehouses, which were the indoor tennis courts. The current approved plan for the 314 condominium tentative map is a 4-story residential building and had up to 49-foot building heights. And then the proposed one in front of you tonight is a 4-story residential building with 45-foot building height. Very comparative massing. Looking at that, broadening the scope of this and looking into the area, which, it's said that this area doesn't have that size of buildings. That's not true. Lake Ridge Tennis Club, as I mentioned, 3-story commercial building, 42 feet high. The Lake Ridge Center, which is directly to the west of this site on Plumas Street, is a 3-story commercial building with approximately 45-foot building height. Lake Ridge, the village at Lake Ridge, which is just to the east on Lakeside, is a 3-story commercial building with 45-foot height, and the proposed development is a 4-story residential building with 45-foot height. The difference there is commercial floor heights are usually a lot bigger than a residential floor height, so that's where the 3-story versus 4-story comes in. Traffic, we did do an updated traffic study in October of last year. The project utilizes existing driveways. We're not putting new driveways on. And we're actually removing a driveway from McCarran. So that will help with some of the throughput on McCarran by not having that friction in the traffic flow there. These existing intersections will have some negligible impacts due to the proposed project. However, looking at the RTC's 2050 Regional Transportation Plan, it identifies a widening of South McCarran adjacent to this. That came out of and was born from a corridor study that was done on McCarran Boulevard, a joint effort by RTC and NDOT a few years ago. We also will be improving pedestrian safety by adding sidewalk on McCarran. Now, again, another comparison, looking at the existing current approved that could be built, 314 condos. Those generate about 2,300 average daily trips. Compared to what's proposed now, it's just 1,800, just over 1,800 average daily trips. So that's about a 20% reduction of 458 average daily trips. Then looking at the delays of the primary intersections here, Lakeside and Plumas on McCarran, the current plan had a 4 and 10 second delay in the morning and afternoon. The proposed plan at Plumas has less than a second of delay in the morning and evening, which is a reduction of 3 seconds and 9 seconds respectively in the morning and afternoon peaks. Lakeside had in the current plan a 7-second delay and a 4-second delay, additional delay. The proposed plan has a 2-second delay for those AM and PM peaks. That's a 5-second reduction and a 2-second reduction from the current approved plan that could be built. Looking more at the comparison of these approved plan versus what we're proposing now, the approved plan had 8 buildings that were really oriented towards the edge of the site. As I mentioned before, those were up to 49-foot buildings towards the edge of McCarran and to the adjacent multifamily to the south and east. They're 4 stories, they had amenities, and it was gated, and they had driveways on Plumas Lakeside, and we're utilizing that existing driveway on McCarran. We feel this is an improvement to that current approved plan. It's 2 buildings that are oriented to the center of the site, so we're pulling it away from the streets, increasing the setbacks, reducing that massing effect to the general public. There's still 4 stories, and it has the central amenities. And then, as I mentioned before, we eliminated that driveway on McCarran and just have utilization of existing driveways on Plumas and Lakeside. Looking at more comparisons, general commercial zoning allows for a lot of high-density residential products. It could have up to 45 units per acre or 419 units. What is approved there is 314 units, and what we're proposing is 273 units. That's a 146 unit reduction from the code maximum and 41 unit reduction from the approved plan. Building height in general commercial can be 65 feet or 5 stories. The current approved plan is 49 feet and 4 stories. A lot of this is getting redundant, I apologize. The proposed plan is 45 feet and 4 stories, so that's about a 10-foot reduction from code and about a 4-foot reduction from what's approved. Front setback is minimum of 10 feet. The approved plan had 40 feet to the buildings. We've got 40 feet to the parking, and then an additional 80 to 100 feet from those streets to the actual buildings themselves. Parking, which was a concern that was raised during the entitlement process for the current approved plan, it was required to have 325 stalls. We had 392 at that time. This plan, because of the reduction in units, has a requirement of 289 stalls. However, we've gone above and beyond that and provided much more parking with 438 stalls. So that's 149 stalls more than the code requires and 46 more stalls than what's required in addition to the reduction of units. Some of the appellants and concerns that were raised, we tried to kind of compile here into general themes. So they've raised concerns about community character and compatibility. This project's located on McCarran Boulevard. This is our region's primary major arterial. This is where we want more intense development. It is a similar scale and height to the surrounding commercial buildings, as has been pointed out earlier in my presentation, as well as to the former tennis club. So saying that there hasn't been this type of building there is just not true. The tennis club itself was a very large building and was 3 stories tall. And the use is compatible with the numerous surrounding multifamily properties. Traffic safety, as we mentioned, has some negligible increases to level of service. We've eliminated the driveway on McCarran and has the future widening of McCarran Boulevard that's in the RTC's hands. Wildfire danger, which is brought up. There are numerous options for emergency evacuations from this site in particular. Obviously, being on McCarran, there's Lakeside, Plumas, and then all multitude of kind of other routes once you get past those intersections. And we also meet the current international fire codes for the site. Increased crime, it's difficult because really this is a similar type of use to what's around the neighborhood already. The land use mix was thrown that should be a mix of uses. General commercial allows for a mix of uses, but it doesn't require it. We can have just multifamily. The tree count, we have a tree preservation plan that accounts for the existing and dead compromised trees, unlike what they have proposed or what they've asserted. And our tree preservation is well above and beyond what code requires. Finally, the apartment demand and vacancy. We looked actually at what local brokers and what locals are saying about the vacancy rate. Johnson Perkins Griffin, which is a local estimator, they do a quarterly report of vacancy rates, and in the third quarter of 2024, their last report, it was at 2.7%, which is a very low vacancy rate for the region, and actually does indicate that there's room for more multifamily growth. With that, I will be available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Durling. We will move into public comment. Madam Clerk?
Madam Vice Mayor, we're going to go into public comment at this time. And it should be noted for those in the audience that any disrespectful behavior in accordance with Council Rule 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. And if the behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. Our first public commenter is Kim Backus, followed by Janice Schaefers, followed by Megan Schuster.
Madam Vice Mayor and council members, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I've spoken before on this issue, and I probably will continue to speak on this issue. I am a resident, Kim Backus from Reno, Nevada, and I am a resident of Lake Ridge Shores. Lake Ridge Shores is just down the road from Plumas. I have repeatedly, speaking to the issue of traffic, I'm not well prepared, I'll tell you that. Speaking to the issue of traffic, I will tell you that traffic has backed up many times to my entrance on Greensboro, especially if there's an accident. With more traffic that we're seeing without adding this new building, I can't imagine we're going to get any fewer accidents or any fewer backup of traffic. My concern has also been for the pedestrians on those intersections, walking across the streets, especially if they find that there are more than 1.5 people in an apartment and they need to have 2 or 3 cars. Those cars will be parked most likely north because the south of McCarran, the sides of the streets are already lined with cars parked there from the existing apartments. So I think that there needs to be a consideration for safety of the people who are walking across the street. I don't really understand what the public services, what the gentleman said about public services being similar use to surrounding uses in the neighborhood. Public services, we don't have buses, we don't have a police precinct, we don't have a fire department, we don't have any of that stuff that's going to be impacted by this building. That is to say, we don't have any of that. So for him to say that it's similar, it kind of caused me to pause in my thinking about that. I don't think compatibility means that whatever is good in Indianapolis is good in Reno, Nevada. I think that Reno, Nevada has a flair of its own, and buildings like this that are being built all over Sparks, all over Reno, residents do not find to be something that reflects our basic appreciation of architecture. I think the architecture needs to be examined as well as anything else. And I think that even Madam Mayor was concerned about the traffic backup the last time around when she voted against that project. So please keep in mind that the people who live there are the people who are going to be impacted, and those are the people here in this room. Thank you very much for your time.
Janice Schaefer's, followed by Megan Schuster, followed by John Krieger.
Thank you, members, for providing me with the time to speak at this forum. I reviewed the traffic impact study for Plumas Development. My colleague Terry Rupert, who presented earlier, referenced that. I got a bunch of notes on it, so I won't put on there. One thing I didn't find, I did a search on the document for the word environmental, and I got a no hit. So it would have been good, and I don't know if there's an environmental impact review or study that's been performed, but it's not listed in the traffic impact study from the developer or the developer's contractor. The other thing I wanted to mention briefly is when the Davis fire happened this past fall. I'm a California native. I've been around fires a lot, but that was rather disturbing, and even more so when I watched the presentation at a public forum. I think it was at a school by the professional fire people, and some of the political members were there. Maybe some of you folks were there, but they gave a 3-day prognostication on how that fire, which was at that point still running and roaming around over by the Mount Rose Highway. But the 3-day prognostication showed different levels running from the highway almost all the way to Interstate 80. And I'm a resident of Lake Ridge Villas. I'm at McCarran and Lakeside. And that was like a Tuesday night. And they were projecting 70-mile, 80-mile-an-hour winds at the ridge, and then they were showing as it would come over the ridge down into the valley. And those professionals were extremely concerned, as was everyone else. And so that was, I think, a Tuesday night. And on Wednesday, the evacuation had been a warning set for McCarran and Lakeside. And I packed up my 3 dogs and went back to Sacramento because I could not see in that short amount of time that they were projecting that would happen for that many people to get out of all those communities once that level was raised from a warning to a mandatory evac. And so, as my colleague Terry alluded to, it's a great concern. There's massive amounts of traffic, massive amounts of people, and I'm concerned for all of them, and I'm sure you are too. Thank you for your time.
Megan Schuster, followed by John Krieger, followed by Nancy Chontos.
Good evening. My name is Megan Schuster. I'm a resident of the Lake Ridge community, living about 1 mile from the site of the proposed plan. Although I could speak to many reasons against this proposed plan, such as the density and the risk to public safety, as Plumas is the main fire escape route, or I could talk about the intersection of Plumas and McCarran and how it's already rated an F. I'm going to address the building height and density of this proposed plan. The proposed plan is 45 to 55 feet tall, so a 4- and 5-story building. The single and multifamily units that surround 6,000 Plumas Street are 1- and 2-story buildings. The 2-story buildings immediately south of this development have a roof height peak of just 22 feet. So this proposed building will be 3 stories above the surrounding building. The former Lake Ridge Tennis Club building was only 1 story taller than the surrounding building. It was only 36.5 feet. And when McCarran is widened in 2030, and the width for the 3rd or a 4th lane will likely, where do you think it's going to come from? It's going to come from the setback that they're talking about is so vast right now. So you're going to have these massive buildings of 45 to 55 feet potentially being just at minimum code of 10 feet from McCarran. That's a safety risk in the winter when you're going to have the possibility of the winter months and the ice on the McCarran roads when those buildings could be shadowing McCarran. Just think about the potential of that. At 273 units, it's at 29 dwelling units per acre. Okay, this development is almost 3 times the density per the areas immediately surrounding this development, which are 10 and 12 dwelling units per acre. Then you have the majority of the units within 1 mile where I live with a density of 3 dwelling units per acre. So we're talking putting a building within 1 mile where it's basically going to be 10 times the density of the surrounding Lake Ridge development. At this height and density, the proposed plan is not consistent with the requirements of finding 2 of Title 18 of the Land Development Code, as it does not fit the scale and the infill of the established Lake Ridge residential community. Any redevelopment of the site on the former Lake Ridge Tennis Club should not exceed MF 14, which would put the development at 126 dwelling units. That is the size that is consistent with our neighborhood. I ask that the council appeals the Planning Commission's approval of the proposed project in place of a smaller development that would be in keeping with the established Lake Ridge neighborhood. Thank you.
John Krieger, followed by Nancy Chantos, followed by Cindy Chandler. Nancy Chantos, followed by Cindy Chandler, followed by Tori Benjamin.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and all of you in attendance tonight. Thank you for coming. I'm here to provide some concrete reasons for you to vote no tonight on the development plan for the 3 parcels on the corner of Plumas and McCarran. Now it looks like 2 parcels. I'm suggesting you, in representation of us, send the plans back to the developer for modifications in 3 key areas. First, the look and feel. Second, parking, egress, and traffic. And third, safety. Look and feel. This design is out of conformance, proportion, and character for this older, unique, and stylish neighborhood. The proposed buildings are taller and not in keeping with the look, feel, and environment. The development should fit in, not stand out. City of Reno infill requirements are not being met, nor is it in conformance with the Reno Reimagined Master Plan. This is a cookie-cutter design, not one designed for this old Southwest Reno neighborhood. The Planning Commission could not find one comparable situation anywhere in Reno because this is a very unique and special place. Parking, egress, and traffic. The effect of this development on the parking situation, egress, and overall traffic impact will be extremely negative. Is there enough parking allotted for the potential 400 to 500 vehicles of the residents? I question that. The plan accounts for 1.5 spots per unit as required. However, many of the 3-bedroom units will have at least 3 drivers. Overflow will be on the streets, Plumas, and Lakeside, which will make access for school buses and rapid transit vehicles that much more difficult than is current since there are no pullover spaces. Egress is planned on both Plumas and Lakeside, right near the corners of McCarran. These 2 intersections are extremely congested, especially during the morning and late afternoon commutes. This development will severely exacerbate this situation. Traffic issues at Plumas and McCarran right now are rated an F, as in fail. Mitigation efforts such as widening of the streets and revisions to the egress need to be completed before development begins. And I won't even begin to address the 1 to 2 second increase in time. Safety. This development is currently planned as potential safety risks for pedestrians, school children, and the average driver. The increased traffic to an already overcrowded area at 2 key intersections would also impede evacuations in the case of a natural disaster. Therefore, I'm asking that you have the developer, 1, make the design in conformance, proportion, and character with this neighborhood while meeting the mixed-use designation. 2, fix the negative impact from the egress and parking. And 3, create a plan that addresses the safety risks. Change in the form of this development is not our issue. The issue is due to the change in the proper way. Thank you.
Cindy Chandler, followed by Tori Benjamin, followed by Margot Piskovich.
Good evening. It is my hope that you listen carefully to the residents tonight that are presenting information that address the Reno Master Plan and Public Safety regarding the proposed Plumas redevelopment project. Though elected by voters in your ward, you now represent every resident in Reno when you cast your vote. I represent the residents of Carriage House, a community in the hills above Plumas Street, who oppose the Planning Commission's approval of the 273 apartment unit 4 5-story project. We objected in 2021 to the previous proposal of 314 condos because of traffic congestion, appearance, 4 5-story buildings, and public safety, to name a few. Now, 4 years later, the previous concerns have only magnified and intensified. Just in the past 30 days, there have been 2 car accidents at the intersection of Plumas and McCarran. The traffic study presented by the Planning Commission inadequately focused on the impact this project would have on McCarran and ignored the traffic on Plumas, Lake Ridge, and Ridgeview. Public safety exists, and I have this. Does that show? There we go. Public safety of existing residents can no longer have a low priority when voting for infill and density projects. The proposed 273 apartment units with the main entrance and exit located on Plumas with 1 lane in each direction creates a public safety issue for all current and future residents that live in the hills above Plumas Street and the current apartments on Plumas. Carriage House is only one of 4 communities on the hill and has 1 main escape route to Plumas in the event of a fire. Since Plumas is a dead-end street, drivers can only go in one direction on Plumas, and that is in the direction of the proposed 273-unit apartment project. Pacific Palisades fire in LA County, in which I'm from Southern Cal, so I know fully well, where residents had to abandon their cars because their only access road was gridlocked with cars, should be a wake-up call for all elected officials, regardless of the state or the city. It is not only a tragedy, but also a public safety disaster that will undoubtedly be litigated in the future. Over 100 Evans Creek residents also exit on Evans Road to Lake Ridge or Lakeside. The only alternative we have is to go down Plumas, and here's the example of where we would head. And you have this in writing so you can look at it. We understand that something will be built on the old tennis courts, but I ask that you look at this project from a public safety perspective and vote no on the conditional permit of the 2 units. Revisit the zoning and what project best meets the public safety needs of the surrounding communities as well as future residents. Your vote will determine whether you support the interests of Reno constituents or the special interest of developers. Please do the right thing and vote no. Thank you.
Tori Benjamin, followed by Margot Piskovich, followed by Patricia Evans.
Hello, my name is Jory Benjamin, and I've been a resident of Reno for over 20 years. And for the record, I have submitted to the mayor and each council member 4 pages of signatures of people that were unable to be here. Their signatures against this proposal. And just because these apartment buildings have met the commercial criteria guidelines does not make them right or neighborly. Some council members passionately agreed that a safe, healthy, and vibrant neighborhood are cornerstones for a good quality of life in Reno. This infill project is opposite of this statement. It does not bring quality or vibrancy to the neighborhood. The intersection's been talked about a lot. It's highly congested. People drive, I'm sure y'all drive it. It's busy, busy, busy. I think we should know when the street widening is happening before this is built. And what does that look like? Because as Megan said, the setbacks are going to be those really nice sidewalks taken away from this new building. Shouldn't we, citizens that live and contribute to the city coffers, be aware of this plan before you vote on it? Does our neighborhood not matter to city planning? This is an older neighborhood. We are not afraid of growth. We are about what the outcome of growth looks like. And I won't use words like compatibility because they will get misconstrued. I will say this apartment building could blend in better. And I'm not quite sure what all the blue paint is on all these new buildings, but we'll just let that be. According to traffic studies, there is only 1 to 2 seconds added to the daily commute. I can hardly believe that. Common sense says it's not true. I spend lots of time trying to get out of my driveway as it is. And there's 130 patio homes that exist on Plumas north of McCarran. It's already difficult for these residents to get out of their property. And it's currently frightening and dangerous for pedestrians using the crosswalk. We have red light runners, yellow light runners, people talking on their phone, not paying attention when they make the turns onto Plumas. It's an accident waiting to happen. You see how people drive these days. The Reno Master Plan states in part, quote, infill development should be designed to fit in with surrounding buildings incorporating similar heights, lot coverage, and widths in its design, end quote. The Wells Fargo building has been used to compare height to this apartment building. Wells Fargo building is on a hill and it blends in with the neighborhood, as well as the Village at Lake Ridge retail mix. It blends in. We ask that, if this is built, we can't take it back. What's done will be done. We implore the City Council to keep the integrity of the master plan. Thanks for your time. It's appreciated. Sorry you have to listen to all this, but thank you.
Margot Piskovich, followed by Patricia Evans, followed by Diane Backman.
Good evening, I'm Margot Piskovich. I own a home at Lake Ridge Villas. Reimagine Reno's master plan for not only the city but the county does not fit the developer's plan. Page 146 of the master plan states, quote, in instances when design principles specific to a particular type of neighborhood conflict with these general neighborhood design principles, the location-specific design principles apply, end of quote. This means the developer's design of more than 2 stories does apply to the Lake Ridge 9.5 acres. The plan is not compatible for this residential area. It is not compatible with the master plan. 2 5-story towers cannot be found in Lakeside anywhere. Furthermore, there is no ingress and egress to get in and out of this acreage. The traffic issues do not consider the planned architecture, density, or the ability to evacuate. We have had 2 major fires in Reno. My memory is 2011 and a 9-year one later. It took me over an hour to evacuate from my home to Lakeside, and that's probably less than a quarter of a mile. My concern is Plumas. It's a dead end. There are neighborhoods such as Lake Ridge, and there's so many. I mean, Carriage, there's probably 7 of them, plus apartments. Reno has no evacuation plan. If you plan to vote no, then why is there no plan? It's because for the last 10 years, nobody's put an interest into it or even tried to have one. Now we have no money and we're 17 million in the hole. An important issue is our insurance ratios. The ratings are important. The response time is linked to insurance, the ability to get insurance for fires. There are people in Reno who don't have that ability today. The January 16th, 25th Gazette Journal states, quote, fire chief said Reno is not immune from disaster, end of quote. Goes on to say we get 80-mile-an-hour winds. In the past 2 years, we've had less precipitation. We cram homes into what used to be where homes could spread out. The probability of a LA fire cannot be ruled out according to the winds and the conditions in Reno. As a practical matter, a short response time is not possible in this area. I've already told you my experience. People were literally bike riding to get down. This project needs to be denied. I have no problem with having people build homes there. It's fine. But the bottom line is it's not compatible and we need to make sure that everyone is covered.
Patricia Evans, followed by Diane Backman, followed by Marianne Merriam.
Good evening, and thank you for hearing my comments. My name is Patricia Evans. I live in Lake Ridge Springs, which is up Ridgeview Drive, about a mile and a half from the proposed development. I've lived there for almost 33 years. My biggest concern is public safety. I was present during the 2011 fire where we had mass evacuations from that area in the middle of the night. I've seen many fires. We've been evacuated 3 or 4 times since I've lived there. And this density of this project is my biggest concern. It's been stated very clearly what the traffic congestion that occurs is today on Plumas and on Lakeside. And we have 3 routes to get out. If you come down Ridgeview, you've got all of these developments. You go straight, you dump into Plumas. You can cross Plumas and go to Lakeside, and then you're going over Windy Hill or you're heading straight to McCarran and all of the traffic. So when we have the next disaster, and I suspect we will, I am really concerned by adding this amount of additional density in this project that we're just going to exacerbate the ability for our residents to evacuate safely and get out of harm's way. Thank you very much.
Diane Backman, followed by Miriam, followed by Clay Adler.
Good evening. Thank you very much for allowing all of us to come, council members, community members, residents of the area in concern. I'm here today, or this evening, to voice a really strong opposition to the proposed high-rise multi-family condominiums in our residential neighborhood. While I recognize the need for growth and development, we must really assure that it aligns with the character of our community and the capacity of our existing infrastructure. Our neighborhood was designed for low-density residential living in mind, and the introduction of these high-rise structures would place an overwhelming strain on our already limited infrastructure. Our roads, schools, and emergency services are really not equipped at this time to handle the significant increase in population that these projects would bring. Traffic congestion will worsen, and response times for emergency services will be impacted, not could be, but will be, and our schools are already at capacity. That will face further strain. Beyond infrastructure, concerns for these developments threaten to alter really the very fabric of this part of the community, the whole community. Our neighborhood has long been a place where families can enjoy green spaces, a sense of belonging, and high-rise buildings are not in harmony, I guess you'd say, with this environment and could negatively impact property values, privacy, and overall quality of life for existing residents. Furthermore, it's crucial to consider whether our utilities, including water, sewage, systems can sustain such large-scale development, and overburdening these essential services could lead to costly repairs and long-term consequences for both new and existing residents. I urge the council to take a step back and consider alternative growth strategies that prioritize the needs and well-being of our community. Thoughtful planning rather than rapid expansion is what will ultimately serve our city best. Thank you for your time and considering the voices of those who call this neighborhood home. My final comment would be, I would say most of the people who would reside in these 2 new structures are probably going to be full-time workers, and just that parking area alone will increase traffic and congestion tenfold, and it's way more than 1 to 2 second difference because I do it almost every day. So the people who live there, I think, understand that, but we very much appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Marianne Merriam, followed by Clay Adler, followed by Steve Topol.
Honorable Mayor Sheevy and City Council members, my name is Marianne Merriam. I live 2 miles south of the proposed project and urge you to vote no on it. First, access on Lakeside Drive must be for emergency vehicles only. The existing driveway is too close to McCarran Boulevard, and adding more traffic will worsen congestion. There must only be a fire department controlled access lockbox on a gate at Lakeside Drive. Second, the site plan does not reflect the planned widening of McCarran Boulevard. You must request a more accurate site plan that shows the ultimate configuration. Third, this development ignores mass transit access. To encourage sustainable commuting, it should promote bus and bike lane use with sidewalks connecting the project to nearby transit. Fourth, the proposed architecture is not compatible with the neighborhood. It should include more roofline variety, stepped floor setbacks, material changes, and usable balconies. Architecturally, it looks like a tilt-up warehouse, an enormous, solid, rectangular box with some windows and a two-tone color scheme. Fifth, Reno must demand sustainable construction materials and methods using LEED certification standards to promote environmental and health performance in building and site design. Unsurprisingly, out-of-state developers want to build here because we seemingly allow anything and everything to be built. Sixth, fire safety must be a priority. Let's learn from the recent fires in Southern California, where the naivete of city and county officials might now be categorized as willful criminal negligence. Given the height of the buildings, we need to ensure fire department ladder trucks can reach the building, that there are backup generators for the elevators, and that residents can safely evacuate from higher floors when, not if, power is cut. You must mandate that buildings be constructed from non-flammable materials, and developers must pay to put utilities underground. A ladder truck from Lakeside Drive could not possibly make the S-turn into that project, especially with the vehicles trying to flee a disaster. In summary, this project is entirely incompatible with the heightened character and is in conflict with the adjacent surrounding neighborhood. Thus, I urge you to limit the project to preferably 3-story condominiums, not rental units. Reno needs entry-level for-sale housing. Rental properties are overbuilt and vacant, even without the thousands still under construction. Buildings taller than 3 stories will overtax our infrastructure and firefighting capabilities. We can't afford another Paradise, Lahaina, or Pacific Palisades disaster to drive this point home. Do not fail to prioritize public safety policies. Know that Thompson Thrift does not have our community's best interests at heart. They answer only to their investors, building cookie-cutter buildings across the U.S. from only 3 floor plans. Please vote no on this project until another builder comes forward with a proposal that addresses our grave concerns. Calling it compatible does not make it so. Thank you.
Clay Adler, followed by Steve Topol, followed by Dennis Dolan.
Good evening. My name is Clay Alder. Adler was the name of the planetarium that I grew up near outside of Chicago. And I grew up, speaking of Chicago, I grew up in a really nice old Victorian home, and I moved here in the early 70s, and I kind of watched the architecture in this town go from interesting homes throughout southwest Reno and walking areas to kind of a sea of stucco boxes. And to the point a lot of people have made, cubism seems to be taking over these large buildings, and I don't think it's aesthetically appealing, and I think we should kind of take a look at that when these developments go in. As far as the seconds that are added, I roughly did some calculations of the number of homes and apartments in that area west of Plymouth Street. And currently right now, an average person probably makes about 5 trips a day, maybe more, maybe less, but somewhere in that area. And with the number of cars that it's going to be there, this project, just roughly calculating, is going to add about 3,000 trips a day. And I can't for the life of me figure out how that could equate to 1 or 2 seconds. So maybe the developer could explain what the wait time is and what that was calculated on. I agree really vehemently with what everyone spoke today, and I thank you for taking the time to listen to me. Thank you.
Steve Topol, followed by Dennis Dolan, followed by Ken Hubbard.
Hi, everybody. My name is Steve Topol, and I live in Lake Ridge Shores. I've lived there since 1978. My family was the original developer of Lake Ridge Apartments, Lake Ridge Tennis Club. My sister-in-law, Jenny, is here, was married to my older brother, Nate. She lives in the area, and I've been there my whole life, and I've seen the area basically maintain its integrity and its style since day one. We started building in 1972, and most of the buildings are still there. I mean, they all look the same. The character is basically the same. This project that they're, my concern is, if you approve this project that's presented to you, remember that that's going to be the hallmark of what's allowed in Lake Ridge again. Now, Lake Ridge is a planned unit development, and it was that way from day one. And I have the original sales brochures from Lake Ridge from Mr. Jaksic, and it says in here, and this is from my files, 1978. Lake Ridge is a 900-acre residential and recreational community located on the historic Dan Wheeler Ranch at the base of the Sierra foothills. The southwest Reno area is traditionally the city's finest neighborhood and natural setting for prestige neighborhoods. Lake Ridge has been developed in strict accord with balanced and creative master plans. Rigid controls are maintained for all phases of development and architecture. Well, that's exactly what's gone on since that day that Mr. Jackson put this all together. It's been developed according to rigid standards, and it's been basically the same thing since day one. Now, if we approve this project, Lake Ridge Apartments Phase 1 and 2 have just been sold to another developer. I think I saw it in the paper for like $90-some-odd million. They bought Lake Ridge Apartments Phase 1 and 2, which is 128 units. Plus, they bought Lake Ridge across the street, which was Lake Ridge Apartments Phase 3, and that's 320 units. So there's like 400 or 500 units that are there that are now two apartments. And they're not making, as far as I know, it hasn't been a successful venture for them, to the best of my knowledge. I don't have any inside information, but I can see from what's going on. It looks like it's a tough go. These guys that have just paid $90 million for the Lake Ridge Apartments, they're not going to keep them as an apartment. They're going to want to build something different. They want condominiums. They want cash flow. They want to improve it. What you approve here is going to be, well, look what you did over here at the old Lake Ridge thing. You approved this project. Now, how can you stop them from wanting to add 3 and 4 stories and tear down the existing Lake Ridge apartments that are there, 2-story, and goodbye. And by the way, most of the people that are here have been in Lake Ridge forever. They're all old people. I smell nothing but Ben Gay and all kinds of things, ointments for the people that are being here. So they've been here and they want it to remain the same, as do I. Thank you.
Dennis Dolan, followed by Ken Hubbard, followed by Linda Cross.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, I thank you for your time. Many people have spoken tonight about the objections, the concerns of the development proposal at the intersection of McCarran and Plumas. I'm not going to reiterate all of those, but I will tell you that I agree with them. What I am going to ask you is that we have voted for you to represent us as citizens of Reno. And I have yet to meet a citizen of Reno. I'm sure there are a few there. But other than city officials and other than developers or contractors, I have not heard one speak in favor of this proposal. Behind me, there are countless people who love Reno and love Lake Ridge. And not that we want to protect it from other people coming in, those strangers, that's not the issue. The issue is that we want it to remain in the same character with the same quality of life and the same amount of safety provisions that it has now. And it's not going to do it with this. Thank you for your time.
Ken Hubbard, followed by Linda Cross.
Members of the council, the audience, and those that are outside. There are plenty that are outside that couldn't get in this evening. I want to thank you for your time. I know it's arduous. I'm not going to mention too much about the safety issue, other than the figures you saw in yellow. Those were 36 accidents in a matter of 6 years. Six accidents at the corner of Plumas and McCarran. So, and if there was 2 just recently, we're well on our way to doing 6 again. I'd like to touch upon a subject that hasn't been mentioned too much. During the course of the summer, spring and summer, there's a rationing that goes on of water. Water, you can water 3 days a week from 11 to 6 at night. Now you have the addition of apartment units. This apartment unit will conservatively use at least 12 million gallons of water a year. 12 million. Now you add the 1,300 apartments at Red, you add the 330 at Halcyon, you add the 581 at Innova, you add the 237 at the ballpark. Pretty soon, you know, you're working on over 100 million gallons of water. What is it? Do we have a water problem? I think, no, we will if we don't now. But why are we rationed? So that, to me, is a major concern. Another concern is I sat at I represent 14 owners at Lake Ridge Green. And I sat at our exit for 5 minutes to get out onto Plumas Street. Now, that's a serious problem. You add another 400 cars or more to Plumas and McCarran, you've got a problem. It's more than 2 seconds, and I was insulted to hear that it would only be 2 or 3 seconds added to a commute. I want to thank you very much for your time.
Linda Cross, followed by Beth Dory.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you all. I'm not going to identify you because I'll lose too much time. Thank you to all of you and everybody outside. Oh, let me take these off because they hurt. But it's hard to hear back there when everybody's facing this way. Many of you know me already. You all know that I don't want anything on that corner anymore once you took down what was already there. The first thing is, and these are issues that have already been brought up, the fire evacuation. I have seen in the afternoon when there were functions going on, my home and my mother's home both back up to Lakeside. That the line is all the way back to the hill. And also when there's fireworks or something, because people found out you could go to Windy Hill, which I really regret that they did, because I used to go up there and sit and watch peacefully, and now you can't even get into the pull-off, and the cars are parked all the way down the hill. But when those people leave, it's a mess. But I'm not going to go all into that. The density of the project is intolerable. This area is being overbuilt as it is, and I blame the council, not all of you, because you all weren't here. But I do blame the council. I feel that people are more concerned with getting money in here than they are with the people that already are here, who put them in business and who are taking care of it. And I think it's time that you start to think of who put you here, why you're here, and what the people want. Because I talk to people all the time. There isn't anybody that I've ever talked to that likes any of these new apartment buildings. That tenement that you guys call base camp, which is really disgusting since I was in the Air Force, and it looks worse than a barracks area. So they're all ugly. They're all right up the thing. And this city is the hottest city in America. Now, how would we like to have that distinction? And why? Because we've got buildings all over, just like J Resorts and all of that. Where are the trees? Where's the grass? Where's the recreation area for all these people? They're going to all be in these buildings crammed in together. And that's why people, I think, got so mad with each other during the pandemic, because they had no place to go. You need a yard. You need to be able to have access. And the fire department, when my mother's house caught on fire, there were 3 trucks on Greenbrook, and nobody else could get around. And when they had that fire before, I was over on Stone Creek then, and all the fire trucks had to park on Lakeside. So if the fire trucks have to park there then, where are they going to park if we're all on fire? That other fire came very close to coming over the hill to that area, the one that was just recently down to the south that came up through south, where the Summit area. So all I can say is, once approved, once this is approved, I think once anything is approved, the people need to stick to the plan. I don't agree with the fact that you can come in here and approve a plan and show pretty nice things, and then the next day say, well, we've got the height approved, but we're going to change it. Instead of 250, we're going to have 500. And I'm sorry, I know I went over. I usually do talk to, oh no, I still have to, sorry. Anyhow. I always
Actually,
tell
you're
people,
over.
Tell me.
You're over.
But
You're in the
anyhow, but you just got to look at it.
Linda.
The master plan was
Linda,
meant
you went
Ms.
over.
Cross, you're over. You're over. You're over your time.
Oh, I'm over. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Beth Dory.
I'm just doing a visual, so I won't be speaking. Hopefully you can see this. Oops. There we go. Political theater. Thank you. I'll let you all read that. Finished? Please correct me if I'm wrong about the political donations from this developer. 4 out of the 7 collected money from the developer. If this project was so great, why did the developer have to donate this? Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Madam Clerk, do we have any more public comment?
Madam Vice Mayor, we do not have any additional public comment. For the record, we received 25 comments associated with this item, 18 in opposition of the project, and 7 of concern.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll turn it back to the council now for questions. I'm waiting for my screen to refresh so I can see. I'm going to start with Councilwoman Dewar. I know you have some questions.
Thank you. First of all, I want to let the audience know that we just have two 2 times to make 3 minutes of comments or ask questions. I went through this project extensively the last time it came forward and had a lot of comments and questions at that time. We held a NAB meeting a few weeks ago, about a month ago, and we had about 40 to 50 residents there, both in the room and online. And those residents made a lot of comments. A number of those comments are in our packet. And my main concern today is that I don't see where the new development has addressed the issues that were brought up at the NAB, which the reason is to provide early awareness of what the concerns are, and then to have an opportunity to address those concerns. So when we reviewed this before, my main concern was traffic. It's already been mentioned that it was an F intersection here right at Plumas and McCarran. I live very close to this area, this intersection, and I've experienced it myself almost on a daily basis. One of my concerns with traffic are twofold. One is McCarran is planned to be widened, and the developer has left a distance between the proposed new development and McCarran and said they went over and above and left more trees than required. But the problem is most of those trees are going to get cut down when McCarran is widened. So I think at the end of the day, they may only be at the minimum of what's required or even below. I think that the site plan should show McCarran and the proposed changes and the proposed impacts so we can see the build out. The other traffic concern I have is that I believe many residents testified that there should be no left out from the project onto Lakeside. And the reason is that that entrance is less than 100 feet, probably about 50 to 75 feet from McCarran. And there's a free right, so people are allowed to turn from McCarran freely onto Lakeside, potentially interacting with traffic trying to exit the development. I think this needs to be addressed. Almost more than half of the people brought this issue up, and I think it's imperative that this issue be addressed. I think there should be a right out only. I want to be clear. I know that there will be something built here. So there should be something built here. It should not be an empty hole. It should be something that adds to the community. But I think reducing the number of units down by 40 is not sufficient. It was rezoned to general commercial because there was a commitment and a request to put a restaurant on site. But we see no restaurant on the site. In fact, the general commercial's been used to use almost unlimited density. We had lots of conversations. This is for the benefit of our newer members about what is appropriate density here. And how to be compatible with the density. This is actually outside the McCarran ring instead of in. And I'll have some more comments. I'm making comments rather than asking questions because I've reviewed the application. I attended the NAB meeting. I heard all the comments. I heard the comments tonight. I just want to finally commend the people that came out tonight. I'm so very impressed with our articulate residents who have narrowed in on key issues: fire, traffic, congestion, and compatibility, and I appreciate that. So thank you, Madam
Thank you,
Vice Mayor.
Councilwoman Dewar. Councilmember Ebert.
Yeah, I had more questions on this area being a planned community. Do we have any more information on that? Is that a planned use development? Are there any?
Thank you, Councilmember Ebert. This is Leah Picotti for the record. So this was an SPD. It was a specific plan district, but in 2019, a zoning map change was approved to remove it from that SPD and make it general commercial.
So it was due to a zoning change and it nullified whatever plan was?
Correct. It was the SPD overlay was removed and the general commercial zoning was applied.
Was the community notified of this? Was there
Absolutely.
postcards or how was the community notified?
Yes, it would be consistent with the notification procedures that are required by Nevada revised statute. Basically, everybody within 750 feet would be notified. The signs would be posted, legal ads would be put out. We send out courtesy notices before we send the hearing notices, so people actually receive 2 notices. There's the legal notice, they attend the NAB meeting, and the signs are posted on the property.
So did the notice say that it would be removing this parcel from the planned community, or did it just say it would be rezoned?
It would say that it was a zoning map amendment from specific plan district to general commercial.
Okay. Was there any comments received during that time?
I'm not sure.
And you said it was in 2019?
It was 2019, yes.
Do you know what month?
I can look it up for you.
Just, I'm curious because that's when things started to shut down during COVID. I'm just curious if people maybe had other things on their mind when notifications went out on this.
If you give me just a couple of minutes, I can tell you exactly when it was done.
Okay. I don't know if anybody else has any questions.
Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I have questions, probably for Ms. Picotti first. I want to understand the compatibility to conversation that happened in the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission voted 6-0 in favor of the project, and the compatibility concerns there were based on land use zoning designations, right? So I'm trying to understand that versus the concern that I've heard here tonight about architectural styles, for example. What is the compatibility standard that we are asked or tasked to evaluate?
The specific finding is that it is compatible with surrounding development and surrounding uses. So as I said, we don't define compatibility within Reno Municipal Code. So when I was looking at, the statements of compatibility, I just looked up the definition. And when we're looking at compatibility, we're looking at, can it coexist with the surrounding uses without conflict? And again, so I just want to be clear that this is a conditional use permit. So a multifamily use is allowed by right in this zoning district. The density is allowed by right. There's nothing exaggerated about this request. It's just that within code, when you're going to put in 100 units or more, we require that the conditional use permit is done to look at if there's any additional mitigation that needs to be done in order to make that compatibility finding. So in this particular case, we look at what additional mitigation could be put in to make it compatible with those surrounding developments. And generally, that's additional screening, additional setbacks, landscaping, amenities, things like that.
But not architectural style.
No, we have very specific building design guidelines, both vertical guidelines and horizontal guidelines. We have facade guidelines, and this meets and exceeds all of those. There are communities within Reno that have overlays that have additional requirements for our architectural standards, but this is not within one of those overlays.
And what is an example of that?
Any of the neighborhood community overlays, so.
You're saying Pounding or Newlands?
Yes, exactly,
That sort of
exactly.
thing, okay. My other questions, I think, are related to the traffic study, and I don't know if that's Mr. Michel or if that's, okay.
Probably.
But I'm I guess, out of time on my round, but Mr. Michel, if you'll be ready, because I'll have some questions there.
I see Councilmember Anderson's hand up.
Yes, Chief Cochran, would you mind coming up? Hi, Chief.
Good evening.
Many people in the audience expressed their concerns about fire safety, the ability for engines and trucks to access this property, and the ability to evacuate in the general area during emergencies. Can you give your perspective on whether or not engines can access the property, trucks can access the property, a truck could actually put a fire out at the top of this 5-story building? Can you address those issues, please?
Absolutely. Thank you. Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief.
So those issues that list you just ran through is a non-exhaustive list of the exact things that we're looking at to ensure that they comply with the fire code. Ingress, ingress and egress, both, in this case, two separate geographic ingresses and egresses. One of the things we're looking at, of course, is that can we get the ladder trucks in there because they're very large, they're 70 feet long. Of course, we have professional drivers that you're well aware of that manage those apparatus. We have confirmed that this does meet all the requirements of the fire code, in addition to the question about being able to reach the upper stories. Our ladder trucks are the largest that are deployed literally anywhere in the U.S., and they can reach up to 7 stories. That's well above the height of these buildings.
Thanks, Chief.
Sure.
I see, Madam Mayor, you have your hand up?
I do, thanks so much. Couple things. Leah, will you just confirm there's no driveway on McCarran? Is that correct from what I'm seeing?
Yes, Madam Mayor, the driveway on McCarran that's
All right.
currently there is being eliminated.
Okay, thank you. Okay, first of all, I think Councilwoman Dewar, you're exactly right. There's gonna be a project here. I think everyone's gonna probably have to realize that. I would say first and foremost, I hope, did any of these residents meet with the representatives? I guess Mr. Durling, Mr. Gordon. I usually always encourage that. I think this project has come obviously a long way. I think there are some things that are really still, they don't sit well with me. And one of those is, I would like to know, is RTC in the room?
Madam Mayor, I do not see RTC in the room.
Okay, what about NDOT?
I do not see NDOT in the room. I do see their
Okay,
traffic engineer.
Anyone that can speak on traffic?
We have our city engineer, and then we have the applicant's representative. And Mike
Okay,
Michelle's
that's-
coming up.
yeah. And you know, we went through this last time, and I wanted someone there that could talk about traffic extensively, I guess. And it's always good to have probably the regional partners who are at the table, especially, I think this widening, we're putting the cart before the horse. This widening should happen before a project happens. I have always had some very, very big issues with, the traffic mitigation over here, particularly because the emergency exits in and out of fire. So maybe you can talk about that, Mr. Michelle.
Mike Michelle,
What is-
engineering manager for the record.
Tell me what the rating is right now, the traffic rating at this site is currently.
Currently at the intersection of Plumas and McCarran, it's an F. Currently.
Okay, that's a problem. That's a problem. Okay, good. That's all I wanted to know. I wanted to make sure it's still an F. It was an F last time we saw this project. So I just wanted to make sure that something had not changed. So, and then confirmed that the widening would not happen until 2030, it looks like, correct?
Correct. And
Okay.
the plan would be to widen it from, from 4 lanes to 6 lanes.
Okay. I guess my time is up, correct, Vice Mayor?
Madam Mayor, the applicant wanted to respond to one of your questions, I believe, briefly.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. For the record, Garrett Gordon, representing the applicant. In response to the question about working with the appellant, as in any appeal, we always reach out to any appellants. And I did personally leave a voicemail for the appellant on January 7th. I left an email for her on January 7th. And I also emailed her again on January 9th to see if we could sit down and work out any of these issues, and there was no response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad for clarification. I can't tell, Madam Vice Mayor, I'm out of time, correct?
Yes, you'll have another round, Madam Mayor.
Yes, I understand. I would just ask, before my next round, I would like to call up Margot Pextovich. So whenever my next round is, I would ask her to come to the dais. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman, or Councilmember Dewar?
Okay. Let me just, didn't know you were calling on me next. So I already mentioned traffic and those issues and no improvements at the intersections, which are currently F. My concern about public safety at the intersection of Lakeside and McCarran, which hasn't been discussed in detail. As far as compatibility, I mean, since we've heard from our staff that there's no strict guidelines on that, I really think it's one of those, you know it when you see it, and it's in the eye of the beholder. What people have beheld is that we have what I call, for lack of a better term, prison chic. It's a very concrete buildings, very little articulation, windows. I'm not questioning that people can live in them successfully, but there was a comment about balconies and articulation and colors and so on, and I think an effort should be made to fit with the neighborhood, more effort, not just a cookie cutter replication of what's already been done. And let me ask, is Thompson Thrift here? Are there any representatives of Thompson Thrift or maybe online? You are? You work for them? Okay, and could you come up for just 1 second? While you're coming up, my other issues really have to do with fire evacuation. We had the Davis fire, and I was absolutely stunned when a fire that was 6 to 8 miles away resulted in calling for evacuation 6 to 8 miles north, which is this area, up to McCarran. And absolutely floored. Where are these people going? Where are they living? Where are they going to reside? There were a lot of the areas that had been identified were middle schools and so on. There was very little place for hundreds and hundreds of residents to sleep, and we've seen this recently with the LA fires. And what is your name, ma'am?
Yes, Joe Ryan. I'm a Vice President of Development with Thompson Thrift Residential.
Joe Ryan. Joe, was any thought given to the design of these buildings? What were you thinking?
Yes, a lot of thought was given to the design. One of the major constraints here is the site falls 35 feet from east to west, or west to east. So we had to do a lot of stepping of pavement and buildings, moving all of the density inward to protect and buffer the surrounding area. The tree preservation on McCarran was huge. And we can see that when you're at the site, you can see the retaining wall, the root zones are, would be compromised if those trees were not preserved.
Well, thank you for being here.
Oh, of
I
course.
think it's important that you meet your residents.
Sure.
And another thing on fire that I'm concerned about is more and more in Reno, insurance is declining to insure properties. We've seen it in Northwest Reno. It is coming across the river now into some areas south of the river. And I'm very concerned because there's more and more proactive power outages. There's more and more threat of fire. We've already had 2 fires start in this very area. So what I want to make sure is going forward that we have a fire evacuation plan and that there's thoughts about insurance. Would these residents even be able to get property insurance in their apartments versus homeowners insurance if it was a condo? And lastly, I just want to say for the record that when I ran 10 years ago, I pledged to consider existing residents as a priority. I don't know that people have yet to move here, but I do know the people that are here, and I've lived amongst you. I've moved here in the 70s. I pretty well understand Reno and our mentality and our ethic and our culture, and that is a priority while we deal with growth, is to try to maintain a quality of life while we grow to accommodate the new. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Councilwoman Dewar. Councilmember Martinez, I see your hand.
Thanks so much, Madam Vice Mayor. I did want to bring up our traffic engineer, Mr. Michelle, if you could answer some of those questions that have been coming up. I was interested and curious to learn more about how the traffic study was conducted. It looks like obviously the levels of service are already failing, and just wanted to understand from your perspective if you can address some of the concerns that were brought up. And I think Councilmember Reese had some questions as well that weren't addressed during his comments.
Yeah, I think we, Mike Michelle, engineering manager for the record again. Yeah, we've talked about the level of services at these intersections, and it's E and it's F. So there is congestion there. There is a plan to widen McCarran. Once that is done, it'll drop down to a D, which will be within an acceptable level of service. Councilmember Dewar brought up the left turn. My thoughts on that is that the reason why it wasn't restricted was that 80% of the traffic that's exiting this site goes to Plumas, not Lakeside. And so that's the primary way that you'll get to McCarran is from Plumas. Also, we need to remember, this is an existing driveway, and existing residents use it. So if we restrict the left turn, that's going to affect them. And, you know, usually you don't want to take stuff away from people, so. And then, lastly, if we did restrict the left turn, we'd have to put a physical barrier out there, because signage isn't going to work.
Right.
Which means you have to widen the driveway, which means that this developer would have to acquire right away from a neighbor, so.
Safety first, right?
Okay, that's all I have for now. Yeah.
Okay. Madam Mayor, did you want to move on to your second round of questioning with one
Sure.
of the public commenters?
Sure, that would be fine. Thanks so much. Okay, so I believe Margot Petsovich had some comments on the record. She actually read verbatim about the fire concern. So if she has those, I would love for her to read that again. But in the meantime, I'm going to ask Chief Cochran, can you address what fire station would come to this location?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. Station 3, located on Moana, would be the one to respond to the station. It's about 1.4 miles away. The estimated
Okay.
response time is about 5 minutes.
About 5 minutes. And then what about, I guess I assumed the one at Horseman's Park?
They would probably be the second or third in for a larger incident.
Okay. Let me ask you, what would Truckee Meadows do?
I can't speak to what Truckee Meadows would do.
You can't? Why not?
They make their own decisions. They're a separate jurisdiction. I don't have any authority or direction on how they would respond. Now, are you asking, would they respond to this incident?
No, I'm just asking where they would come from, what fire station. You don't have any idea because it's a different jurisdiction. Am I correct?
I didn't understand that that was your question. We probably would not call them because we have a depth of resources that would not require us to call in an outside jurisdiction.
But you're telling me you wouldn't know what their plan was, correct?
If you're asking for what their closest station was, it would probably be Station 33, which is down off of South Virginia.
But you couldn't tell me because it's a different jurisdiction and you have no control over that different jurisdiction. Am I correct?
That is correct. A different jurisdiction that I cannot dictate how they operate.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, Chief. I appreciate that. Let me ask Margot. Margot, you read some comments into the record. Could you please read those? They were from, I believe, an RGJ story. Am I correct?
Correct.
Am I correct, Margot?
You are.
I can't hear you. Yes. Okay. Would you like to read those again?
Sure. The January 16th, 2025 Gazette Journal states, quote, "Fire chiefs," meaning more than one. You know what? I need my glasses. I apologize.
That's okay, Margot. I do too, so no problem. But I believe it speaks to the extreme danger of fire service. And also, everyone knows, we just went through the Davis fire. Councilwoman Dewar touched on that fire. The predictive model, I want to remind everyone, was 7 miles into the city of Reno. First of all, I want to commend all the firefighters that were on that fire. We were incredibly fortunate, but there were many that were not as fortunate, as you know. We would be very naive to think that that would not affect where we live now. And if everyone has turned on the TV, they better watch what is happening in areas such as LA. Go ahead, Margot, please read that.
First of all, I was asked to evacuate from the Davis fire, and I did. The article says, on January 16th, 2025, Gazette Journal states, quote, "Fire chiefs say Reno is not immune from disaster," end of quote. It goes on to say, "We get 80-mile-an-hour winds, in the past 2 years, we've had less precipitation. We used to have cram homes. We're now cramming homes into what areas were homes spread out. The probability of an LA fire cannot be ruled out. Now, that's my paraphrasing, but that's what they said. And then my reaction is, we don't have a short response time in this area. We do not. I mean, I've been in
Right.
it too long.
Correct.
Madam Mayor, we have a
And-
couple other hands up.
Yes. Yes. You also, I want to remind you that you just heard your fire chief talk about he is not sure what the plans would be for Truckee Meadows. There is, and so I want to also remind you, Margot, you have a friend, her name is Candy Green, and along with the TM fire chief, who believe otherwise, that this, there is really probably no need for a collaborative approach regionally. I just want to remind everyone that you just heard your fire chief have no idea what the other jurisdiction would do in the event of a fire. We're going to assume, but now more than ever, I'm going to make sure I raise the alarm so people understand that this is very, very real and very serious. Unfortunately, this project is just in that area where we have seen things happen very rapidly. So I don't mean to use this project per se. It's unfortunate that it really is right there at the crossroads, and it is. But it is very, very concerning and alarming whenever it comes to that evacuation right there, particularly on that area of concern of McCarran. Whether this gets approved or not, I will ask that this gets on the board at the RTC for widening, because I don't think that we can wait till 2030, regardless if there's a project there or not. But thank you, Margot. I appreciate it. I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention because I find it really disturbing to hear these comments from Candy Green and from the Truckee Meadows Fire Chief.
I don't.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can we move on to Council Member
I don't know
Ebert?
anything about Candy Green.
Thank you.
And the other.
We're not
I don't know
taking public
nothing
comment
about
on this
that,
time.
So I don't know what they talk about.
Can you turn off the
Never
mics,
heard of
please?
that.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that a lot of people would like to see us consolidate fire. I think it would be a good use of our resources too, but I feel like this is kind of using this project to kind of push something this doesn't really, that conversation isn't really.
Yes, they're very prone to fires over there, so you're going to dump more people on those roads.
Throughout
Yes,
the
it
city
is.
of Reno.
It
Yeah,
is.
and
Okay,
I
we need to have some
evacuated the
order in this
Peavine fire,
conversation.
okay?
Councilwoman Ebert has the floor
This
for the
is
next
pushing
2.5
a
minutes.
narrative that it's not part of this discussion.
It
Anyway,
is.
thank you, Madam Mayor. Was there any flexibility with the developers to talk with the community members and find out if they could make exterior changes that they would find acceptable for these plans to better fit with the feel of the neighborhood?
Yes, for the record, Andy Durling, and if I can get my PowerPoint back up, just as, use some visuals are always helpful. Yes, so to Councilwoman Doer's comments, which I think you're kind of talking to, that, you know, when we went to the Neighborhood Advisory Board, we had two-dimensional elevations that we showed, which unfortunately, you know, for laymen are, you know, can be difficult to visualize what the articulation of the buildings look like and things like that. So what we did is, you know, we upped the game in the actual materials that we provided to staff and in the presentations to Planning Commission. And so that's what the images that are on the screen now. These better demonstrate, because they're more in a three-dimensional kind of visualization, demonstrate the richness of materials, the movement of the building with the articulation. You'll see a lot of, you know, patios, fenestration with the windows, stone on the bottom, different color, you know, variations, things like that. So we did take that comment to heart and necessarily didn't make, you know, significant changes to the buildings themselves, but presented it to the public better at the Planning Commission through these images. And so when you see here, there is a variety of materials that are used here. This is a more contemporary design. We are seeing this, across Reno and Sparks right now. This is kind of an architectural style that's popular across the country. And this area is, it's older 1970s architecture that's in the area, smaller, pitched roofs and things like that. So this is part of the evolution and maturation of the community.
Okay,
Sorry, we cannot have comment during deliberation and questions from the council. It makes it extremely difficult to hear. Councilmember Ebert.
yeah, so I appreciate that explanation, but is there a willingness to change the appearance? And I don't mean the quality of the materials used, but to change the way these look, the roof line, things like that. I don't know if the community found the condo development, the appearance of that more acceptable. I mean, there is likely going to be a project here. So there needs to be a place where you guys can come together on some common ground. So where is that area where you guys can come together? Is it with the aesthetics of the building? What is that the community is looking for? And is that something that you guys can accommodate?
Sure. So I think, taking into account, Garrett and I in particular have been involved with the property for a number of years. We're involved in the current approval that's on the site. And so what we took and what we advised, what we consulted Thompson Thrift about is, here's the concerns we heard last time when that was approved. And here's things that we think that you could incorporate into this project. So some of those are, consolidating the buildings more to the middle because we had heard that, the mass of the buildings, because they were 4-story buildings that are currently approved there, that having those buildings closer to McCarran, closer to the existing residences, that wasn't as compatible. So, okay, we heard that. We heard that public comment from our past experience and utilized that to consult the client here. I think when you look around the area, there's an eclectic mix of architecture. There's a mix of roof types. There's flat roofs. There's pitched roofs. There's different colors. The apartments to the south of us are kind of a bluish color, so you see some of that, incorporated here. So we took a lot of that neighborhood characteristic and incorporated it into a more contemporary design, fitting it into, an area that's older.
Thank you, Mr. Durling. Mr. Reese or Councilmember Reese, you have your hand up.
I do. Thank you so much. And I apologize. My computer is acting up this evening, so I apologize. It's not able to log in every time. I wanted to sort of ask and build upon a theme Ms. Ebert raised. And Mr. Durling, if you can come back again. And I know that there was some conversation earlier about what outreach had been done. And I am someone who believes very strongly that it is important for both sides in the dispute to be able to communicate with each other. And it's not necessarily like we exchanged emails and that it was all good. And so I'm trying to understand, because if I agree in principle that something will be built here, likely multifamily, because that seems to be both the iteration of the condo product, which was for sale, but still the same kind of a thing, and apartment. And if that's what is the best and most compatible use here, I think there's some acceptance of that. I don't know if I think the density is right or if you've gotten it right, but I don't know because I don't know what efforts have been made to work with the community to do that. I also am someone who's very skeptical about trying to be an architect. I don't have the ability to say, I like this building, but not that one. I also find that as I travel, all sorts of communities have different kinds of buildings. You find a 18th century church next to a skyscraper. I mean, it's just different things happen. And so, but what I don't like is the constant gnashing of teeth when one side digs in and then you all dig in. That is not what we're hoping for. We want our projects to be well received and that people are good neighbors. And so I don't know if that's yet here for me. And so I'm trying to figure out what willingness there is to have those conversations. Because I think Ms. Ebert is right that maybe it's articulation or design standards, maybe it's lowering the height, maybe it was more smaller broken up buildings. So help me understand that.
Sure. So, just as part of Andy Durling for the record, as part of our, design process, right, we take into account context of the neighborhood. And so what I tried to kind of demonstrate in my presentation, I've got the slide up again to kind of remind us, this area in particular, this site had a very large building with 3 stories, 42 feet tall, with, as you can see the picture here, essentially very large expansive flat roofs. So taking that and understanding that that was acceptable, right, to the community in the past, looking at further context of other commercial buildings that are in the area, on the right side of your screen there, the Village at Lakeside, 3-story commercial building, flat roof, located much closer proximity to adjacent residential to the south there. So we tried to kind of take these clues from the community and incorporate those in addition, like I said before, right, in addition to the input that we've received kind of over the years. So as Mr. Gordon, mentioned, we did reach out to the appellant, didn't work successful in connecting with them. But it doesn't stop us as design professionals from taking into account what we're hearing in the community. We're members of the community as well. We understand kind of what the context of different neighborhoods are. And we take all of that into consideration when we design these projects.
Vice Mayor, may I have some additional time?
Yes, and then we're going to move on to Councilmember Anderson.
I think part of the concern I have is, and I think it was framed well by Mr. Topol and perhaps Mr. Dolan in their public comments, and please hear me, I am appreciative of everyone who showed up tonight, but what I am concerned about is that there is some insistence that Reno will always stay what it was in 1973 when this project was originally built, Lake Ridge. I was a member at Lake Ridge for 15 years, played tennis there 5 times a week, was heartbroken to see it go away. And there was this funny moment where Mr. Topol said, no one in this room is any, younger. I think they're all older people, right? I also have joined the over 50 crowd this year, but the people who are not here are people who are struggling to find housing. So I do think there is a place for housing on this site, and I do think there is a place where young people do not pack this room because they're out there working, they're raising a family, they don't have the same free time, and they certainly have not lived a long time in this area. And so I want to sort of balance the competing needs against people who I think are in the room and are passionate about their neighborhood, and people who might want to live in that neighborhood if they had the opportunity. That's why I think you're not entirely answering my question, Mr. Durling, about what work has been done in the community to figure out what is the most compatible thing there. And so again, I'm somewhat reluctant to go along with just what has been presented, and I'm just trying to be honest with you. There are significant concerns, of course, about fire danger, which could be addressed in another round of conversations, because I have not yet had that conversation with the fire chief. But I am concerned that you haven't truly answered my question, not intentionally, but maybe I'm not phrasing it as well as I could. I just want to make sure that we have had those conversations and we build the best project we can build there, not just the project you thought there were clues about the community interest in.
No, fair enough.
So we're going to get you 30 seconds, and then I'm going to move over to Councilmember Councilmember Anderson.
30-second answer?
Yeah, 30-second answer.
Yeah, so, there was a considerable amount of outreach that was done with the current approved project. So we utilized that previous outreach to inform our decisions now. So that was, we had neighborhood meetings, we had large Zoom meetings, things like that, we took that information. Planning commissions, multiple planning commissions, multiple neighborhood advisory boards, all of that is cumulative to, Thompson Thrift in this, also knowing their profile of who's renting, and that's why I pulled this slide back up. Understanding the market, that their renter is 35 years old on average, probably, a young professional doing pretty well, and that this is the type of thing that they want to see in the community. So to your point, that silent, what I would say the silent majority, is not represented here, and that's what our job is as design professionals, to understand that community input.
Thank you, Mr. Durling. Councilmember Anderson.
Yes, thanks. So I just have some comments. The dichotomy of the audiences in this chambers today is, I'm really struggling with it. I don't know if any of you were listening to the council meeting this morning, but we spent 2.5 hours listening to very concerned community members about the fact that we don't have inventory for housing for people to live in. On the flip side, I understand the unique qualities and history of this neighborhood. Infill projects are always, always emotional. It's the priority of the city council to bring more housing in to the interior of this community. In the year of city council meetings that I have watched, I haven't seen one infill project not create a lot of concern for the current neighbors. And for that, I'm sorry that this is so difficult for everybody. I have a really, really hard time, if we know that we can get in and out of this property safely, I have a really hard time limiting the housing in this area. Every time we slow down new units of any kind, whether they're rentals or mortgaged homes, it makes them more expensive. And the cost of living in this area right now is driving people out of this market. People can't keep their kids here to live, and delay over. If what is trying to stop this project, and Margot, I know you and I had a discussion about this over the weekend, and you were, after we talked through the data points, your main concern was how it looked. And I can't slow residential projects down because of the way they look. It's just not something that I can live with in the time that we're living in this community where people don't have a place to safely lay down and be warm at night. So those are my comments on this project. And I truly, truly appreciate everybody in this community that came in to share your concerns with us tonight. I just wanted to make sure I got that on the record.
Thank you, Councilwoman Anderson. I have not had an opportunity to weigh in yet. It looks like everybody except for Councilmember Martinez has exhausted 2 rounds besides myself, and then we will be moving into the time where we're looking at trying to get a motion. For my comments, I could not have said it better than what you said, Councilwoman Anderson. We spent 2.5 hours listening to people talk about where are they going to live, and I look at the appellant, I look at the concerns, and it looks like they have been mitigated to the best that they can. This has been going on since 2019. I was actually on the Planning Commission when the zoning change came in, and it has been a tough project ever since then. The city of Reno put in some trash cans downtown, and I was talking to one of my neighbors, and I said, "What do you think of these trash cans?" And she said, "You know what, Kathleen? They're great, but my kids can't afford to live here." This is the #1 concern of people is affordable housing and housing. We had an expert come in, the city paid for a consultant to come in, and they said the #1 thing you can do is provide more product, to provide more housing. So like I said, I couldn't have said it better, and I feel, I heard that the fire chief said that, yes, they can service this area. I heard traffic safety. Yes, there will be a project coming. Unfortunately, we don't build infrastructure before we, roads and stuff until we have the need for it. I think it's just part of the way the development goes to build the infrastructure. So I think that the applicant has done a lot of work since 2019, and they've tried to go above and beyond on the tree preservation, the land use, the setbacks, and that's where I'm at. Councilman Martinez, did you have any other questions? I want to make sure that you have all your...
Yeah, no, I appreciate the opportunity. I don't have any questions. I think I'm sort of in the same boat as Council Member Anderson, where obviously we've spent the last full day discussing housing needs, the unhoused population in our region, and having walked Ward 3 in the last year, I understand that the cost of living obviously is a huge concern for a lot of folks, and that presentation that we got from, I believe, Dr. Smith from UCLA gave us that request, right, to be able to fill and provide more product, and that was what was going to bring the cost of living down and the affordability here. And so I am a little bit torn. I hear what you all are saying as residents living in the neighboring areas of the development that is going to happen here. I'm just considering and weighing the options of providing more units into our region and making sure that we try to help with the cost of living that folks are experiencing in our region.
Okay, so we will have one more round of 1 minute each of questions or comments, and that's if you want to get an answer. So, our Councilwoman Dewar, I thought I saw your hand up. Did you want another minute?
I was going to try to make a motion.
Okay, you are going to try and make a motion?
But there may
Okay.
be other.
Yeah, I have a comment before a motion, but I can't enter the
Okay,
chat.
we'll start with Councilmember Ebert. You have a minute for question,
I
comment.
have a question for legal, actually, city attorneys. So what can we do as council? I know we can't say that we can't approve a project because of the way it looks. So outside of that, if there's no fire safety issues, I mean, as far as access, the fire chief has signed off on accessibility, and our traffic engineers are saying that the widening of McCarran will increase the level of service at those intersections. What kind of findings would we need to make to say no to this project? I mean, is there anything outstanding that we could say?
Let me try to answer, this is for the record, John Shipman for the City Attorney's Office. Let me try to answer that the way I'm understanding the question. There's a series of findings that what you are doing as a city council at this point in time is you're taking in evidence from the applicant, from public commenters, from professionals who provided opinions as to things like traffic, as to things like fire, accessibility, evacuations, everything. And what your job is here is to weigh that evidence, and then to weigh the evidence on the other side. And that's up to you to determine what you believe is the evidence on the other side. And then you take that evidence and you match it up against the findings. And so if you say, for instance, I think I can't make the finding as it relates to compatibility, whatever that means, then I think it's incumbent upon you to say, here's the evidence I heard, here's the evidence I didn't hear that I need to see, so to get me there, and that didn't happen. But so I hope that's helpful, because ultimately you're the decider, you're taking the evidence, you're weighing the evidence, and then you're making those decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Shipman. Councilwoman Dewar, you had a minute?
Yeah, I'll do my minute and then it'll be the prep for the motion, okay?
I think Councilman Reese has a minute too.
I won't make the motion. I'm
Okay,
just going to
please
give, okay.
continue.
When we're looking at a motion, to Mr. Shipman's point that he just made, we look at the general review criteria that are listed in the report and the conditional use permit criteria. And today, right now, as it sits, I cannot make 3 of the 5 findings in general review criteria: consistency with the Reno master plan, mitigation of traffic impacts, safe environment, and then 3 of the conditional use permit requirements, such as project design is compatible, public services and facilities. No, the road is not available today. And public safety, it will be material detrimental. So when we think about the findings, that's what I'm going to come back to, but I do think I have a way forward. I do think something deserves to be built here, something that the community can get behind. So I'll leave it at that.
Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I find myself sort of torn between the good comments by my colleagues to the right, which have all said our children can't afford to live here anymore. People are moving away. I have children in that same age range, and I think that that's part of what their decision-making process is about. And at the same time, the findings, I think probably Ms. Ebert is right that it's going to be very hard to not make the findings based on the technical widgets of each one of those. But for my part, my concern is more about whether or not this is the best project that could be designed for this spot today. Whether you call that compatibility or lack of good neighborhoodness, I think that what should happen is likely that we should try to, maybe we can make a continuance of a period of time to try to have those deeper conversations. I'm happy to facilitate or participate them or not, but that is the difficulty, because I think we have had evidence about fire. We have had evidence about roads and the traffic impact, all of which warrant approval, I think, but perhaps not capable of being done tonight.
And I believe now we're moving to Councilmember Dewar for a motion.
Okay, very good. Informed by what Councilmember Reese just said, I think the best path forward is to do a continuance and to allow the applicant the time to modify their design. And that is particularly directed to our representative from Thompson Thrift, who really have it in their hands. And I haven't heard them weigh in on what their hopes and dreams and vision and ability to be flexible and work with our community, because I do believe there's a project here for you. So my recommendation, or my motion, would be that we continue this item for 120 days to give the applicant time to work with the appellant and the larger community. If you want to take up Councilmember Reese, certainly I would be happy to participate, and come up with a design and a, let's call it routing. And I've listed out a couple criteria just to let you know things I think should be addressed. Come up with a more accurate plan for.
Councilmember
do you
Dewar,
want me to
just out
say
of
those
curiosity, you're
things?
asking for a continuance, is that your motion?
I am.
I would like to ask if the appellant, or the applicant is interested in that at this time.
For the record, Garrett Gordon, if it's the will of this body for a continuance, we would be agreeable. However, we think 4 months is extraordinary. We'd like to be back here in 30 days.
Yeah, well, I think there's a compromise there. Mr. Reese suggested 120 days to me because we know that this is going to take some time, especially for new drawings, and a really thoughtful approach. So perhaps a time in between can work, but I don't think 30 days can get it, because I already know it has to be scheduled in 2 weeks. I mean, that is 2 weeks. It's not 30 days. So perhaps something like 90 days would work, which is, from today, which brings us to mid-April. Could be the first meeting, second meeting. But it just gives time for Thompson Thrift. I want to be respectful of their time and their energy, their engineers, their designers, to come up with something and deal with the traffic issues too. So that's probably what I would recommend. I mean, I'm
I'll
open to
second
other
for
ideas.
discussion.
I'll second.
Okay, I'm gonna
Leave it at 90 then.
Okay, but first of all,
That's my recommendation.
Mr. Gordon, are you okay with a 90-day continuance?
For the record, Garrett Gordon, I guess so. However, I would state that as the applicant, we would have the right to come back sooner. So we're not date certain it. It's up to that point of time. You have to schedule that hearing no later than that date. But if we
Right.
work something out or have a stalemate, we have a right to come back, assuming we've
fine.
properly noticed the agenda.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
I have discussion.
We will have discussion next, starting with Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. So I guess I would be speaking to the applicant, Mr. Gordon, your clients, and Mr. Durling. Again, I think that there are some compelling reasons why some of the issues have been addressed. So for me, I'm not as interested in knowing about the architectural style, right? Someone described it as prison chic, that maybe that's somebody else's modern Taj Mahal, I don't know. But I'm interested in things related to density, I'm interested in things related to traffic, and I'm really interested in things related to fire safety, right? Those are the things that are of importance to me. And my hope is that you will quickly try to meet with, maybe it's some group of 4 people here tonight will be appointed to the meeting group, or you'll meet on Zoom with many people. It's close, it's just not quite there. And I wonder if it will ever get there if there isn't some greater good neighborliness about it.
Thank you, Councilmember Reese.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I
Yes.
may, real quick, I just want to point out, we were looking at the council rules, and there is a rule that talks about council shall have the ability to designate a different date other than its next regular meeting if it obtains the concurrence of the appellant and the respondent. So I think you have potentially the concurrence of the respondent, but I think you still need the concurrence of the appellant.
Thank you, Mr. Shipman. The appellant, are you agreeable to a continuance of 90 days? Thank you.
I am agreeable. Can I state why I did not respond to your?
Not at this time. Are you agreeable? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And we will go back. You get a minute? Or you want to have some discussion, Councilmember Ebert?
Just real quick. Yeah. I know a project is going to happen here, and I know everybody wasn't happy with the apartments before. And the developer thought that they were bringing you something that you would like better with lower density and larger setbacks and things like that. And it's still not something that you guys are interested in. I hope that you guys can use this time to work together and come up with something that everyone can live with, because the city does have a plan to work on infill, and we do need housing. So I think it's great that we have a developer that's interested in making changes based off of community feedback. So I really hope that everybody takes the opportunity to kind of come together on this, and there's going to have to be compromises, but hopefully we can get to a good place for everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember Ebert. I'm going to weigh in, and then Councilmember Anderson, we're going to go to you. You have your hand up? I did, but I don't. Oh, okay. Some of the concerns that I heard from my colleagues were density. You needed to work on density and traffic and fire. The current approved plan, this proposed plan is less than the current approved plan as far as density. It lends itself to less traffic, and I'm hopeful in compromise, but you are going to get RTC and NDOT to come together in the next 90 days to widen McCarran from 6 to 4. So I will support a continuance. I don't know what I expect to see. Councilmember Anderson? Okay, so we have a motion.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I can just ask for a date and time instead of renoticing this, that would be great. And so the two meetings in April, which are apparently 90 days out, would be April 9th or April 23rd. So I'm not sure if the appellant and applicant
So April
have a preferred.
23rd today is the 21st, so 90 days is,
So
yeah,
does-
is the April 23rd.
I just want to make sure that the April 21st date is,
It's the 23rd, as you
sorry,
said.
that they're agreeing to.
Is April 23rd agreeable to both parties?
Yes.
Yes, Garrett? Yes, okay.
Could, apologies, Madam Vice Mayor, but if we could just have that on the record, so.
Come to the microphone and say that you are agreeable to, and state your name, that April 23rd
Yes,
is.
Terry Rupert, I am the appellant, yes, and yes, I'm agreeable to April 23rd.
Garrett Gordon, yes.
Thank you. We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we please do a roll call vote?
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Dorr?
Yes.
Martinez?
Yes.
Ebert?
Yes.
Reese? Anderson?
Yes.
Shivi?
Yes.
Madam Vice Mayor, you have a unanimous vote.
Great, thank you. We will see you back in April. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with our second appeal. Okay, folks, we're going to get ready for our next appeal, so we're going to ask you to move out, please, or sit down and let us conduct the business of the city. Folks, we need you to please clear out. We have another appeal. Okay, Madam Clerk, we are going to move on to item I2 and open the public hearing. Was proper notice given?
Madam Vice Mayor, we're going to reconvene the meeting at 8:30. And just to note for the record, Councilmember Anderson, Dewar, and Ebert are absent at this time. You do have a quorum with Councilmember Martinez, yourself, Councilmember Reese, and Mayor Sheevy is online. Proper notice for item I2 was completed. We did not receive any correspondence on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Sorry, I'm running a little bit slow here. Do any council members have any disclosures that they need to make? Okay, seeing none, we will move into staff presentation. Thank you, Ms. Picotti.
For the record, Associate Planner with City of Reno Development Services. This evening, I am presenting another application that was seen by the Planning Commission and appealed. This one is for a project that we're calling 2400 West 7th Street. This is a tentative map and a major site plan review. So the subject property is located just south of 7th Street and just east of the intersection of 7th and Everett. This is a 3.72 acre site. And the request is for a tentative map to allow for a 28 lot single family detached subdivision and a major site plan review for cluster development, which basically allows them to have smaller lot sizes. So the subject site is located within the single-family residential 8-unit per acre zoning district. As you can see there on the map, the parcel in question is highlighted in blue, and you can see that all of the surrounding residential zoning is that SF8 with properties that are between 6,000 and 7,000 square feet in size. Key issues analyzed in this request were the overall site design, compatibility with surrounding developments and uses, master plan policy guidance, public utility infrastructure, drainage, and tree preservation. So here you can see the overall site plan. This is flipped, so what you're looking at is the western property boundary is pointing downward. So lots are going to range between 3,200 and 5,000 square feet. They are proposing approximately 8,000 square feet of landscaped open common space. They are proposing 4 parking spaces per unit for 112 parking spaces, and that includes the 2 parking spaces in each of the garage. An HOA or equivalent will be created to maintain landscaping in those common areas. The applicant has proposed that these 2 common areas, over here, with highlighted with the red stars there, will have benches there. They are proposing a landscaped parkway along 7th Street. They have requested to waive the internal landscaped parkway, which we agreed with, and there are some viable pine trees on the property that we have asked that they preserve. Overall site design, again, these are 2-story, 28-foot height maximum houses ranging from 1,800 to 2,300 square feet. What you're looking at on your screen right there does not meet the Reno Municipal Code ground floor interest or standard street image features. We worked with the applicant on this, and they've said that they would add some windows into the garage doors to increase that ground floor interest, and they'll incorporate 2 of the following, which would be varied setbacks, enhanced landscaping, front door path, or structural articulation in order to meet those standards that it doesn't currently meet. Regarding compatibility, they are proposing a 16 to 22-foot buffer adjacent to those lots 1 through 10. They did modify their plan a little bit, but unfortunately that was submitted at a time that was after the staff report had gone through, so staff hasn't really had a chance to look at those modifications. They are going to fully landscape those rear yards. They're going to add some additional design elements to the rear facades of those properties 1 through 10 to increase the compatibility with the houses behind them. And we will limit hours of construction. Findings on this project would be, let me go forward. Tentative map findings. Public services and utilities are available. Yes, it's an infill project. All services and utilities are available. Does it comply with the master plan, Reno Municipal Code, and Nevada Revised Statute? Yeah, for the most part it does. Major site plan review findings. Design is compatible with surrounding development. The design of the subdivision is functional. The product does differ from surrounding development, kind of like the last one. Design is consistent with development standards. It does meet the minimum Reno Municipal Code standards. Is it compatible with surrounding development as conditioned? Yes, as conditioned, additional mitigation has been recommended, including a buffer, additional landscaping, and enhanced design standards. Just like the last one, it's not going to be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, as once it's developed, all of those hazards will be mitigated. The Planning Commission was unable to make the finding that's on your board. And in order for them to have cluster development, which allows them to have reduced lot sizes, so they're cutting the lot sizes about in half of what would normally be required here, we have to be able to make these findings. And so this one says the clustering proposal compared with a more traditional site development plan better attains the policies and objectives of this article, such as providing more open space, preserving existing trees and vegetation coverage, preserving view corridors, and preserving sensitive environmental areas such as stream corridors, slide areas, wetlands, or steep slopes. Staff reviewed this and agrees that increased buffering on the west side may preserve some view corridors better than traditional development with no buffer. Second cluster development finding is that the clustering proposal will have no significant adverse impact on adjacent properties or development, or that the applicant has agreed to adopt appropriate mitigation measures such as edge matching, landscaping, screening, illumination standards, and other design features to buffer and protect adjacent properties from the proposed clustering development. The applicant has agreed to adopt a buffer. I believe that now that's going to range from 16 to 22 feet, plus the rear 20-foot setback. But just for comparative, if this was different densities of single-family residential, they would be required to do 30 feet plus the 20-foot rear yard setback. So it's a little less than what would normally be allowed in differing densities. The clustering proposal meets all other applicable requirements set forth in the article or in other applicable ordinances and regulation. Again, it does mostly comply with the master plan policies, minimum RMC standards, and complies with NRS. What you're looking at is the Planning Commission decision, which they heard this item on November 21st. The Planning Commission was unable to make that first cluster development finding, and they denied the request 5-1 with one person absent. Staff's recommendation is on the board. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have a presentation from the appellant?
Good evening again. Still for the record, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers representing the applicant. We are in opposition to the Planning Commission's decision on this and are requesting that the City Council reverse the decision and approve this project. It is an existing 3.72 acre site located, as Leah mentioned, on the south side of West 7th Street. There's a 8,200 square foot church that's there, and as you can see from the overhead here, the majority of the site has remained vacant for many, many years, since 1967 when the church was built. There's an existing bus stop adjacent to the site, and some major features such as Highland Ditch, which surrounds the south and east sides. This is an infill site. It's currently served by the City of Reno Services and Utilities. 28 lot subdivision is requesting cluster development to allow a reduction in the lot sizes. Essentially, code is written such that the 6,000 square foot lot minimum, you could never achieve the actual density that is afforded to you in code. So there is a hole, if you will, in code that doesn't allow for achievement of those densities. This is zoned SF8, and we can't get there without using a tool such as cluster development. We do have 0.85 acres of common area. About 23% of the site is common area. That's key to this issue at hand. There's a crosswalk that we proposed across 7th Street to serve that bus stop. There's a minimum 15-foot buffer, and we'll get into more detail, and then we have offered to additionally grant a 10-foot sewer access easement that we'll get into more detail as well. It's master plan and zoned SF8, as is all of the surrounding properties here. The project could allow up to 29 units. We're proposing 28. The minimum lot sizes, as I mentioned, is 6,000 square foot and just cannot be achieved with that density. The master plan, as you well know, encourages infill development. As staff mentioned during the last presentation, infill is a major priority for the council. You have stated that, and we are here to try to help you achieve that. Here's where we had kind of differing opinions on the interpretation of cluster development. Finding A states that a clustering proposal compared with a more traditional site plan better attains the policies and objectives of this article, such as giving you options here, providing more open space, preserving existing trees and vegetation, preserving view corridors, and preserving other environmental features such as stream corridors. We have a number of conditions that are that were offered and worked through with staff. Conditions 7 and 8 dedicate that common area, so it includes landscaped amenities, those retention ponds, and private drives. Condition 12 requires the retention of viable pine trees, getting to that preservation of existing vegetation. Condition 9 reduces the building height, allowing for greater compatibility with the homes to the west, in addition to some grading that further lowers our building pads to make that less intense to them. And we have the required on-site retention. This property, due to the nature of it, cannot discharge stormwater, even though nature is flowing that way. We can't discharge stormwater to Highland Ditch because the city has adopted ordinances in the past that preserves the stormwater drainage that is in there so that you don't further inundate properties downstream with flood water. That's also key to this matter. When looking at how this compares to, quote, more traditional site development, as you can see on the table on the left, the things that we're changing, we're changing the minimum lot size, we're changing the minimum lot width, but we are still adhering to the minimum setbacks that are required for a comparable 6,000 square foot lot. 10-foot front yard, 5-foot side yards, 20-foot rear yards. So even though we're reducing the lot size, we are still maintaining the same setbacks as the adjacent properties. And we have smaller conditioned homes with only a 28-foot. I want to point out also, you could have other things here that would be quote-unquote traditional site development, which could include duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, townhomes, all permitted by right that we wouldn't be going through this cluster development, and they could have much smaller setbacks adjacent to the existing residents to the west. Some of those unique site features that led us to the conclusion that cluster development is the appropriate tool here. The properties to the west, as you can see the contours here, they drain. This property slopes from west to east, from left to right on your screen. The properties to the west on Everett Drive, you can see the contours there. They're essentially, there's a lot of daylight basements there, so their backyards actually drain onto this property. That's something we can't do currently because of state law and city codes, but this was an older development, and so their stormwater comes onto our property, so we have to deal with it. The site then drains into Highland Ditch, and even though nature is pushing water that way, we can't by code outlet that water into the ditch. So what that forces us to do is retain 100% of the water on site so that we have to, we don't have an option to send the storm drain anywhere else. There's not even storm drain facilities in West 7th Street. So that is dictating a site plan design that ultimately makes for larger basins in this, on this site, and thus, creates additional common area for that beneficial use. So accounting for this, we've got a proposed swale along the western boundary, catching that storm water coming off the adjacent properties. We've got the 2 retention ponds, which are, oversized than what you would typically see for just a traditional detention pond. We can't have any of those off-site flows going to the Highland Ditch. That's a unique feature, environmental feature, because that is forcing us into a situation where we can't send additional storm water that would further inundate properties downstream. So that's a key aspect here, and that increases the water quality. So looking at cluster development findings again, cluster proposals compared to more traditional design, better attains the policies and objectives of this article, such as providing more open space, we do, preserving existing trees, we do, preserving view corridors, we do, and preserving those sensitive areas, as we have said. In addition, we are proposing quite a bit of buffering along that western boundary. So we've got proposed minimum 15-foot buffer as we sent in these additional voluntary conditions on the project. Lot 11 there that's highlighted, we increased the buffer there to 15 feet. The rest of lots 1 through 10 that are highlighted there have a 16 to 22-foot buffer. The required buffer, as stated by staff, it's 0, right? There is not a requirement for a buffer here. What Leah stated as far as other situations where you may have a 30-foot buffer, that's for situations where it's like 1 acre lots adjacent to SF8 lots, and we would have to match those 1 acre lots on our boundary. All of this is zoned SF8. That portion of code does not apply. So we are not required to have any buffering here, but we do have a 15 to 22-foot buffer. There's additionally then a greater distance between the homes because we are maintaining the required setbacks. We have a 20-foot side yard or 20-foot rear yard adjacent to the existing home. So that means we've got obviously the buffer plus the 20-foot setback equaling 28 to 43 feet. Again, attached homes here, townhomes, could be as little as 5 feet. We have proposed a 10-foot sewer access easement. This is a pretty unique feature here because, again, that subdivision to the west of us was developed in the 1970s, I believe. They have a sewer main that's about 20 feet deep, I believe, that goes through the backyards of those homes. And there's no way for the city to maintain or access those sewer mains, those manholes. So what we have tried to do is be good neighbors here for the public good, for the city's good, to offer a 10-foot sewer access easement along that buffer there that would allow for greater access for the city, that if they did have to go in and dig up that sewer main, it wouldn't be as impactful to the neighbors to the west. Finally, we offered an additional condition to propose a crosswalk and rapid flashing beacons for pedestrian safety to allow for folks that are living to the north of this to access that RTC bus stop. It wasn't something that was required by RTC, but something that came up through discussions with the residents and planning commission members. The landscape screening, which, again, buffering not required, but we do have significant buffering built into this, both in a common area as well as a requirement in condition 13 that we landscape the rear and the front and rear yards. Under single-family zoning, we're not required to landscape the rear yards, but we have to have 1 tree and 6 shrubs for every 300 square feet. We've got over 2 acres of landscaping on this site, on this 3.72 acre site. Condition 13 will also maintain a minimum of 117 trees. Some of those will be existing. Circulation, it's a simple cul-de-sac design, one access point that aligns with the intersection on 7th Street to the north of us. 119 spaces provided, 4 per unit. The crosswalk, as I mentioned. There's a traffic study is not required for this because of how small this is. We only have 27 morning peak hour trips, 32 afternoon peak hour trips. The church itself currently generates about 150 peak hour trips on its Sunday, and that bus stop will remain. So we did the public outreach. August 13th went to the NAB. September 10th, we hosted a neighborhood meeting, took a lot of that input, worked with staff on this. Cluster development can meet all of the findings and supports many of the master plan policies, especially given this infill site. Conditions that of approval that are listed there exceed code requirements, and the additional conditions that we're offering, we further bolsters our argument. So just in conclusion, I have very little time, but this does meet cluster development applicability. The common open space on its own, provided, addresses those unique site features and qualifies this for cluster development. Does support a number of master plan policies and especially addresses the city of Reno's priorities for infill development and a diverse housing options in our region. This is that missing middle that we talk so much about. It addresses broader community, if I can just have, this is my last slide. Yep. Addresses broader community needs which include increased housing options in this infill location, provides additional access to that sewer main, provides increased pedestrian safety, and increases buffering for those adjacent homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm
Durley.
available to answer questions.
I believe we are moving into public comment now, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Our first public commenter is Barbara Carosa, followed by TJ Harvey, followed by Ashley Harvey.
My public comment is, and some of this has changed based on what the developer has now said he has changed within his application, but I want you to hear what was prepared. The proposed development has been a concern since the initial presentation of a NAB meeting relative to the designation stated in the application of a cluster development, which this application clearly does not meet. This application does not meet the municipal code, plain and simple. It has been repeatedly stated at the NAB and Planning Commission meetings. This fact alone negates the development application. This glaring inaccuracy is a concern that this designation was ever used to begin with, but rather was trying to make something fit that does not legally. Property owners signed a petition identifying this information and was included for the Planning Commission's review opposing the development. Concern by property owners for the proposed development has been very vocal in prior meetings, as well as their appearance at these meetings to show support in demonstrating their objection relative to the lack of adherence to municipal code. This can't be stated any more clearly. I attended the Planning Commission. This agenda item was discussed for 2 hours. The Planning Commission gave every opportunity for their review and questioned the applicant for their clarification and information. The appeal document, and I quote, "subjective and arbitrary of the intent of code," holds no merit. Incredibly, derogatory comments addressed to the Planning Commission in bullet items is inappropriate and shows total lack of professionalism. I want to point out 2 planning commissioners personally visited the site as they questioned the viability of the development. They did their job. They know the law. That is what they deal with serving on this commission. Anyone can submit an application. Following municipal codes is required, and with the vote of 5-1, not approving the application doesn't get much clearer than this. This application did not follow municipal codes from inception. At NAB and Planning Commission meetings, property owners stated how the application does not meet the definition of cluster development in the municipal code. There remains the question of parcel 11 with the legality of ADA compliance that becomes a concern on the federal level and was stated to the commission. This has been addressed several times, and the current application would need to be totally redone to address this area and other areas addressed, which means a new application to go forward and Planning Commission review as this changes the original application. There are several areas needing to be addressed besides this specific point. The real question is, why would a company submit an application clearly not following municipal code? Did they think this would be overlooked and go forward? You either follow municipal codes or you don't. I respectfully request denial of this appeal, and the council supports the ruling made by the Planning Commission. You appoint this commission, and they understand their role for this community, and that is exactly what they did.
TJ Harvey, followed by Ashley Harvey, followed by Tim Smith.
Good evening. My name is TJ Harvey, 2605 Everett Drive, speaking in opposition to LDC 2500003. While I'd like to thoroughly address how this development negatively impacts the community and adjacent properties, 3 minutes doesn't nearly provide enough time. I would like to address the view sheds that he says he's preserving, because that's completely inaccurate, and also drainage. There's definitely some things lacking on that. Instead, though, I'll focus on why this project does not meet city code and why the intent of law matters. Wood Rogers claims this project was denied due to misrepresentation or arbitrary interpretation of the code's intent. That's simply not true. Ms. Picotti, with years of experience, has provided a detailed and comprehensive analysis of this proposal. Her presentation was far from arbitrary. With that said, the intent of code is just as important as the code itself. Intent guides decisions when laws can't predict every scenario. The project is zoned SF8. By calling this a cluster development, the developers propose to reduce lot sizes by nearly 50%. However, they fail to meet the fundamental criteria required for approval as a cluster development. A cluster development, by definition, must protect some kind of sensitive natural resource or provide significant community benefit, such as common open space. To the Planning Commission, Wood Rogers claimed they were protecting view sheds. It's clear the development neither preserves the view from the lot itself nor for neighboring properties. Their second justification is that they are providing open space. This is where their argument falls apart and is muddied by intent. The code requires cluster development to provide shared common open space that is accessible, usable, and benefits the community. Specifically, the code states that a cluster development must provide more open space than a traditional development would offer. This requirement exists because cluster developments, by definition, are intended to protect something, whether it's environmental features, natural resources, or enhanced public use. Let's examine the claim of more open space. Traditional SF8 zoning requires minimum lots of 6 to 7,000 square feet. If this site were developed traditionally, the leftover open space would be likely equal or exceed the open space proposed in the cluster development. In contrast, this proposal uses reduced lot sizes to pack in more houses, offering leftover fragments of open space that are drainage, buffers, or mainly unusable land. Can anyone honestly conclude that this cluster development provides more meaningful open space than a traditional SF8 development? The Planning Commission did not. By definition, a cluster development must provide more, and this project simply doesn't. Both the letter and the intent of the law require this development to either protect something, which it does not, or provide significant benefit through more open space. It does neither. In conclusion, this development does not meet the letter or the intent of the law. It fails to provide meaningful open space, fails to meet a single criteria outlined in cluster development, and fails to justify the drastic reduction in lot sizes. I urge you to deny the proposal. Thank you.
Ashley Harvey, followed by Tim Smith.
Ashley Harvey for the record. Good evening, City Council. 2 things all humans hate: the way things are and change, right? I am in opposition of the proposed development on 2400 West 7th Street. I'm going to go a little off script here by saying that when we talked last time, with the commissioners. They asked if there were any comparable developments. As cluster developments, it's not a new thing for the area, but do we have something that matches this project? The answer is no. So I'd like to start with that. So first, this proposal relies on the cluster development provision, which does allow reduced lot size in exchange for functional and meaningful open space. The open space here does not meet the code's intent, and the argument that the intent doesn't matter is just outlandish. Of course, intent matters in everything we do, from code to law to daily life. What's offered in this project is 0.85 acres of open space, which truthfully is just the undevelopable areas on the lot. A cluster development must provide more open space than a traditional development, and in speaking with some developers in the area, it's usually closer to the 40% mark. Second, this development will have a permanent negative impact on the view sheds. The argument that they're protecting view sheds is only if you take into account that the owners on the western border would be standing on their rooftops to look over the other rooftops. And we're not standing on our roofs, right? So these proposed view sheds are not just an aesthetic, right? They do significantly impact property views. Once these views are lost, they're gone forever. I trusted as a homeowner that code would uphold my property and my investment. This project will also remove an important community asset, the church that's currently on the site. The church is more than a building. It serves the community and provides public services and is open to the neighbors. For the congregation who meets there, its loss will leave a significant gap on those who rely for their resources. Replacing this open and accessible community institution with a for-property rental does feel like a step backwards. I know that everybody here probably always complains about traffic, but 7th Street is actually a very dangerous place to be driving. We have tons of drunk drivers, and if this development were exactly as is, there would have been a driver who would have gone through, I believe it's house 1. Finally, the intent of the code should guide your decision. The cluster development provision exists to balance growth with neighborhood enhancement, not to prioritize density at the expense of the community. This project prioritizes profit over thoughtful design. It offers minimal open space, no meaningful amenities, and no clear benefit to the surrounding area. And I argue that approving it is going to set a dangerous precedent, signaling to other developers that they can sidestep intent of the law while meeting the bare minimum requirements. Thank you for your time.
Tim Smith.
Tim Smith for the record. First off, just want to say I'm not anti-development. Maybe you can figure it out from the vest, but I make my money off development. It's how I provide for my family. So I just want to make that clear. Initially, when I first saw this project, I was blown away in my review of the plans with the density of it. The first thing I thought was, oh, this is all about the bottom line. We are cramming as many properties or as many houses onto this property as possible, rather than working within that SF8 zoning. So I want to bring up again the cluster development. You've all seen the definition of it there. A lot of it is subjective, right? What is a view corridor? What is common open space? Is it usable? Is it not usable? Is it just to see right there? Well, everything on this property that is common open space doesn't appear to be usable at all. And then also they mentioned that they don't have to follow the adjacency standards for transitioning from one type of zoning to another, which ordinarily would be correct, right? If you're going from SF8 to SF8, you would expect all the houses to match. Well, however, they're having the sizes of these lots, increasing that density, there should be some sort of mitigation effort done. And the standards within those transitions for buffering is 30 feet fully landscaped, 100 feet if it's not landscaped. When I first bought my house at this location, I did initially look into the zoning because that was one of the concerns I had before I made an offer. We've got this lot behind us with the church. Who owns it? What's going to happen with it in the future? I see that it's SF8. I see that the church owns it. Okay, in the unlikely event that the church sells it, they're probably going to build a neighborhood that looks a lot like ours, which that's something that I can live with, and that's a risk that I can take. When I see that there's this clustering development that's unlike anything in the neighborhood, which I want to make that clear, this is unlike anything in the neighborhood. You drive up and down 7th Street, A lot of it is single-story homes. It's fine that they're doing two-story, but they're cramming them in there. It's gonna stick out like a sore thumb. It does not match the neighborhood whatsoever. One thing that Leah brought up, she was asked by the Planning Commission, is there anything like this in Reno that we can compare it to? And the only neighborhood that she said there were two neighborhoods, but the one that was most like it was a cluster development that is down on the corner of Moana and Plumas. Now, when you go to this neighborhood, what you'll notice is across the street, there's apartment buildings. Next to it, there's a senior living facility. And next to it, there's open space and an empty lot. This area was in a transitional space. It made sense to put it there. In our neighborhood, it's in the middle of the neighborhood. It will stick out like a sore thumb. So again, just to conclude, I'm all for development, but I'm for responsible development. And what this is irresponsible. This is about the bottom line, and that's all it is. So again, thank you guys, and I hope that you choose to deny them and stick with the Planning Commission's findings. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comment, Madam Clerk?
We do not have any additional public comment on this item.
Okay, we're going to close public comment and we will move to council questions and discussion. It looks like Councilmember Reese, you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. This is Ward 5. I've lived in this neighborhood for 38 years, so I know it well. Ms. Picotti, I have questions for you. And thank you so much for being here so late. I know it's been a long day for you. I suppose I'm not, this is the first time I've seen a cluster development project. And one of the claims was that it's not similar to any other projects anywhere else. So when I am in that neighborhood, there's a couple of things that it sort of reminds me of. One are closer to the Keystone and 7th area, there are both apartments and duplexes, meaning the density is higher there. And then on the back side of 7th, as you get closer to McCarran on the top side, there's cluster homes, meaning courtyard homes that are all built together, like 4 attached to each other. Are those not, are those just a different definition of what type of development is allowed? I think they were quadplexes, duplexes, and triplexes.
I'd have to take a look. I know on the side that's closest to Keystone, that's a different zoning district. That's MF over there, so multifamily. It's not the SF8. I'm not sure on the other one, but I don't believe that there is anything along there that has recently used cluster development to reduce the lot sizes.
Okay, so it's not that they don't exist, it's that they haven't been used to reduce lot sizes in the way that this applicant has proposed.
Correct. This is not what we would traditionally see for cluster development.
Understand. And then there was one discussion point on the applicant's slide about a crosswalk. What was the concern there? What the lighted crosswalk? We had Mr. Mallon here this morning. He was talking about a different crosswalk further down on Keystone. What is the issue there?
So I don't know, because when they submitted those requested conditions of approval that include that crosswalk, that was only like 10 days ago maybe. So we haven't had a chance to vet that at all.
Okay, and so that you know, I've been out to the site and I was wondering about the crosswalk myself. That's why I asked. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Dewar.
Thank you. Thank you for you, Ms. Picotti. It seems that the point of contention here is about this clustering, and does it or does it not meet the city's requirements? So I have just a few questions for you. When you originally wrote up the application, or the report, the staff report, did you recommend approval or denial of this application?
And when I wrote the staff report, we were at the point of an approval.
Okay, so when you went to Planning Commission, you recommended approval? Because I heard you kind of waxing positive about.
So I'll just say to you the same thing that I said to the Planning Commission, is that initially, we were not supportive of this request. We didn't believe that it met the definition of cluster. But in working with the applicant, we determined that we could potentially condition it.
So with the clustering, they have 28 units, right? And then it sounds like that if without clustering, it'd be 6,000 square foot lots, is that correct?
Yeah, it'd be 6 or 7,000,
6 or
7,000
7?
on a corner.
And how
6,000
many
on a-
units would that provide?
Well, there's a difference between density and actual lot sizes. So if you take the square footage and you divide it by 6 or 7, you end up with like 29.
29?
But if you actually tried to lay out the lots.
29, yeah.
You're gonna end up with like 13.
Okay.
Because you have required widths on those lots.
For the 6,000 square foot
For the
lots?
6,000,
Under
yeah.
SF8?
Does that make sense?
Kind of. I mean, I think you're just saying it doesn't lend itself to a good layout. Like if it's more rectangular or something, it might fit, but there's angles and topography and
It's
other
that within
issues.
the SF8 zoning district,
Yeah.
the size of the lots doesn't exactly match 8 units per acre. So theoretically, you could do 29 just based on square footage, but actual layout would only lend to maybe 13.
And you said there's 2.5 acres, I think?
It's 3.72.
What is it?
3.72.
3.72. Okay, so that would lend itself to roughly 24 units. I guess what I'm struggling with, it seems like if they could abandon this cluster concept and just go to, they'd get most of their units, maybe. But you said 13, that's not near 28, but 8 units per acre is like 24, and that's pretty close to their number, so.
Yeah, maybe if they got creative or did something like an SPD to modify those lot standards.
SPD, we love them, because it gives a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, but I think that the reason that they strayed away from that is that triggers that buffering area of the 50 feet, because it's actually changing the density, whereas in code, I don't know if it's a loophole or what it is, but they can get away with doing cluster development and not meeting the buffering or the word's getting away from me, but basically.
Well, bottom line, it sounds like there's a project here, and it sounds like the dispute is just about how many units. And it sounds like there might be something in the middle if they were a little more creative on this SPD or something to get close to the 28 without stumbling into these cluster development requirements and so on. So thank you.
Maybe.
Council members, I'm not seeing other hands. Just let me know if you'd like to say something. Councilmember Reese, go ahead.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Let me see. I do not see Madam Mayor's hand up. None? Okay. Councilmember Ebert.
Yeah, never mind.
Madam Vice Mayor, regarding the appeal of LDC 25-0003, 2400 West 7th Street, based on the council review of the staff report, the record on appeal and information presented at the public hearing, I move to affirm the appeal, reverse the denial of the tentative map and major site plan review by the Planning Commission, directly approve the tentative map and major site plan review based on my ability to make the applicable findings and the changes noted in the presentation materials the city clerk is instructed to prepare and file an order.
You have a motion?
We have a second.
You have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
I have a question.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Could we get Leah again? Thank you. Leah, I know it was read into the record and showed on the screen a number of changes. Is there a way you could capsulize the key changes since this was denied?
Well, there's 3 requested conditions of approval that the applicant brought up here.
Right.
So I'm hearing in this motion that those 3 conditions would not be part of this approval.
Gotcha. Okay, is that true? Is that what she wanted to do? Well, no, I just wanted her to explain. Oh.
No, I understood the applicant had 3 additional conditions of approval. One was, and perhaps Mr. Durling can come forward and identify them, but
Right.
I would like to make sure that those conditions are approved.
Yes, so if you reverse the planning commission's decision and you directly approve it, it's going to be the conditions of approval that are in the planning commission staff report without those 3 additional conditions of approval, if I'm thinking about that correctly.
So what's the other alternative, to modify?
Yes.
I thought they were part of the presentation.
They were not. Those conditions of approval have not been vetted by staff or reviewed.
Can we have Mr. Durling, can you come forward, please?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Reese. So yes, we sent in a letter dated January 10th to the council stating that the applicant wishes to voluntarily offer 3 additional conditions that we would like included.
Right, there was buffering.
Yes, so those would include, if you'd like me to read them, or I can put them on the screen.
On the screen is much better for us.
Okay, can't read that, but
So they would include.
could we zoom in? I'm so sorry. Is it the 3 bullets?
It's the 3 bullet points. So it would, the conditional conditions would read, to the approval of the administrator, the applicant shall install a crosswalk with rapid flashing beacons on West 7th Street at the intersection of Rhode Island Drive, the proposed entrance to the project site, to provide safer pedestrian crossings to serve the RTC bus stop located on the south side of West 7th Street. Additional condition 2, the applicant shall grant a 10-foot wide sewer maintenance easement along the western boundary of the project site to provide the city of Reno access to the sewer located on the adjacent single-family properties. And additional condition 3, the applicant shall modify the tentative map plans to reflect a 15-foot contiguous buffer of common area landscape along the western project boundary.
My intention, my motion was to include those items,
So to modify.
So you're going to modify and,
consistent with the presentation.
does that change your second?
I think it was Randy.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
So just to be clear, I was asking the question. So were there, Leah, were there other, you said you did not review these conditions, but were there other ones that you said mitigated some of the issues?
I didn't recommend any additional conditions
From what was originally presented to the planning?
to the planning commission, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, we still have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Real
say-
quick, I just have a question with
Okay,
legal.
Council-
Are the conditions included in his motion, the way it was stated? Okay, all right.
Okay, 3rd time's a charm. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay, motion carries. We're moving on to we're going to give it a couple seconds and we'll move on to our next appeal. Okay, Madam Clerk, are we ready?
We're all set.
Okay. We are going to move on to item I3, and we'll open the hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given?
Proper notice was given.
And did we receive any correspondence?
We received 7 letters of correspondence, 5 in favor of the project and 2 in opposition of the project that has been distributed to the Reno City Council.
And do council members have any disclosures that they need to make? I do not see any. We will move on to a staff presentation. Hello, Mr. Foster.
Hello, good evening, council members. Jeff Foster, Associate Planner for the Record. Tonight I'm bringing you the appeal of the Web Data Center project, and that's LDC 25-14. This project is approximately 6 acres in size, comprised of 3 vacant parcels on the north side of North Virginia Street, about 1,170 feet east of its intersection with Stead Boulevard. You can see it's near the Amazon distribution facility that is visible from Highway 395. The request is a conditional use permit. The request that was approved by the Planning Commission is a conditional use permit that would allow the development of a data center and business operations between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. There were 2 appellants, and I also want to point out that the Planning Commission previously approved a case in March of last year, which was for a request for a conditional use permit to allow 24-hour operations, grading resulting in fills greater than 10 feet, and disturbance of a major drainage way associated with an industrial warehouse development. That request included the 3 subject parcels along with a 4th parcel that contained the major drainage way. Please note that that approval was not for the current data center project. Instead, it was for an industrial warehouse development and involved a 4th parcel that the current project does not. This will become important when we get into the summary of the appeals. Zooming in here, you can see that the area is clearly industrial in nature. You have an industrial use to the north, to the south, and to the east. You also have a vacant parcel to the west. I also want to point out that there are 3 non-conforming mobile home parks in the vicinity. The master plan land use is industrial, and here are 6 goals and policies from the master plan that are in support of the approved project. The appeals, to summarize, the Sierra Club Toyabe chapter appealed the administrative interpretation that that was not noticed or agendized to allow for public input, that there are differences between data centers and warehouses, that the previously approved project from March of last year was for a data center instead of a warehouse as described, that power and water supplies should be evaluated, that the 12/18 Planning Commission hearing was conducted improperly, and that the project should be evaluated after data centers are formally added to the Reno Municipal Code through the zoning code update, which, as you know, this body did 2 weeks ago today. The applicant also appealed to preserve their right to judicial review and to modify condition 15 to correct a drafting error. On that note, staff is recommending an updated condition of approval number 15 to correct that drafting error as shown on the screen here. There are 3 potential motions before you tonight. The motion to affirm the Planning Commission decision, which would be to deny the appeals and to approve the conditional use permit. There's a motion to modify the Planning Commission decision, which is to affirm one of the appeals and to modify the conditions of the conditional use permit. Your third possibility is a motion to reverse the Planning Commission decision, which would be to affirm one of the appeals, to reverse the Planning Commission decision, and to deny the conditional use permit. That's all I have for now. I'm available for questions when you have.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Do we have the appellant presentation? You'll have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you all for having me. My name is Olivia Tanager. I'm the director of the Sierra Club's Toyabe chapter. My contact information is on this first slide. Briefly, I'll go over what the Toyabe chapter is for folks who are unfamiliar. We are the largest grassroots environmental organization in the state of Nevada. We represent 40,000 members and supporters across the state. We work on issues pertaining to energy and climate justice, land, water, wildlife conservation, and urban development and transit. We achieve our values through legislative action, grassroots organizing, and legal action. I would also like to note that we have outings that run throughout the state of Nevada, including in a program in Reno and Las Vegas called Inspiring Connections Outdoors, where we work to get underserved youth outside. Okay. And there is the slide pertaining to everything I just stated. So our concerns that I'll be going over today pertain to the energy associated with this project, and the impact on ratepayers. I wanted to make a note about the economic development because I believe that council is unaware of some of the economic impacts or lack thereof associated with data centers and with this project in particular. I will make some notes regarding the water availability and sewage capacity in the basin that this particular data center is sited in. And then lastly, we'll talk about the process associated with the permitting of this data center thus far. So to be quick, because I've talked to many of you already, recently the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada approved the 2024 IRP from NV Energy. That's something that NV Energy is required to do every 3 years. You might be wondering why I'm bringing that up, but what was interesting about this IRP is that there is a huge load growth that is projected for the state of Nevada over the next few years. And as a result of that load growth, the PUCN approved 2 new gas peaking power plants at the Valmy coal-fired power station. And that is projected to cost ratepayers about $573 million. So it's a very substantial amount of ratepayer investment that is going to the energy associated with data centers and having to procure energy for data centers in Nevada, particularly northern Nevada. So as a result, there's going to be a huge cost shift onto ratepayers with the infrastructure associated with the rise of AI and data centers. This is not super unique to Nevada, although I think that Nevadans are particularly disproportionately impacted. But this is something that we're seeing across the western United States, with rates going up as a result of the infrastructure investments required to power data centers and AI. I will note, too, that I know that the applicant has stated, I believe that the applicant has stated that the web data center, the footprint is equivalent to about 4,000 homes. And that is a substantial amount of energy at face value in and of itself. But I would like to note that that is, by my estimation, quite a conservative estimate. If you look at the approximate average home energy usage in the state of Oregon, for example, which is comparable to Nevada, I had an analyst estimate that that would be equivalent to almost 22,000 homes. So we could debate that number all day, but regardless, 30 megawatts is a very substantial amount of energy, and as a result of that, ratepayers are going to have costs shifted onto them. And so that gets me into the economics. And I wanted to talk about this briefly. I recognize that I didn't bring it up in great detail in my appeal after talking to several council members and realizing that there's some information I think that has not been shared with this body. Namely that there is a 75% property tax abatement. I have the NRS listed there, but that's 75% tax abatement for data centers here in the state of Nevada. You can find that on the GoEd website. I have the screenshot included there. So that's a huge tax abatement that data centers are getting. And so you might say, well, perhaps we'll be getting sales taxes. I know that the developer has told you all that they'll be buying their equipment, et cetera, in the city of Reno. The tax abatement also applies to sales taxes and would reduce the sales tax to 2% if the developer complies with the things associated with the tax abatement, namely that they have to have a certain number of employees and have to pay those employees a certain amount, et cetera. But broadly, most data centers would meet those very lenient requirements associated with the tax abatements, and therefore I find it unlikely that the city of Reno is going to see a substantial amount of tax generation as a result of this development. I know that we might not have exact numbers on the jobs associated with the web data center past construction, but it is very limited generally with data centers. And so there are economic development concerns associated with that, and a trade-off that I think this body really has to consider going forward as it relates to data centers. If you are to permit a data center here as opposed to something that might have more permanent jobs in the long run. This is just a brief thing for this body to consider, but I don't know if you all saw that there was a call service down in Las Vegas that recently has been transferred over now entirely to AI. And so I think that we should all be considering the impacts of jobs being automated and the loss of jobs, in addition to the very few jobs that AI and data centers are going to bring to Nevada. And I know that it is noted in the master plan, looking at the unemployment rate in Reno. The unemployment rate in Reno is a little bit higher than the standard unemployment rate in the United States, and certainly the unemployment rate in the state of Nevada is higher. And so we really need to be considering what kind of businesses we're bringing here, how many jobs we're bringing here, and what that's going to look like in the long term for the state and for Reno. Briefly, I recognize that this data center has less water demand than certainly other data centers, but there is still a sewage capacity limitation in this basin. And I know that there are other folks here tonight who are likely going to bring that up, but I do think that this body should be very careful in the way that they proceed with permitting in the Swan Lake Basin in particular. There have already been numerous issues associated with the limited sewage capacity and certainly development associated with something that could be very water intensive is something that should make you all take pause before issuing a permit. And so lastly, I'd like to take my last few minutes to talk about the process associated with how this data center was permitted. Our biggest contention, I would say, is that the administrative interpretation that was issued about a year ago associated with data centers was never noticed or agendized. So the folks who live nearby this data center never had an opportunity to comment on the way that code was interpreted to allow for the permitting of data centers under the same ordinance as warehouses. Certainly my organization, which is a public interest organization, was never made aware of that because it was never noticed or agendized or made public. And we had substantial concerns about that. The first time that we believe that this administrative interpretation was applied, at least so far as we know, was at the December Planning Commission meeting, and therefore was the first opportunity that this kind of came to light and allowed for public input. I recognize that you all had a conversation about this 2 weeks ago today, as Mr. Foster brought up, with an after-the-fact code change. But I would like to point out the NRS sections that are listed up there only provide zoning authority to the city council, not an unelected and unappointed staff. And I believe that staff's actions violates these principles listed under the two NRS codes, or the two NRS provisions listed out there on the slides. So no notice or opportunity to be heard was provided. Staff action sidestepped public notice and participation, as well as discussion and debate among city council members and citizens. There is no power under NRS to delegate zoning code amendments to staff. And staff amended the Reno Municipal Code use table adding data centers as a use and did not interpret code to allow use under some other category. So the process associated with how this particular data center, which as you all know would be the first data center within the city of Reno, was very concerning to us, and I know was concerning to residents as well. And so that gets us to, I know you all have to make your determination, after my appeal today. We believe strongly that the web data center is inconsistent with the Reno master plan, with the different provisions in the master plan pertaining to climate and sustainability, and certainly pertaining to economic development and incentivizing job growth in the city of Reno. We believe that there are compliance issues with Title 18. Again, talking about the way that the administrative interpretation came about with the after-the-fact code change, the ministerial cleanup process, and how it was interpreted and put into code in Title 18. We believe that this does not provide a safe environment for residents because of the concerns associated with power outages and with the water and sewage capacity limitations. And I guess I'll stop there, but I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have a presentation from the applicant? We'll also be given 10 minutes. Thank you. Come on up.
Hello, my name is David Hardy. I'm with Ellis Partners. We're the owner and developer of the project. Want to thank you all for your time tonight, and also thank you all for meeting with us over the past 2 weeks for the thoughtful discussion and detailed questions during those meetings. So Jeff Foster talked about the zoning conformance and the findings for approval on the project. So I'm not going to focus on those. Instead, I'm going to focus on the project's importance to Reno's growing economy. First, a quick introduction to Ellis Partners. We've been in business for 32 years. Our core business is actually mixed-use development, residential, commercial, and office. We also have a deep history in industrial development. And our success really comes from partnering with cities and delivering projects that meet communities' needs. Colivor is our tenant, and they are the data center operator. They were founded in 2012, and they are the industry leader in energy-efficient co-location data centers. Their flagship facility in Santa Clara was awarded the ASHRAE Technology Award for reducing carbon emissions by 50% versus the industry average. This will be their 4th location and their 3rd with Ellis Partners. Reno's master plan sets a goal for Reno's economy to evolve into a technology center by fostering growth in high-tech industries and facilitating advanced telecommunications technologies. Data centers are a fundamental component of such a modern economy. Co-location data centers, which Colivor operates, are particularly important to a high-tech ecosystem because their customers are startups and small businesses who rent server space within Colivor's facility and receive cost-efficient, energy-efficient, and scalable computing power. A data center like this is a catalyst for tech growth because users want to reside near their servers in order to reduce latency and improve user experience. So without a co-location option, those startups and small businesses would need to build their own in-house server rooms, which may be prohibitively expensive and will be much less energy efficient. So developing a co-location data center is essential to Reno fostering a high-tech economy. So as Jeff mentioned, this project is compliant with zoning and building code, and it meets the CUP findings. The appeal that we are here to talk about today does not dispute that at all. With that said, we understand it is important to all of you, and it's also important to us as the developer that we set an example and a standard for sustainable development of data centers moving forward. So the good news is that this body has already established the criteria for sustainable development in Reno's master plan. Sustainable design standards are provided in section 2.5 of the master plan, and our project supports all of them. Due to our short time here, I won't read all of them, but I do want to highlight a few. First is 2.5C for drought-tolerant landscaping. We're going to have 175 drought-tolerant native trees and plants on the project, and that's 4 times the number that is required by an industrial zoning. The second is 2.5E, renewable energy. So we have committed to a 4,000 square foot solar array over the front of house roof, which is the maximum that the project can support. The entirety of the roof, however, will be upgraded to support solar if a different use comes into the building in the future that can allow for additional solar over additional areas of the roof. So neither of these are code required at all, and they were added prior to the Planning Commission approval. 2.5G is energy and water consumption. So our project has no evaporative cooling whatsoever, and no water is used during the operation of the cooling system. There's extremely low water demand for any type of industrial use on our project. We've committed to having low flow plumbing fixtures on site as well. Colivor, from an energy standpoint, Colivor's existing facility has won awards for carbon reduction. And also I want to point out that the computing power necessary to drive Reno's growth into a high-tech economy will be run with optimal efficiency by Colivor versus those inefficient in-house server rooms. Here is a summary of all the sustainable elements that we have on the project. We've met with you and gone through these, so I won't go through them again, but I just want to point out the 7 that have check marks next to them. Those are all voluntary features that exceed code requirements. And I'll hand off to my colleague Dean Rubinson for the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Dave. For the record, Dean Rubinson, Director of Development for Ellis Partners. As we've shared with you and we shared at the Planning Commission hearing, this project is estimated to produce $165 million in additional tax revenue for the city of Reno during its 30-year lifespan. That's comprised of sales tax revenue of about $2.8 million, franchise tax revenue for utility usage of approximately $1 million per year, $1.7 million for additional real estate and personal property taxes totaling $5.5 million per year. That's about 10 times more than a typical industrial use. In addition, this will create 17 full-time jobs of a variety of pay scales. In addition to those jobs, it will create a huge domino effect of other jobs in the area for maintenance of the landscape, the mechanical, the electrical, the plumbing systems, and the security systems. The construction project itself is anticipated to generate $1.7 million in tax revenue for the city of Reno. This is all in addition to money for the county and for the state, as well as 500,000 hours of on-site construction labor. The vast majority of that will be local community members We're joined by our contractor who will be hiring those members, those labor constituents. Again, this is over 12 times what would be anticipated for a typical industrial use. As was mentioned, the administrative interpretation, there's a lot of confusion about this. We came in October. We were told by staff that we are a data center. Our project is called the Web Data Center, and they told us that we had to meet the 6 conditions of approval that were established in the administrative interpretation. The administrative interpretation, while made effective in January, went through a vast series of open public meetings, 3 planning commission hearings, 3 city council meetings, neighborhood advisory meetings, and stakeholder meetings. At any point during that process, the definition could have been changed by the planning commission and the city council up till 2 weeks ago. There were no comments, there were no changes, there were no concerns. There was ample public involvement and public opportunity. Our process, if it hadn't gone through this AI, would have been considered a warehouse, which, as I understand it, wouldn't necessarily have even come to the planning commission. So it would have been even easier for us. So we're either after this AI or we're before this AI. We can't be put in nowhere to land. That's depriving us of due process. The basis of the appeal, interestingly, the Sierra Club processing the appeal did not attend any of the 3 hours of discussion on this in the beginning and end of December. They did not submit any oppositional letters for the project, or any of their members or constituents. 0 word, 0 attendance. We were approved 4-2 by the Planning Commission, and we ask you to uphold this. The specifics of the appeal relate to the AI, as I mentioned, which we consider to be a false interpretation. It says that data centers and warehouses should be considered separately. They are. We are a data center. The administrator instructed the commission that the data center was a warehouse. We honestly don't know what that means. It's called a web data center. We never said we were a warehouse. The March 20th application that they say was a Trojan horse for us to come in as a warehouse, but actually a data center, was by another applicant. We did not even know about this site in March. We submitted in October. The non-conforming zoning is inconsistent with the site. In fact, the MS zoning is a non-conformant zoning is very common throughout Reno, throughout every city in the country. And in fact, the MS zoning requires us to put in 175 drought-tolerant trees. So the project benefits from being a non-conforming zoning. And lastly, the comment about open meeting laws being violated. The city attorney who was being implicated in that is not a voting member of the body and therefore cannot violate open meeting laws. So in summary, data centers, particularly co-location data centers, are essential to Reno's master plan and goal for fostering a high-tech economy. It supports the master plan sustainability goals. We would generate a significant amount of needed revenue for the city. Data centers would generate highly skilled jobs of a variety of pay scales. And we don't believe that there's any basis for this appeal. The Planning Commission supported our project. We followed every single thing that the staff has asked us. The Planning Commission members asked us to do more. We've added solar. We've added white roofs. We've done literally everything that they've asked. We're a good project. The city has put out rules that we comply with, and we ask you to uphold them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to public comment.
Doug Brown, followed by Rich Bissett, followed by Steve Munson.
Doug Brown, branch manager, DevCon Construction. I think it's ironic first, I look behind everyone that's here to oppose us. Here's you with their iPhones taking pictures of the slides. But DevCon Construction is a local design build general contractor. We've had an office here in Reno since the year 2000. DevCon, we've done significant projects here in town, such as the Reno Aces Ballpark, Greater Nevada Field, the Reno Air Traffic Control Tower, the iconic Village at Ranchera. And in the North Valleys, Makita Distribution and Training Center, along with 9 other buildings out in the North Valleys, Ward 4, since just 2018. We're a local company. I'm proud to be at it. Myself, I'm a native Nevadan, 4th generation native Northern Nevadan, raised a 5th generation right here in Reno. And personally, I support this project. I think it's great. I think the city should be embracing having data centers come to this town for what they provide with the way the world's growing. But here speaking on behalf of DevCon and all the hundreds of local architects, engineers, and subcontractors that are going to be employed on this job and being able to stay here in Reno instead of going to our outlying counties, which we're out doing other data centers out in Story County, out in Fernley, and we're spending all the time going from Reno and driving out there and clogging up the roads, which that's not good for the environment either, but that's where we're forcing them to go if we're not embracing them here in the city of Reno and trying to reap some of the reward, not only from the financial benefits you just heard, but also from keeping our residents here in Washoe County. Ellis Partners and Colvor have made a concerted effort to make sure they're using local architects and engineers and contractors. This is significant because what you see going on in these other data centers, they're bringing in out-of-state contractors and designers, and all that money and overhead and profit and talent is leaving the state when those data centers are done being built. Everyone on this project is going to be here in Northern Nevada. We're making a concerted effort on that ourselves. And second is the location of this project. Again, we've been here, DevCon's been here for a long time. We have DevCon's architect here tonight. We've looked at this site for other developers. We've laid out, upwards around 100,000 square foot distribution warehouse on the site that look like every other building along that North Virginia corridor. It'd be a nice looking industrial building, be generating a lot of truck traffic. You'd have probably more employees there, but making less salary, driving forklifts in the warehouse. This job will create not only, as they mentioned, 17 well-paying jobs there in Ward 4 in the North Valleys, but for companies like electrical and mechanical, I can't tell you how important that is. If you go into a data center, it's a continuous revolving door of people coming in to service it, and those are great contracts for our people here in Washoe County. Again, I support this project wholeheartedly, and I hope we as a city can embrace the data centers and figure out how to welcome them in and quit forcing them out to our outlying counties. Thanks.
Rich Bissett, followed by Steve Munson, followed by Trey Abney.
Can you hear me? Is the tone good? Can you hear me? Good. So let's start. My name is Steve Munson. I'm CEO of Green Cloud Inc. I've worked in this state for 40 years. I led the green power breakthrough to geothermal with Chevron and
Sir, if you would just make sure you look at us. Yeah, that sound doesn't get
I was
picked up.
talking to my friends from the Sierra Club.
No problem. Thank you so much.
So I've been in the geothermal business for 40 years. And we built 2 geothermal power plants in Churchill County. We spent $160 million out there. And I'm addressing now the power use of this new cement monster. We also are in the data center business. There's a major difference. All of our data centers will use only green power to operate. And I and one of my directors, who's a past president of the Sierra Club Juniper chapter, totally support the comments of the Sierra Club here today. Great job, guys. You really described some of the major problems of going with more carbon power. And one of the major problems is the effect on the customers, the people that voted for you in this city. Because if they come in and demand 30 more megawatts, they're going to drive up the price of power. And what should happen is exactly what the Secretary of Energy said to all the major data center owners, senior executives. She pulled them together about 4 months ago and said, you are not going to be coming to our grids across the United States and take more power for the data centers, especially since the AI data centers, the kind that we want to build as well, take 3 times as much power per rack. So they were told not to be doing exactly what these guys are trying to do. And what should happen, in my opinion, is that the city council might consider the power use of this data center. They're doing a pretty good job on some of their design criteria. I agree with some of their design criteria, except for the fact that they've sprinkled a few solar panels on top, and that's not green. That's black power. They're taking carbon power off the grid. They're taking power away from the local people. They're taking power away from the businesses that need power, the other businesses, and they ought to bring their own power in, and it ought to be base load green power. And I would ask you to consider some further meeting to look at a possible change or addition to the process that was laid out on the board, and that would be to consider a ruling that any data centers come into your jurisdiction have to have their own source of base load renewable power. And I would be happy to participate in any further process. I think that really is what I'm asking for. I'm asking for a further meeting to consider the power use and make a ruling that they have to bring their own power. And it should be green. And I thank you for the late night and all the work you guys are doing to consider these issues. Thank you.
Rich Bissett, followed by Trey Abney, followed by Jordan Deschelle.
Just want to do a quick thank you very much for your presentation. I think it ties into what I'm going to say. Vice Mayor and council members, how should one evaluate a data center proposal? One could argue sustainable development, especially regarding energy use, should be the primary consideration. The climate crisis is knocking at our door, causing droughts, wildfires, poor air quality, and high summer temperatures. One solution to the climate crisis is to substitute renewable for non-renewable energy. Fortunately, solar arrays are less expensive to construct and operate than gas peaker plants, and they are much easier on the environment. The majority of energy supplied by Nevada Energy comes from the burning of fossil fuels, the chief cause of global warming. NVE has some renewable resources and has more development of renewable planned or in the pipeline. Unfortunately, NVE cannot turn on a dime. They cannot pull a switch to convert their gas plants to renewable plants. The gas plants are hugely expensive and need to run for years in order to make an adequate return on investment. The costs of additions to grid and infrastructure will be borne by ratepayers. Lower income residents are particularly impacted by rate increases. So how can data center projects achieve their goals while not causing NV Energy to develop new grid infrastructure for them or raise the rates of all NVE customers? There are at least two solutions. One, data centers have the necessary future income to invest in a solar array and battery storage to ensure all their energy needs are renewable, rather than using the dirty gas available from NV Energy. Solution two, data centers can notify Nevada Energy that they would like to receive 100% renewable energy because their data center customers are demanding this. NVE has been able to provide 100% renewable energy to some of their customers. Thank you for your time.
Trey Abney, followed by Jordan
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of council, Madam Manager. Thank you very much for your long day-to-day. We appreciate you. For the record, my name is Trey Abney, and I represent NAIOP, Northern Nevada, the largest commercial real estate association in the region. I'm not here to talk about the specific benefits of this project. There are plenty of experts in here, much smarter than me, which doesn't take much, by the way, who are more than capable of doing that. I do, however, want to use this opportunity to talk about the necessity for projects like this in our region and raise some concerns about comments made by those in the public in the last couple meetings, and frankly, by those of some of your planning commissioners. I don't need to tell you that our ridiculous property tax system demands new development projects. In a dynamic, growing city that we have to have and that we do have, we don't have the luxury of denying quality projects because of false and outdated scaremongering. I was tuning in earlier today when you all received some sobering news about your future financial picture, and you're not alone. All of our regional governments are in the same boat. And by the way, new residential construction is slowing down and will continue to do so this year. Data center projects like this check several boxes that this council claims are important. Infill that cleans up blighted, unsightly properties, very little additional traffic, increases property tax revenue, and the second two, constant sales tax revenue and franchise fees, which this current parcel right now is producing zero of. This is a catalyst for growth, as my friend Mr. Brown mentioned. And in short, this is low impact and high revenue. We all know that most data center activity is happening east of here, as Mr. Brown stated, bringing traffic issues, congestion, and pollution. We think projects like this can remedy that. We hear that these projects taste too much water, but we know that modern technology actually will allow projects like this to use less water than what an existing industrial building would use if put on this same site. State law outlines specific findings that must be made for development projects. Like every other development project ever built, they must have will-serve letters for water, sewer, power. They won't get built. I'm going to be a little blunt here, Madam Vice Mayor. Unfortunately, there is a growing NIMBY mentality here when it comes to data center projects. I actually tuned into this meeting a few weeks ago when a public commenter made their thoughts known against data centers while using Zoom and watching this meeting on YouTube. Think about that. And the appellants and others like them seem to be the same folks who rail against cell towers as they scroll on their phones. They get worked up over distribution centers as they tear into the packages that they ordered under 2 hours ago and demand that we electrify everything and then complain when we open a lithium mine. I would just be remiss, again, in closing, if I didn't again point out that this council must tighten the rules and limit the ability of frivolous appeals that cost tax developers and taxpayers and your staff time and money. The appellants here have chosen a regressive mentality instead of smart planned growth. We don't need more moratoriums and restrictions. We need progress, and we need support for the people that build Reno. Thank you very much.
Jordan Daschle, followed by Robin Palmer, followed by Kathy Fulkerson.
Hello, I'm Jordan Daschle. I applaud your attempts to say my last name. I'm a senior at UNR. I'm going to be graduating in May with my bachelor's in environmental engineering. And if that isn't enough to convince you, I think I know what I'm talking about when it comes to sustainable energy. I also was an Amazon delivery driver up in North Valleys for a long time. So I feel pretty confident that I know the area really well. I've delivered to a lot of houses out there, and I've driven to the Amazon Fulfillment Center a lot of times. I'm also here as a representative of Reno's Sunrise Movement, which is a climate change advocacy group that is new to Reno. And I believe that there's a lot more to be done to make the web data center sustainable. Last week, there was a data center that was approved that used air cooling instead of water, and I think that would be a great addition to this data center that is going to put a strain on the North Valley's water system, which is already struggling to keep up with the people that live there. There's also been no discussion of the actual heat emissions from the centers, this one or the ones from last week. Low VOCs doesn't translate to no air pollution, and I think that would be worth looking into. As one of the fastest warming cities in the country, actually the fastest, you can find that with a Google search, I think that's worth looking into. Additionally, the applicant stresses that this project should be approved because Reno wants to be a tech hub. But a data center will not push Reno to be a tech hub. It will instead open the door for tech companies to use our resources without bringing their headquarters here. My final note is that the vegetation proposed for this site is not really compatible with what's actually there. This is the North Valleys area. This is outside the Truckee River watershed. And the presentation already happened, and I wrote this before I saw the presentation, but drought-resistant plants does not equal desert-tolerant plants. I personally take offense at this part of the proposal because to me it indicates that the applicant is not acquainted with the area and does not know that you can't grow a bunch of trees where there's only desert. Thank you.
Robin Palmer, followed by Kathy Fulkerson.
Good evening. For the record, I'm Robin Palmer, climate advocate. I support Sierra Club's appeal. I support council considering additional requirements and code language for data centers and support inclusion of the public in those discussions. I support a moratorium on consideration of data center projects until data center code requirements are thoroughly flushed out and finalized. I disagree with staff's conclusion that a state data center is similar to a warehouse or distribution center, except for fewer dock doors. That's like saying the difference between this and apple's red. I'm disappointed that the administrative decision on data centers did not address resource usage, energy requirements, environmental impacts, limited employment opportunities after construction, economic impacts, and sustainability. I question staff's contention that the administrative decision was incorporated into Reno Municipal Code back in January. A unilateral administrative decision is quite different from the process outlined in code for adding a code text amendment that's initiated by commission or council. Staff agendaized new language and new industrial usage under code cleanup in your January 8th meeting. I'm disappointed that there was little effort to garner public input on the definition and requirements of data centers, and little, if any, attempt to inform the public of this administrative decision. I'm disappointed that the administrative decision was made in January 2024, and it took 10+ months before it came to the attention of the Planning Commission and the council. I'm disappointed that one of the Planning Commission commissioners at the December 18th meeting implied that the public had no concerns since there were no appeals of the January administrative decision. The public was not informed. It was apparent at that meeting that some of the commissioners were unfamiliar with the January decision at that December meeting. Had the council or commission appealed the decision per code, the council, after public hearing, shall have the power to affirm, reverse, or modify the administrative decision. In regards to intense energy usage of data centers, Nevada Energy is quick to provide a will serve letter for data center projects. Nevada Energy's answer to increasing energy demand is to build more greenhouse gas emitting gas-fired combustion turbines. I'll quit there. Thank you.
Kathy Fulkerson, followed by Rose Wolterbeek, followed by Bill Miller.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Fulkerson. I'm co-facilitator of Third Act Nevada. Third Act is a national organization that empowers older Americans to protect the planet and strengthen democracy. I'm a fifth-generation Nevadan, the fourth generation born in Reno. I'm here to comment in support of agenda item I3 and the Sierra Club appeal. This decision was the wrong one to make for several reasons. Planning commissioners were advised to apply the warehouse portion of the city code to make a decision on the web data center. During the staff presentation, Associate Planner Foster acknowledged they were forging new ground as far as what is required to be analyzed for data centers. The January 8th meeting, where members of the council discussed and determined that warehouses and data centers are very different entities, and discussed that a comprehensive city ordinance specific to data centers needs to be finalized. Data centers typically use an outsized amount of energy and water, make a lot of noise, and employ few people after initial construction. The web data center will need 30 megawatts of power, enough to supply 4,000 to potentially many more houses. Data centers and AI are already requiring NV Energy to build additional gas-powered peaker plants. Those and new infrastructure costs fall squarely on Nevada ratepayers. A 2020 study found that low-income Nevadans were already classified as carrying a high energy burden, where 6% or more of their home energy bills constitute household income.